get in the mix and be the main problem.
Yeah, I think it'd be sort of like there was a time of transition where there were horses and gasoline cars that were at the same time. It's been pretty weird.
Oh, that'd be the weirdest.
Yeah. And horses were tricky, you know. Back in Manhattan had like 300,000 horses. You figure like a horse lives 15 years, you got 20,000 horses dropping dead every day, or every year, I should say. Every year is 20,000 horses. It's 300,000 horses in your lifespan.
Back in the gangs of New York days. That movie?
Yeah, it's a lot of dead horses, and then you need a dead horse to move the horse.
Right.
They'll probably get pretty freaked out if they move a dead horse.
You think they know what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be like pretty weird.
No, I would
Why am
imagine.
I dragging this dead, horse around? I'm a horse.
Do you ever stop and think about your role in civilization? Do you ever stop and think about your role in culture? Because me as a person never met you until today, and I think of you, I've always thought of you as being this weirdo super inventor dude who just somehow or another keeps coming up with new shit. But there's not a lot of you out there. Like everybody else seems to be. I mean, obviously you make a lot of money. There's a lot of people that make a lot of money. Like that clock.
Yeah, sounds right. This is a great clock.
Yeah, you want one? I'll get you one.
Sure.
Okay. Done.
I like weird things like this.
Oh, this is the coolest. It's TGT promotion. What is this? TGT Studios? TGT Studios? Yeah. It's a gentleman who makes all this by hand. Yeah, it's really cool.
Let's study his filter devices.
Well, get ready for another one.
All right.
Sending it your way. You want a werewolf too? Yeah.
All right. I'll take one.
One werewolf and one clock coming up. Do you think about your role in the culture? Because me as a person never met you until today. I've always looked at you and I'm like, wow, like, how does this guy just keep inventing shit? Like, how do you keep coming up with all these new devices? And what do you ever consider how unusual? Like, I had a dream once that there was a million Teslas. Instead of like one Tesla, there was a million Teslas.
Okay.
Not Tesla the car, but Nikola.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And that in his day, there was a million people like him who were radically innovative. It was a weird dream, man. It was so strange. And I've had it more than once.
Resulted in very rapid technology innovation, that's for sure.
It's one of the only dreams in my life I've had more than one time.
Okay.
Like where I've woken up and it's in the same dream. I'm in the same dream. And in this dream, it's 1940s, 1950s, but everyone is severely advanced. There's flying blimps with like LCD screens on the side of them, and everything's bizarre and strange. And it stuck with me for whatever. Obviously, it's just a stupid dream, but for whatever reason, all these years that stuck with me. Like it takes one man like Nikola Tesla to have more than 100 inventions that were patents, right? I mean, he had some pretty fucking amazing ideas.
Yes.
But there was, in his day, there was very few people like him.
Yeah, that's true.
What there's a million? Like what? And then
Things would advance very quickly.
Right. There's not a million Elon Musks. There's one, motherfucker. Do you think about that? You just try to not.
I don't think you'd necessarily want to be me.
Well,
Sure,
what's the worst part
I don't
about it?
think people would like it that much.
Well, you wouldn't want to be Spider-Man. Sleep tight in Gotham City. Hope he's out there doing his job.
It's very hard to turn it off.
Yeah. What's the hardest part?
It might sound great if it's turned on, but what if it doesn't turn off?
Now, I showed you the isolation tank, and you've never experienced that before.
No.
I think that could help you turn it off a little bit, just for the night. Yeah, just give you a little bit of sleep, a little bit of perspective. Some magnesium that you get from the water as well makes you sleep easier because the water has Epsom salts in it. But maybe some sort of strategy for sacrificing your biological, not sacrificing, but enhancing your biological recovery time by figuring out a way, whether it's through meditation or some other ways to shut off that thing at night. ideas that's running through your head all the time. Get text messages from chicks.
No. I'm getting text messages from friends saying, what the hell are you doing smoking weed?
Is that bad for you? It's legal. It's got
I mean,
approved.
it's not, you know, I'm not a regular smoker of weed.
How often do you smoke?
Almost never. I mean, it's. I don't actually notice any effect.
Well, there you go. There was a time where I think it was Ramdas.
I doubt that.
I would say that too, but I've never meditated to the level that some of these people have, where they're constantly meditating all day. They don't have any material possessions, and all of their energy is spent trying to achieve a certain mindset. I would like to cynically deny that. I'd like to cynically say, they just fucking think the same way I do. They just hang out with flip-flops on and make weird noises. But maybe no.
You know, I know a lot of people like weed, and that's fine. But I don't find that it is very good for productivity.
For you.
Not for me.
Yeah, it's different. I would imagine that for someone like you, it's not. Someone like you, it'd be more like a cup of coffee, right? You want your latte.
Yeah, it's more like the opposite of a cup of coffee. It's like a cup of coffee in reverse.
Oh, weed is.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying you would like more like what would be beneficial to you would be like coffee.
I like to get things done. I like to be useful. That is one of the hardest things to do, is to be useful.
When you say you like to get things done, like in terms of like what
Like to get things
gives
done.
you satisfaction, when you complete a project, something that you invent comes to fruition and you see people enjoying it, that feeling.
Yes, doing something useful for other people. That's what I think.
That's interesting for other people.
Well, we like to reserve this time on a
So
Friday for the
that, do you think that that is maybe the way you recognize that you have this unusual position in the culture where you can uniquely influence certain things because of this? I mean, you essentially have a gift, right? I mean, you would think it was a curse, but I'm sure it's been fueled by many, many years of discipline and learning. But you essentially have a gift, and that you have this radical sort of creativity engine when it comes to innovation and technology. It's like you're going at a very high RPMs
All the time.
What is that
It
like?
doesn't stop. I don't know what would happen if I got into a sensory deprivation tank.
Let's try it.
It sounds more concerning. It's like running the engine with no resistance. That just
Is that what
seems.
it is, though? Maybe it's not.
Maybe it's fine. I don't know. I'll try it. I'll try it.
Have you ever experienced?
And we just sort of sit there and be quiet, and then repeat some mantra, which acts as a focal point. It's still the mind. It's just still the mind. But I don't find myself prone to it frequently.
Do you think that perhaps productivity is maybe more attractive to you than enlightenment, and like, or even the concept of whatever enlightenment means? Like, what are you trying to achieve when you're meditating all the time? With you, it seems like almost like there's a franticness to your creativity that comes out of this burning furnace. And in order for you to like calm that thing down, you might have to throw too much water on it.
It's like a never-ending explosion.
Like, what is it like? Like, try to explain it to a dumb person like me. What's going on there?
Never-ending explosion.
It's just constant ideas, just bouncing around.
Yes.
Damn. So when everybody leaves, it's just Elon sitting at home, brushing his teeth, just a bunch of ideas bouncing around your head.
Yeah. All the time.
When did you realize that that's not the case with most people?
Like in different rooms, and she's like, no, we can't hear because that neighbor can hear.
When I was, I don't know, 5 or 6 or something. I thought I was insane.
Because that's what it sounded like to everybody.
Why'd you think you were insane?
Because it's clear that other people do not. their mind wasn't exploding with ideas all the
So
time.
they weren't expressing it. They weren't talking about it all. And you realize by the time you were 5 or 6, like, oh, they're probably not even getting this thing that I'm getting.
It's just strange. It was like strange. That was my conclusion. That's strange.
But did you feel diminished by it in any way? Like knowing that this is a weird thing that you really probably couldn't commiserate with other people? They wouldn't understand
I hope they wouldn't find out because they might like put me away or something.
you. You thought that
For a second, yes.
when you were little.
You know, that people were away or they put me away.
Like when you were little, you thought this?
Yes.
Wow. Like you thought this is so radically different than the people that are around me. If they find out I got this stream coming in,
Yeah.
wow.
But you know, I was only like 5 or 6.
Do you think this is like? I mean, there's outliers biologically. You mean there's people that are 7'9"? There's people that have giant hands. There's people that have eyes that are 20/15 vision. There's no. You feel like you like caught this? Like you have got some. You're like on some weird innovation, creativity sort of wave that's very unusual. Like you tapped into. I mean, just think of the various things you've been able to accomplish in a very short amount of time, and you're constantly doing this. That's a weird. You're a weird person, right?
I agree.
Yeah. Like, what if there's a million Elon Musks?
Well, that would be very, very weird. Yeah, pretty weird. Like, right? Real weird. Definitely.
Yeah.
What if there are a million Joe Rogans?
Oh, it probably is. I mean, I think that's the case with a lot of folks.
Yeah, I mean, but like, you know, my goal is like try to do useful things, try to maximize the probability the future's good, make the future exciting, something to look forward to, you know, with, you know, with Tesla, we're like trying to make things that people love. You know, it's like not, how many things can you buy that you really love, that really give you joy? It's so rare, so rare. I wish there were more things. That's what we're trying to do, just make things that somebody loves.
When you think about things that someone loves, like, do you specifically think about like what things would improve people's experience? Like what would change the way people interface with life that would make them more relaxed or more happy? You really think, like when you're thinking about things like that, is that like one of your considerations? Like what can I do that would help people?
Yeah.
Maybe they wouldn't be able to figure out.
Yeah, like what are the set of things that can be done to make the future better?
But I remember going there when
So I think that a future where we are a space-faring civilization, out there among the stars, this is very exciting. This makes me look forward to the future. This makes me want that future. You know, the things, there need to be things that make you look forward to waking up in the morning. In the morning you look forward to the day, forward to the future. The future where we are a space-faring civilization and out there among the stars, I think that's very exciting. That's the thing we want. Whereas if you knew we would not be a space-faring civilization, but forever confined to it,
The finite lifespan of the Earth itself and the solar system itself. That even though it's possibly, you know, I mean, how long do they feel like the sun in the solar system is going to exist? How many hundreds of millions of years?
well, it's probably, if you're saying that when does the sun boil the oceans?
Right.
About 500 million years.
So, is it sad that we never leave because in 500 million years that happens? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just think like if there are two futures, and one future is we're out there among the stars, and the things we read about and see in science fiction movies, the good ones are true. We have these starships, and we're
My God, that
We're going to see what other planets are like. We're a multi-planet species, and the scope and scale of consciousness is expanded across many civilizations and many planets and many star systems. This is a great future. This is a wonderful thing. And that's what we should strive for.
That's biological travel. It's cells traveling physically to another location.
Yes.
Do you think that's definitely where we're going?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I used to think so. And now I'm thinking more likely less than ever. Like almost every day, less likely.
We can definitely go to the moon and Mars.
Yeah.
And
Do you think
we
we'll
can go to the
colonize?
asteroid belt, and we can go to the moons of Jupiter, Saturn, we can even get to Pluto.
That'd be the craziest place ever if we colonized Mars and re-terraformed it and just
I think we should.
oceans and
I think that'd be
I mean, imagine
great.
there
That'd
is
be great.
it's potential. There's
What
it's
amazing.
possible, right? We
Yes.
can turn the whole thing into Cancun.
Well,
I mean, over time.
it wouldn't be easy, but yes.
Right. It's
You could warm it up.
yeah. You can warm it up. You can add air. You can get some water there. I mean, over time, hundreds of millions of years, whatever it takes.
Multi-planet species. That's what we want to be.
Legitimately, like air conditioned
Great.
Saturn.
I'm pro-human.
Me too. Yeah. Me
I
too.
love humanity. I think it's great.
We're glad as a robot that you love humans because we love you too and we don't want you to kill us and eat us. And
I mean, strangely, I think a lot of people don't like humanity and see it as blight, but I do not.
well, I think one of those. I think part of that is just they've been struggling. When people struggle, they associate their struggle with other people. They never internalize their problems. They look to other people as holding them back. And people suck and fuck people, and it's just it's a never-ending cycle. But not always. Again, most people are really good. Most people, vast majority.
This may sound corny,
It does sound corny,
but love is the answer.
it is the answer.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. It sounds corny because we're all scared. We're all scared of trying to love people, rejected, or someone taking advantage of you because you're trying to be loving.
Sure.
But if we all could just relax and love each other.
Wouldn't hurt to have more love in the world.
It definitely wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Really.
How do you fix that? You have a love machine that you work on?
No, but probably spend more time with your friends and less time on social media.
Now, deleting social media from your applications, from your phones, does that give you 10?
I think probably something like that, yeah. It's about
Yeah,
right.
good 10%.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I've kept is Twitter because I kind of need some means of getting the message out,
Right.
That's about it. So far, so good.
Well, what's interesting, you actually occasionally engage with people on Twitter.
Yeah.
What percentage of that is a good idea?
Good
Probably
question.
10%, right? It's hard.
It's mostly, I think it's on balance more good than bad, but there's definitely some bad. So
Do you ever
hopefully the good outweighs the bad.
Do you ever think about how odd it is, the weird feeling that you get when someone says some shit at you on Twitter and you read it? The weird feeling? This weird little negative jolt. It's like a subjective negative jolt of energy. You don't really need to absorb it, you do anyway. Like, well, fuck this guy. Fuck him.
I mean, there's a lot of negativity on Twitter.
It is, but it's a weird, it's in its form. Like the way, if you ingest it, if you're like, you try to be like a little scientist, as you're ingesting it, you're like, wow, how weird is this? And I'm even getting upset at some strange person saying something mean to me. It's not even accurate.
I mean, the vast number of negative comments, for the vast majority of them, I just ignore them. The vast majority are good.
It's not good.
Make mistakes.
Yes, you can make mistakes.
You can make some mistakes.
We're all human. We can make mistakes. Yeah. it's hard, and people love it when you say something and you take it back. And you're like, "Fuck, we saved it forever." Fucking screenshot that shit. Bitch, you had that thought. You had that thought. They're like, well, I deleted it. Not good enough. You had the thought. I'm better than you. I never had that thought. You had that thought, you piece of shit. Look, I saved it. Put it on my blog.
Yeah, I'm not sure why people think that anyone would think that deleting a tweet makes it go away. It's like, hello, been on the internet for a while.
Yeah. Well, it's even like the thing is they don't want you to be able to delete it. Because the problem is, if you don't delete it and you don't believe it anymore, it's really hard to say, hey, that thing above, I don't really believe that anymore. I changed the way I view things.
Yes.
Because people go, well, fuck you. I already have that over there. I'm going to just take that. I'm not going to pay attention to that shit you wrote underneath it.
It's on your permanent
Yeah,
record.
it's forever, bro. It's a tattoo.
We'll put this on your permanent record.
Yeah, it's like a tattoo. Keep it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's this thing where there's a lack of compassion. It's a lack of compassion issue. People are just like intentionally shitty to each other all the time online and trying to catch. They're more trying to catch people doing something that's arrestable, like a cop trying to like get arrests on his record. It's like they're trying to catch you something more than they're logically looking at it, thinking it's a bad thing you've done, or that it's an idea they don't agree with so much they need to insult you. Try to catch you.
Yeah. I mean, it's way easier to be mean on social media than it is to be mean in person.
Yes.
Way easier.
Yeah. It's weird. It's not a normal way of human interacting. It's cheating. You're not supposed to be able to interact so easily when people are not looking at.
Yeah.
You would never do that. You'd never be so mean to somebody looking in their eyes. If you did, you'd feel like shit.
Most people.
Yeah, unless you're a sociopath, you feel terrible.
Yes.
Elon Musk, this has been a pleasure.
Yeah, likewise.
It really has been.
It's been an honor. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for doing this, because I know you don't do a lot of long form stuff like this. I hope I didn't weird you out. I hope you don't get mad that you smoke weed. It's not bad. It's legal. We're in California. This is just as legal as this whiskey we've been drinking.
Exactly.
This is all good, right?
Cheers.
Thank you. Is there any message you would like to put out other than love's the answer? Because I think you really nailed it with that.
I think people should be nicer to each other and give more credit to others, and don't assume that they're mean until they're actually mean.
And here's how you knock off people and rush them,
Just,
and here's how you do it.
it's easy to demonize people. You're usually wrong about it. People are nicer than you think. Give people more credit.
You know what I mean?
I couldn't agree more. And I want to thank you not just for all the crazy innovations you've come up with and your constant flow of ideas, but that you choose to spread that idea, which is it's very vulnerable, but it's very honest, and it resonates with me, and I believe it. I believe it's true too. So thank you. And all you assholes out there, be nice. Be nice, bitch. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Milan.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
The Boston Marathon was just the other day, just Monday, as a matter of fact. Video footage has revealed the moment a marathon runner was caught pooping on a stranger's lawn during the first.
Welcome back.
Here we go again.
Great to see you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
You will never forget what is going on in the world when you think about when your child was born. You will know for the rest of this child's life, you were born during a weird time.
That's for sure.
That is for sure. Probably the weirdest that I can remember.
And he was born on May 4th.
And that's hilarious too. Yeah. May the fourth be with him. It has to be. Perfect. Yes. I mean, that was the perfect day for you. Yeah. How do you say the name?
Well,
Is it a placeholder?
first of all, my partner is the one that actually posted me up with the name.
Congratulations to her.
Yeah, she's great. So, I mean, it's just X, the letter X. And then the AE is like pronounced Ash. Yeah. And then A12 is my contribution.
Oh, why A12?
Archangel 12, the precursor to the SR-71 coolest plane ever.
I agree with you. I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. I know what the SR-71 is.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know what that is.
The SR-71 came from the CIA program called Archangel.
Oh.
It's the Archangel project.
Oh.
And the Archangel 12.
Oh, wow. What a dope looking plane.
Your
Yeah.
daughter.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, as a person who's very much into aerial travel, as you are, that's perfect.
Oh, good for her.
Pretty great. So is it? Does it feel strange to have a child while all this craziness is going? Does it feel like you've had children before? Is this any weirder?
Actually, I think it's better being it. I appreciate it more.
She would have lied to you.
Yeah.
So she lied to
Babies are
me.
awesome.
She's essentially
They are
lied
pretty
to
awesome.
you.
They are.
But if I had eyes on
When I didn't
her,
have any of my own, I would see other people's kids, and I didn't not like them.
Sure.
But I wasn't drawn to them.
Sure.
But now when I see little people's kids, I'm like, oh, I think of them like these little love packages.
Yeah, little love bugs.
Yeah, it's just you think of them differently when you see them come out and then grow and then eventually start talking to you. Like your whole idea what a baby is very different.
Yeah.
So now as you get older and get to appreciate it as a mature, fully formed adult, it must be really pretty wonderful.
Yeah. Babies are awesome. Yeah. That's great. I mean, also, I've spent a lot of time on AI and neural nets, and so you can sort of see the kind of the brain develop, which is, an AI neural net is trying to simulate what brain does, basically. And you can sort of see it learning very quickly.
See things. So you're talking about the neural net. You're not talking about an actual.
I'm talking about actually an actual baby.
But both of them.
Yes, but the word neural net comes from the brain. It's like a net of neurons. So, it's like
Science was eventually arrested and
Humans
given
are
less than a
the-
year in jail. Stewart says the administrators were convicted of failing to report, but returned to school and
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
The LA school
So
district
when
decided
you're
in LA,
programming
Oregon
artificial
Park
intelligence,
Ranger
where you're working with artificial intelligence, are they specifically trying to mimic the developmental process of a human brain?
in a lot of ways. There's some ways that are different. An analogy that's often used is like, we don't make a submarine swim like a fish, but we take the principles of hydrodynamics and apply them to the submarine.
I was wondering, as a layperson, do you try to achieve the same results as a human brain, but through different methods, or do you try to copy the way a human brain achieves results?
I mean, the essential elements of an AI neural net are really very, very similar to human brain.
In 2021, there were 109 fatal crashes, and in 2022, there were
Multiple layers of
106.
neurons
Prior to 2021, the highest number was in
and
the
back
80s.
propagation. Because all these things are where your brain is.
has been killed in a hit-and-run car crash.
Yeah.
Cops say a dark-colored car driving westbound
You
on
have a
Hill
layer of
Street
neurons
hit the
that
man
goes
while
through a
he was
series of
pushing
intermediate
a shopping
steps
cart
to
on the north
ultimately
side of the street.
cognition.
Officials say the driver
And then it'll
has Hispanic woman in
reverse
her
those
20s
steps,
who
go
says
back
she
and
got
forth
out of
all
the car
over
for
the
a
place.
moment, hitting the man, and then kept driving. The LAPD says the man was taken to a local hospital where he later died. A sewage spill in Downey.
Yeah, I would imagine, like the thought of programming something that is eventually going to be smarter than us, that one day it's going to.
There are elements that are the same, but just almost like an aircraft does not fly like a bird.
Right.
It doesn't flap its wings. But the wings, the way the wings work and generate lift is the same as bird.
Now you're in the middle of this strangeness, and I've been seeing all that, and I've been really excited to talk to you about this.
Yeah.
Because it's an interesting thing to come from a guy like yourself. Like, why are you doing that?
I'm slightly sad about it, actually. But
Well, if you're sad about it, why are you doing it?
I think possessions kind of weigh you down. They're kind of an attack vector. They'll say, hey, well, you got all this stuff. Other stuff. Now, what are you going to do?
Attack vector meaning like people target.
Sponsored by
Yeah.
Jacoby and Myers.
But you're obviously gonna. So you're gonna rent a place
Yeah.
and get rid of everything except clothes.
No, I said like almost everything. So it's like
Keep a couple Teslas.
Yeah.
So do you feel like
Suppose so.
from the money that you sell all your stuff, you can buy new stuff? But do you feel like people define you by the fact that you're wealthy, and that they define you in a pejorative way?
For sure. I mean, not everyone, but you know, there's for sure in recent years, billionaire has become a pejorative, like it's a pejorative. So it's like that's a bad thing, which I mean, I think doesn't make a lot of sense in most cases. If you basically organize the company, like so, like how does this wealth arise? It's if you organize people in a better way to produce products and services that are better than what existed before, and you have some ownership in that company, then that essentially gives you the right to allocate more capital. So there's a conflation of consumption and capital allocation. So we say Warren Buffett, for example, and to be totally frank, I'm not his biggest fan, but you know, he does a lot of capital allocation, and he reads a lot of sort of annual reports of companies and accounting, and it's pretty boring, really. And he's trying to figure out is Coke or Pepsi deserve more capital? I mean, it's kind of a boring job, if you ask me. But you know, it's still a thing that's important to figure out. Like, which is a company deserving of more or less capital? Should that company grow or expand? Is it making products and services that are better than others or worse? And, you know, should if company is making compelling products and services, it should get more capital. And if it's not, it should be less.
Well, there's a big difference too between someone who's making an incredible amount of money designing and engineering fantastic products versus someone who's making an incredible amount of money by investing in companies or moving money around the stock market or doing things along those lines. It's a different thing, and to put them all in the same category seems it's very simple. And as you pointed out, it's an attack vector.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's really. I do think there in the United States, especially, there's an overallocation of talent in finance involved. Basically, too many smart people go into finance. So, you know, this is both a compliment and a criticism. We should have, I think, fewer people doing more, fewer people doing finance, and more people making stuff. Yeah.
Well, that would certainly be better for all involved if they made better stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, manufacturing used to be highly valued in the United States, and these days it's not. It's often looked down upon, which I think is wrong.
Well, I think that people are kind of learning that, particularly because of this whole pandemic and this relationship that we have with China, that there's a lot of value into making things here.
Yes, somebody's got to do the real work.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, making a car, it's an honest day's living. That's for sure. You know, or making anything really, or providing valuable service, like providing good entertainment, good information. These are all valuable things to do. So yeah, should be more of it.
Did you have a moment where this is something that this idea of getting rid of your material possessions is something that built up over time? Or did you have a moment of realization where you realized that?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while. You know, part of it is like have a bunch of houses, but I don't spend a lot of time in most of them, and that doesn't seem like a good use of assets. Like somebody could probably be around those houses and get better use of them than me. So,
Don't you have Gene Wilder's house?
I do. It's awesome.
Wow.
That's for it's exactly what you expect.
Did you request that the buyer not fuck it up?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, a requirement. That's a good requirement.
Yeah.
Not in that case.
Yeah, it'll probably self-last, but still, I don't care.
He's a legend.
Yeah,
You want his soul. You want his essence
yeah,
in the building.
it's there. It's a real quirky,
Is it?
quirky house. Yeah.
What makes you say there? Like, what do you get out of it?
In the opposite direction.
I mean, all the cabinets are like handmade. They're like odd shapes, and there's like doors to nowhere and strange like corridors and tunnels and odd paintings on the wall.
Which may sound small, but
Yeah.
Did you ever live in it?
It's very quirky. I did live in it briefly.
But why do you buy houses? Like, if you own all these houses, do you just get bored and go, I think I'd like to have that?
Well, I had one house, and then the Gene Wilder house right across the road from me, from my main house,
I
and
think there was some other mayor.
it was gonna get sold and then torn down.
They
And
all had a panel
be a
discussion
big
up on
construction
stage
zone for 3 years.
discussing,
I was like, well, I think I'll buy it.
well, they were talking. Well,
Preserve.
Lori Lightfoot was quite
It's
blunt
virgin
in
water
saying that the
not
prosecutors
have
have to stop
construction
letting these
And then
panels out.
The
I
I started having some privacy issues where like people
was a single mother mayor. What does she care?
like come to my house,
Yes, but she's actually saying it out loud.
start climbing over the
What
walls and
everybody
stuff.
yelled at her for
Like that.
years, and that's what drove her out of office. It was
So
primarily
then I started like bought a house,
Of course,
some of the houses around my house, and then I thought at one point, well,
But
it'd be cool to build a house. So
She's okay with it. She's not there.
acquired some
Now I
properties
can be a
on
critic.
top of
But she is telling the truth in this moment.
which is
Oh,
a
what
great
are you
view.
doing, right?
It's like, okay, well, these
Some
bunch of sort of small older houses, they're gonna get torn down anyway. I was like, oh,
I come to this as a
to
former
like these like little houses
I
that
am
you
a
can
sister of a returning
build
resident,
something,
but I know
I
that
don't
there
know,
are
artistic,
people
like a
in my city that are wreaking
dream house
havoc
type thing.
every
What's a dream
day
house for
and
Elon
need
Musk?
to be
Some
off
Tony
the
Stark
street.
type shit?
Yeah, definitely.
That's the reality. Where
Yeah,
we
you gotta have
think
the
not only
dome that opens up with
crimes,
the
but the
stealth
people are
helicopter.
terrified about crime to their neighbors.
Yeah,
Most
sure.
of
Fuck
whom
yeah.
look like us. If we
But
say,
then
yeah,
it's like,
the police
man,
department is spending all this time and
do I really want?
resources to
Does it really make sense for me to spend time designing and building a house and I do real, get a like OCD on the little details and design? Or should I be allocating that time to getting us to Mars? I should probably do the latter. So, like, what's more important, Mars or a house? Mars.
Is that really how you think? Like, that it'd be better off planning on a trip to Mars or getting people to Mars?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can only do so many things.
Right.
Right. So how do you?
Well, I don't know how you do what you do anyway. I don't understand how you can run the Boring Company, Tesla, SpaceX, all these different things you're doing constantly. I don't understand. I mean, you explained last time you were here how you sort of allocate your time and how hectic it is and insane. I still don't. The productivity gets so much done.
Right. So,
Well, I think I do have high productivity, but even with that, there's still some opportunity cost of time.
it's not up to
And
prosecutors and judges.
allocating time to building a house, even if it was a really great house,
Yes, that's
still
done by public
it's not
officials who are
reduced
elected
time
to vote,
relative
so you should be calling them out too.
developing
Yeah. I
the
guess
rockets
some
necessary to get us to
discretion
Mars.
with if you're dealing with crime and
it's all
drugs, you can
sustainable
get
energy.
some, but
Uh,
there's also laws.
SpaceX
that are
and Tesla
written
are by
this
far
that believes that the
you know,
churches are too crowded and
the most amount of like brain cycles.
She has
uh,
prosecuted, which up
yeah,
until
Boring Company does not take
wildly
you know,
supported.
less than
was
1%
Gaston
of brain cycles, and
Kim Fox. She
it
was
was
the one that was out
it's
that's good
in
chunk.
New York
good
City
chunk.
now.
Yeah.
We were talking about that last time when you were trying to figure out when it was actually going to go live, when it's actually going to be available. Are you testing on people right now?
No, we're not testing people yet, but I think it won't be too long. I think we may be able to implant a Neuralink
But that's what I'm saying. It's like now.
less than a year.
Was it because she lost the election and it popped her bubble? Was she living in a state
And
of
when you do
unreality?
this, is there any test that you have to do before you do something like this to see what percentage of people's bodies are going to reject these things? Is there a potential for rejection?
It's a very low potential for rejection. I mean, think of it like people put in, heart monitors and things for epileptic seizures and deep brain stimulation. Mostly like artificial hits.
Well,
Right.
That kind of thing.
Chicago
So
Professor requested his work
probably, I mean, like, so it's well known, like what will force rejection, what will not. It's definitely hotter when you've got something that is
Rowdy, it sounds like a smile for her,
great
like
sort of
American graffiti movies, but no.
reading and writing neurons. That's generating a current pulse and reading current pulses. That's a little hotter.
And this new mayor said, "Oh, don't
Than
play,
a
Rob. I don't have anything to do."
passive device, but it's still very
You know,
durable.
they need stuff to do.
There are people who have primitive devices in their brains right now.
What kind of device?
Like deep brain stimulation is provided for Parkinson's. Has really changed people's lives in a way. Which is kind of remarkable because it kind of like zaps your brain. It's like kicking the TV. And you think like, man, kicking the TV shouldn't work.
That's sometimes.
Yeah.
The old TVs.
It did.
My grandpa used to slap the top. Sure.
Yeah.
It would work sometimes.
Yeah. So this deep brain stimulation implanted devices in the brain that have changed
We
people.
were here, we really couldn't discuss it. And then there was, I guess, a press release, something that sort of outlined.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
that happened quite a bit after the last time you were here. So what exactly is it? How do you do, what happens if someone ultimately does get a Neuralink installed? What will take place?
Well, for professionals, one of the devices would be basically implanted in your skull. So, but it would be flush with your skull. So you basically take out a chunk of skull, put the Neuralink device in there. You put the electrode, you insert the electrode threads very carefully into the brain. And then you stitch it up, and you wouldn't even know that somebody had it. And then so that it can interface basically anywhere in your brain. So it could be something that eyesight, like if you returns your eyesight, even if you like lost your optic nerve.
Really?
Yeah. Hearing. Right, pretty much anything that you could principle fix almost anything that is wrong with the brain. And it could restore the functionality. So you've got interface to the motor cortex and implant that's say that's like a microcontroller in your muscle groups. You could then create a sort of a neural shunt that restores somebody who's quadriplegic to full functionality, like the whole brain.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Maybe slightly better.
slightly better, but
Over time.
I mean, with future iterations.
Like, 6 million man. Although these days
That's pretty
much,
cheap.
yeah.
$6 billion
Yeah.
So the hole would be small. How big would the hole be that you have to drill and then replace with this piece? It's only one hole?
Well, the device we're working on right now is about an inch in diameter. And your skull's pretty thick, by the way. So skulls are,
Mine is, for sure.
it might actually literally be. I mean, if you're a big guy, your skull is actually fairly thick. Skull is like 7 to 14 millimeters. So about half inch thick skull ish. So that's a fair bit of we got quite equipment going on. It's not like some big shit.
Oh, yeah, I believe you.
So you basically implant the device.
And so it would be like a 1 inch square? Or 1 inch in diameter?
Yeah, like a
So an inch circle, like a circular?
I think like a smartwatch or something like that. Or
Okay. Okay, so you take this 1 inch diameter, like ice fishing, right? You ever go ice fishing?
no, but I'd like to.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
Yeah.
So you basically take an auger and you drill through the surface of the ice, create a small hole, and you can dunk your line in there. So this is like that. You're ice fishing on the top of your skull, and then you cork it.
Yeah, if you replace that, say 1 inch diameter piece of skull with this ViralRabbi device, and that has a battery and a Bluetooth and a conductive charger.
Oh,
And then you also got to insert the electrodes. So the electrodes very carefully inserted with our robot that we developed. That looks very carefully putting in the electrodes and avoiding any veins or arteries. So it's just great trauma.
So through this 1-inch diameter device, electrodes will be inserted and they will find their way.
Like tiny wires, basically.
Tiny wires. They'll find their way to specific areas of the brain to stimulate.
No, you literally put them where they're supposed to be.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah.
so how long will these wires be?
I mean, they usually go in like, depending on where it is. The device that gets that replaces the little pieces that I'm taking out. You stitch up the hole and you just have like a little scar, and that's it.
Will this be replaceable or reversible?
Yeah.
Like if someone can't take it anymore? I'm too smart. I can't take it.
Yeah, totally take it.
And what is besides restoring limb function and eyesight and hearing, which are all amazing, is there any cognitive benefits you anticipate from something like this?
Yeah, I mean, you can for sure. I mean, basically, it's a generalized sort of thing. It's just sort of stuff that you detect it in real time and then fire a counter pulse and stuff that was. I mean, there's a whole range of brain injuries. If you get a stroke, you lose the ability to speak. That'll take also things to get like stroke damage or you lose, say, muscle control or part of your face or something like that. I think and then when you get older, it turns out like Alzheimer's or something like that, then you lose memory and this kind of
Restoring memory. And what is happening that's allowing it to do that? Like the wires, these small wires, stimulating these areas of the brain, and then is it that the areas of the brain are they're losing some sort of electrical force? Like what is happening?
Yeah. It's like there's like watcher circuits, and there's some like circuits that are broken. Fix those circuits. The substitute for those circuits.
And so a specific frequency will go through this.
Yeah, just
Specific in that. Is the process figuring out how much or how little has to be, how much these areas of the brain have to be juiced up?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of work to do. So when I say, we've got a shot at probably putting it in first thing in a year, I think that's exactly what I mean. I think we have a chance of putting in someone and having them be healthy and restoring some functionality that they've lost.
The fear is that eventually you have to cut the whole top of someone's head off and put a new top with a whole bunch of wires if you want to get, the real turbocharged version, the P100D of brain stimulation.
I mean, ultimately, if you want to go with full AI symbiosis, you'll probably want to do something like that.
Symbiosis is a scary word when it comes to AI.
It's optional.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
It's just, once you enjoy the Dr. Manhattan lifestyle, once you become a god, it seems very, very unlikely you're going to want to go back to being stupid again. I mean, you literally can fundamentally change the way human beings interface with each other. Yes.
You wouldn't need to talk.
I'm so scared of that, but so excited about it at the same time. Is that weird?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the paths to, what are, like AI is getting better and better. So Now let's assume it's sort of like a benign AI scenario. Even in a benign scenario, we're kind of left behind. Yeah, we're not along for the ride. We're just too dumb.
Right.
So how do you go along with it? Yeah, so you can't beat them, join them. So, and we're already a cyborg to some degree, right? Because you got your phone, you got your laptop, your electronic devices. And I mean, today, if your phone, if you don't bring your phone along, it's like you have missing limb syndrome. It's like feels like something's really missing. So we're already partly partly a cyborg or an AI symbiote, essentially. It's just that the data rate to the electronics is slow. So, especially output, you're just going with your thumbs. I don't know, what's your data rate? Optimistically, 100 bits per second. That's the generous. And now the computer can communicate at like 100 terabits. So gigabits, right? So this is like, yeah, basically your computer could do things a million times faster. All over. At a certain point, it's like talking. The AI is like talking to a tree. Okay, it's boring. I can talk to a tree. So if you can solve the data rate issue, and especially output input too, then you can improve the symbiosis that is already occurring between man and machine.
So you can improve it in what, when you said you won't have to talk to each other. We used to joke around about that. I've joked around about that a million times in this podcast, that one day in the future there's going to come a time where you can read each other's minds. And well, you'll be able to interface with each other in some sort of a non-verbal, non-physical way, where you will transfer data back and forth to each other without having to actually use your mouth.
Yeah, exactly. So when you, like, what happens when let's say you've got some complex idea that you're trying to convey to somebody else, and how do you do that? Well, your brain spends a lot of effort compressing a complex concept into words, and there's a lot of loss, information loss that occurs when compressing a complex concept into words. And then you say those words are then interpreted, then they're decompressed by the person who is listening, and they will investigate get a very incomplete understanding of what you're trying to convey. It's very difficult to convey a complex concept with precision, because you've got compression, decompression. You may not even have heard all the words correctly, and so communication is what we have here is a failure to communicate.
Yes, it's a great movie. And there's an interpretation factor too. Like you can choose to interpret certain series of words in different ways, and they're dependent upon tone, dependent upon social cues, even facial expressions, sarcasm. There's a lot of variables.
Sarcasm is difficult.
Yes, and so one of the things that I've said is like that there could be potentially a universal language that's created through computers that particularly young kids will pick up very quickly. Like my kids do TikTok and all this jazz, and I don't know what they're doing. They just know how to do it, and they know how to do it really quickly. Like they learn really quickly. They show me how to edit things, and it's, if you taught a child from first grade on how to use some new universal language, essentially like a Rosetta Stone, and something that's done that interprets your thoughts, and you can convey your thoughts with no room for interpretation. Clear, very clear, where you know what a person's saying, and you can tell them what you're saying, and there's no need for noises, no need for mouth noises. No need for these sort of accepted ways that we've sort of evolved to make sounds that we all agree through our cultural dictionary, and agree or disagree. We bypass all that.
Yeah, we can still do it for
fun.
sentimental reasons.
Like campfires.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need campfire. Need to roast marshmallows.
Right.
So yeah, yeah, I think you would be able to communicate very quickly and with far more precision ideas and language. I'm not sure what would happen to language. But you could probably, with a situation like this, that you would be able to just do that kind of like matrix here. You want to speak in English and
Right.
it's wired to the download program.
Right. So at least for the first iterations, the first few iterations, we'll just be able to use, like, I know that Google has their Pixel buds have the ability to interpret languages in real time.
Sure.
Yeah, you can hear it and it'll play things back to you in whatever language you choose. So it'll be something along those lines.
Yeah,
For the first few iterations.
well, the first few iterations are, what I'm talking about is like in the limit over time. A lot of development. The first few iterations, really in the first few versions, all we're going to be trying to do is solve their brain injury. So like, don't worry that it's not going to sneak up on you. This will take a while.
How many years
What does it connect in the car?
before you don't have to talk?
But it works because it's.
If the development continues to accelerate, then
I figured that. Really,
maybe like 5 years, 5 to 10 years.
That's quick. That's really quick.
That's
Not
the best case scenario.
no talking anymore in 5 years.
Best case scenario. 10
I've always speculated that aliens could potentially be us, and the fact that they have very little muscle and they don't use their mouth anymore. They have this tiny little, I mean, the archetypal alien that you see, like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, they're like, if you went from like Australopithecus or ancient hominid to us, what's the difference? Less hair, less muscle, bigger head, and then you just keep going. 1,000, a million, whatever you, or 5 years, whatever happens when Neuralink goes online, and then we slowly start to adapt to this new way of being, where we don't use our muscles anymore. We have this gigantic head. We can talk without words.
You could also save state. And
Save state?
Save state, like save your brain state, like a save game in a video game.
Whoa. like if you want to swap from Windows 95
Well,
to, like,
a little bit. But yeah,
I think we are Windows 95 right now.
from a future perspective, probably. But yeah, I mean, you could save state and restore that state into biological being if you wanted to, future principle. It's like from physics standpoint, and you'd be a little different, but then you're also a little different when you wake up in the morning from yesterday, and you're a little different. Right? If you say like you 5 years ago versus you today, it's quite a big difference.
Yeah.
So you'd be substantially you. I mean, you'd suddenly think you're you.
But the idea of saving yourself and then transforming that into some sort of a biological state, like you can hang out with 30-year-old you.
The possibilities are endless.
So weird.
I mean, these things like how your phone can record videos in your phone. Like, there's no way you can remember a video as accurately as your phone or a camera. So, if you've got like some version 10, Neuralink, whatever, far in the future, you could recall everything, just like it's a movie, including all the entire sensory experience,
Emotions, everything.
Says you will not apologize. They will
and play it back.
what they really
And
want.
you can share it,
They take away the rights of trans
Yeah.
and queer
So you can change your past.
change what you think was your past. Yeah.
So if you had like a
This whole
traumatic
thing right
experience,
now could be a replayed memory.
it could be.
Yeah.
It may be. What's the odds of this being a replayed memory? You gotta guess.
Not you.
It's more than 50%.
What's going on? No, it's just what's going on.
There's no way to assign a probability with accuracy here.
Right, but roughly.
We've got the laser light LASIK.
If you just had just gut instinct.
1,000 times, just like that. It's perfect.
Well, I don't have any Neuralink in my brain, so I'd say right now 0%.
You do the LASIK exam first.
But at the point at which you do have a Neuralink, then it's about 0%.
No pain. There's no discomfort.
The idea that we're experiencing some sort of a preserved memory is, even though it's still the same, it's not comforting. Right? For some reason, when people talk about simulation theory, they talk about the potential for this currently being a simulation. Even though your life might be wonderful, you might be in love, you might love your career, you might have great friends, but it's not comforting to know that this experience somehow or another doesn't exist in a material form that you can knock on.
Feels real.
It feels real, but if it's not, but the idea that it's not is for some strange reason disconcerting.
Well, yeah, sure. Should be disconcerting. Because then if this is not real, what is? But there's that old sort of thought experiment of like, how do you know you're not a brain in a vat? And now here's the thing: you are a brain in a vat, and that vat is your skull.
Yes.
And everything you see, feel, hear, look, everything, all your senses are electrical senses. Everything.
That class in the center lane, Debbie, from at least First
It's
Street.
electrical
In
signal.
Boyle Heights and 5 North Out of
Brain in
4th
a vat.
Street, get a crash clear into
And
the
all
right
your
shoulder.
hormones, all your neurotransmitters, all these things are drugs. Adrenaline's a drug. Dopamine's a drug. You're a drug factory. You're constantly changing your state. Love and oxytocin and beauty changes your state. Great music changes your state.
What are you doing?
Waiting for car prices to drop.
And here's another sort
It
of
is
interesting
photo.com.
idea, which is
Roto.com. Yeah,
you
at
should say, like,
Rio, the
where
window
did
number, and
consciousness
there are
arise?
tons of
Well, assuming you believe
That's a great price.
the
Fold
belief
Jeff.
that in
Find a
physics,
new or
which
pre-owned car
is
of
true,
your dreams at any time on
then,
any device.
the universe started off as basically quarks and
By
electrons,
downloading the Roto app
like
or
became
check out
hydrogen
Roto.com.
and
I'm
helium,
Martin Coach.
like,
You
the,
better
like basically
provide
almost the
nasal
periodic
care,
table.
and I
But
love
assumed like
Naval.
mostly
I
hydrogen.
told you about how your nose is the body's air filter.
And then-
This device's powered suction
and then
will help flush
over
out
a long
allergens,
period of
viruses,
time,
mucus, and germs. And that device will help
13.8 billion years later,
But what do other
that
people say
hydrogen
about
became
the device?
sentient.
Like terror, quote, my doctor wanted me to do
So
scaling rinses
where
for my allergies,
along
but
the
I've
way
never been able to successfully use
Did
it.
where is the consciousness? What's the line of consciousness and non-consciousness
Right.
between the hydrogen and you?
Right? When do we call it? When do we call it consciousness? I was watching a video today that we played on the podcast earlier of a monkey riding a motorcycle down the street, jumps off the motorcycle and tries to steal a baby.
Yeah, so that one. They were
Yeah.
narrow.
What is that monkey conscious? It seems like it is. It seems like it had a plan. It was riding a fucking motorcycle and it jumped off the motorcycle and tried to steal a baby. Seems
Yeah.
pretty.
The one that just dragged baby down the street pretty far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems pretty conscious, right?
There's definitely some degree of consciousness there.
Yeah, it's not a worm. It seems to be on another level. Yeah, and it's gonna keep going, and that's the real concern when people think about the potential future versions of human beings, especially when you consider a symbiotic relationship to artificial intelligence will be unrecognizable.
And that understands the questions asked about the
Do you think that's the case? As a human being, as yourself, you're clearly trying to make conscious decisions. Version of you, right? This is the idea of like getting rid of your possessions, realizing that you're trying to like, I don't like this. I will try to improve this. I will try to do a better version of the way I interface with reality. But this is always the way things are. If you're moving in some sort of a direction where you're trying to improve things, you're always going to move into this new place where you look back on the old place and I was doing it wrong back then.
Some sort of argument broke out.
So this is an accelerated version of that, a super accelerated version of that.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't always improve, but you aspire to. Aspire to be less wrong.
Yeah.
So the next story that came out is the possible reason why.
Just assume you're wrong and you're asking people to be less wrong.
Could have been over
I don't think you're gonna, if you succeed every day in being less wrong,
is a married woman.
if you get to succeed in being less wrong,
To be less wrong. But then when, you know, that's exciting, look back on campfires.
Because they'll have a campfire.
Yes.
Yeah.
We appreciate it when you're a super nerd, when you connect it to the grid, you have some skull cap it's in place of the top of your head. The rest of the universe now enjoys communication with people. We're,
Yeah, sure.
I'm just worried. I mean, everyone's always scared of change, but I'm scared of this monumental change where we won't talk anymore. And that thing
We'll
you just,
communicate.
yes, but that's something about there's something about the beauty of the crudeness of language, where when it's done eloquently, it's satisfying and it hits us in some sort of a visceral way. Like, that person nailed it. I love that they nailed it. Like that, it's so hard to capture a real thought and convey it in a way, in an articulate way that makes someone excited. Like you read a quote, a great quote by a wise person, it makes you excited that their mind figured something out, put the words together in a right way that makes your brain pop. Like, oh yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Clever compression of concept.
yeah.
Feeling.
But the fact that a human did it too.
Yeah.
Do you think that it'll be like electronic music that people won't appreciate it like they appreciate a slide guitar?
I like electronic.
I do too.
Yeah.
Well, you make it. I know you like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I hope the future is more fun and interesting. Yeah, just try to make that way.
I hope it's more fun and interesting too.
Yeah.
I just hope we don't lose anything along the way.
Hopefully we gain more than we lose.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Gaining more than we lose. Like something that makes us interesting. Stuff
for sure.
Right.
When you look at civilizations through the ages, most of them, they rose and fell.
Yeah.
And I do think the globalization that we have at the sort of like the meme sphere is there's not enough isolation between countries or regions. It's like if you get if there's a mind virus, that mind virus can affect too much of the world. Like I actually sympathize with the anti-globalization people. We don't ever want everywhere to be the same. For sure. We need some kind of like mind viral immunity. So that's been concerning.
mind viral immunity, meaning that once something like Neuralink gets established, the real concern is something that, I mean, you said it's Bluetooth, right? Or some future version of that. That the idea is that something could possibly get into it and fuck it up.
No, I'm talking about like somebody, this concept that that happens right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know there's viruses and embedded chips, right? Like people have embedded chips and then acquired viruses.
Well, when I'm talking about mind virus, I'm talking about like the AKG concept that infects people's minds.
Oh, okay. Like cult thinking or some sort of fundamentalism.
Yeah, wrong kind of idea.
Yeah.
Goes viral in an idea sense.
That is a problem too, right? If someone can manipulate that technology to make something appear logical or rational.
Yeah.
That would that be an issue too? This is a very have versus have not issue, right? Once this thing, if this really does, I mean, initially it's going to help people with injuries, but you said ultimately it could lead to this spectacular cognitive change.
Yes.
But the people that first get it should have a massive advantage over people that don't have it yet.
Well, I mean, it's the kind of thing where your productivity would improve dramatically, maybe by a factor of 10 with it. So you could definitely just, you got to learn to do it and earn money back real fast.
Yeah.
Super smart.
Well, in a capitalist society, it seems like you could really get so far ahead that before everybody else could afford this thing and link up and get connected as well. You'd be so far ahead they could never catch you.
It's not a super huge concern. I mean, there are huge differences in availability and resources already.
Yeah.
You can think of a corporation as like a subnet collective that's far smarter than an individual. Like I couldn't personally build like a full rapid and the engines and merge and everything that's possible. But you know, we have 8,000
Eric, Dodgers are losing 13-0. Yeah, they just broke up the first game though, and it was
piecing it out to different people
hilarious fashion I've ever
using
seen.
like
It was a
computers
slow
and
roller up the third base
machines
line,
and stuff.
and the pitcher goes for it. The catcher's going for
That's
it. Well,
rockets
and the catcher all of a sudden just jumps
up
on the
in the space
pitcher's
station.
back, and the pitcher keeps making the throw first.
So
That ended the perfect.
that already exists for
They
this.
would all come in and show you the
You know,
it was hilarious.
Corporations are vastly more capable than an individual.
Catcher. Deborah Live, the 24-hour
But
AFIA.
A man who allegedly toxic
like we should be, I think, less concerned about like relative
has been arrested.
capabilities between people and more like
the 2-month-old puppy
the-
was hurt in the fall, which was seen on video last
having
month,
AI
but is
be
expected to
vastly
be okay.
beyond
The
us
military
and
is preparing options ahead of a
decoupled
possible
from
evacuation of the U.S. embassy in Sudan.
Decouple from you. So this is the you can't be them joint.
Their military group and violence
Yeah,
broken
I
out in
mean,
capital
So you feel like it's inevitable, like AI, sentient AI.
is establishing an
Essentially.
AI task
super
force.
sentient.
An announcement from DHS
Like
Secretary
beyond
Alejandro
level, that's
Mayorkas
difficult to
suggests the White
understand.
House is trying to embrace artificial
And
impossible to
intelligence
understand.
and the benefits it could
And
bring.
somehow or
We're
another,
gonna go to
us-
57 now.
so it's almost like it's a requirement for survival to achieve some sort of symbiotic existence with AI.
It's not a requirement. It's just if you want to be along for the ride,
$11 million for a client hurt
then
in a trucking
you need to
accident.
do some kind of symbiosis. So the way your brain works right now, you've got kind of like the animal brain, reptile brain,
And they settle for more money
like
in
the
1
limbic
year than
system,
most firms settle
and you've
for
got
in their
the
lifetime.
cortex.
So if you're hurt in an accident, then
The
results may
brain
not be
purest
good
will
when they
plug in with this
got
definition. But essentially, you've got primitive brain and you've got the sort of
important to have an experienced and successful
smart
law
brain,
firm on your
the
side.
brain that's capable of planning and understanding concepts.
At 1-800-9-MILLION.
Things that
1-800-9-MILLIon.
monkey can't understand.
1-800-9-000-000.
Now the cortex is much smarter than the limbic system. Nonetheless, they work together well. So I haven't met anyone who wants to delete the limbic system or the cortex. They're quite happy having both. So you can think of this as being like the computer, the AI is like a third layer of tertiary there. So that is that can be symbiotic with the cortex. It can be much smarter than you essentially have 3 layers. And you actually have that right now. Your phone is capable of things, and your computer is capable of things that your brain is definitely not. Storing terabytes of information,
Why should an accident victim not wait till they get better to call a lawyer?
doing incredible calculations that
So you want to get professional referral help right away to get on the right
You have
track
that
to
with your
physical and financial recovery.
It's just like this, the data rate is the connection is good.
This report is
Why is
sponsored
it
by the
so
California DMV.
disconcerting? Why does it not give me comfort to think about, like when I think about a symbiotic connection to AI, I always think of this cold, emotionless sort of thing that we will become. Is that a bad way to look at it?
I think that's not correct. That's not how it would be. Like I said, you already are symbiotic with AI or computers.
Phones, computers, laptops.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of AI going on. So artificial neural nets. Increasingly, neural nets are sort of taking over from regular programming. So you are connected. If you use Google Voice or Alexa or one of those things, it's using a neural net to decode your speech and understand what you're saying. If you're trying to do image recognition or improve the quality of your photograph, it's using neural nets, the best way to do that. So you are already sort of a cybernetics layout.
If you own a small business, you got to and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one.
When do you think you were?
So let me suggest that
How long were you away?
You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see
Like once
if
it starts
you're
becoming
qualified
available.
Yeah,
for
like
this
works on
tax
that.
refund. There's no charge up
Right
front.
away.
They don't get paid until your business
Make
gets
sure it
paid. Businesses of all
How do we
types
make sure it works? We try it on
those that
prisoners?
just keep
Like, what do you do?
and nonprofits,
Take
even
your
if you
business.
have increases in
Cut holes
sales
in
during
it.
COVID. They
I
are
like that if
experts
somebody's
in
got a
the
serious
federal
brain injury,
tax refund program, and
and
they've
that they're
already
going to have
returned over
very
$3
severe brain injuries.
billion to businesses.
And you can fix those brain injuries.
So to find out if
and,
your business qualifies,
you know,
go to
they prove out that it works.
getrefunds.com,
Expand
click on the
your
qualify
expand,
me button.
get
It only takes a
more and
few
more brain
minutes.
injuries.
Go to
Solve more and more.
getrefunds.com.
And then, you know, so the major real are going to get us. We're all going to get seen. And then, you know, also, it's like, okay, well, you know, this would allow you to remember your things you kids and have a normal, much more normal life where you so I think so especially that there were almost everyone would find a need at some point to get a hold of them to use neural. And it's like, okay, so improve the functionality, improve the communication speed, so we'll not have the usual thumbs to communicate with the computer.
It's like the most beautiful day.
Do you ever sit down and extrapolate? Do you ever like sit down and think about all the different iterations of this and what this eventually leads to?
So you know what that means, John? Because we also have a story to go with it.
Yeah,
We're going to fight with
sure, think about a lot.
Haven't been there a while. We're going to sit on the bench. Take a seat.
Like I said, this is not something that's going to sneak up on you. You know, there's like getting FDA approval for this stuff. It's not
The
like
birds
overnight.
are in a good mood today. Everything's happening. Get on the
and
swing. Have an ice cream.
This
That's right.
probably
Right.
have to be on like version 10 or
And
something.
I saw the biggest
Before,
bird this morning.
you know,
That was gigantic.
realistically be,
In the Edgar Allan Poe story, it was huge. Yeah, I got those in my area. Whether the ravens
AI
or
spy
crows is
situation.
some debate. I'm not good enough to tell, but it was
so
big,
you don't see it coming.
fat.
You know,
I couldn't believe it.
You see it coming, but what do you think it's going to be? Like when you sit, when you're alone, if you have free time, I don't know if you have free time, but if you just sit down and think about this iteration, the next, onward, keep going, and you drag it out with improvements along the way, and leaps and bounds, and technological innovations. Where do you see it?
Game going on, they're cheering. I don't know. I always wonder.
What are we going to be? 20, 25 years from now, what are we going to be?
But then since I was a little kid, I'm just ridiculously fascinated by birds. I don't know. And I'm fascinated by squirrels.
well, so the civilization's still around.
So squirrels, because they're turkey crazy.
It's looking fragile right
I just
now.
love watching them. They play with their nuts. We could
I think we'll have
That's something
a
else to do in the home. Yeah, they do use their like little their paws.
in
Like
25 years,
little
place,
they use the little the shell or whatever. But I like them sometimes.
A whole brain interface.
so pretty close to that, yeah.
On the road
How
this
do
morning
you
because
define
they
what you mean by
heavily
whole
laden
brain
road
interface?
eating. Very,
Uh,
very upsetting. It's not
Like
a
Like
video.
almost
Oh
all
God, I
neurons
closed my eyes and said,
No, that doesn't go on
are
social media.
connected
no, so I didn't post that.
to
It doesn't.
Yeah, scavenger birds are really
AI
entertaining
extension. So,
when they find a good meal. I didn't know this was still going on. This was a big thing.
AI
in the
extension.
90s into the early 2000s. There would be
What does that
these,
mean to you?
organizations
When you
out
say
there
AI
that tried to
extension
save
yourself?
files. Remember that, John? So there was a predator.
well,
right?
like I
There's
said,
a
you
whole
already
TV series.
have
There was a whole TV
a
series
computer
that was
extension
that
yourself
that was published for something else.
Yeah.
Right? You know, we did. Yeah, yeah.
and now online. It's like some guys do this like online,
The creeps captured you.
but they're still
And
they're online
target
servers.
this
Yeah.
time was a 58-year-old
That's a good way
man
to put it.
with
It's weird when you read someone's tweets after they're
like
dead.
Chucky
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
1988 horror
Instagram
film Pilot
stories.
Play,
Yeah,
which became a classic.
So, you know,
that's a
the
great way to
email,
put it. It's like an online ghost. That's very accurate.
I go to Happy Movies.
So
You do go to Happy Movies. You don't go to anything.
yeah, so that this
You tell me what you don't like anything.
it would just be that
So, I don't know why
more of
well, I
you
used to
would
like
be
comedies back when they
in
made
the
them.
cloud, I guess, than in your body. Or
Well, what was going on here was apparently, and if you see what Ed Gale looks like,
Yeah, when you say civilization's fragile, do you mean because of this COVID-19 shit that's
almost like
going
he
on
has no
right now?
neck.
It's just the thing.
Yeah, no.
It's like some people just get a
I
cough.
know what you're talking about.
Other people, it gets much worse.
Uh,
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, this certainly has taken over the mind space.
So, well, they went after him, and he
Yeah.
apparently was caught.
Well, I don't know.
engaging in
That's what's
sexually
crazy.
explicit online
Go
conversations
back to
with a
November,
girl that was
nothing.
14.
And here we are, December, January, February, March, April, May, 6 months, totally different. So from nothing to everything's locked down. There's so much conflicting information and conflicting opinions about how to proceed. What has happened? You find things where there was a meat packing plant, I believe, in Missouri, where Adam tested positive for asymptomatic, and then in other places it just ravages entire communities and kills people. It's so weird. It almost appears on the outside, like if you didn't know any better, you'd be like, "What?" It seems like there's a bunch of different viruses. It doesn't seem like it's the same thing, or has a bunch of different reactions to the biological variety of people.
Jonathan says he was just a
Yeah.
fan of Gail's work, but through a social media account,
I mean, I kind of saw this whole thing play out in China
for a sexual
before
relationship.
it played out in the US. So it's kind of like watching the every game, but in English.
It was simply too much for Jonathan, who had kept the team. He stopped communicating with the actor, and he set up an Instagram account to warn other Chuck's fans.
I think the mortality rate is much less than it was.
When the child activist group known as the Creep Catching Unit confronted Gale during their sting operation,
Well, it seems to be very deadly to very specific kinds of people. People with specific problems.
Yeah, if you look at the mortality statistics in my age and what they have for comorbidities, like they have like basically existing conditions and my age.
With all this information coming from Gale himself,
If you're
you may be wondering why.
below 60 and have no serious health issues, the probability of death is extremely low. It's not zero, it's extremely
They didn't think that this was the case, though, when they first started to lock down the country. Do you think that it's a situation where once they proceed in a certain way, it's very difficult to correct course?
Before Gale was arrested.
It seems like people really wanted the panic.
But in some places, a panic is deserved, right? Like if you're in the ICU in Manhattan and people are dying left and right, and everyone's on intubators, and it seems like when you see all these people on ventilators, and so many of them are dying, and you see these nurses are dying in doctors, you're reading these stories about hospitals that are essentially half empty. They're having to furlough doctors and nurses because there's no work for them.
Most of the hospitals in the United States right now have empty. In some cases, they're 100% capacity.
And is this because they've decided to forego elective procedures and normal things that people would have to go to the hospital for?
Yes, I mean, and we're not talking about just some of these elective procedures are quite important.
Yes.
Like it's like you have a
All
bad
heart
heart
disease, yeah, sure.
and you need a triple bypass. It's like sort of elective, but if you don't get it done in time, it's you're gonna die.
Yeah. Electives where
Yeah, elective. It's not like, hey, I want to. It's like plastic surgery, right? It's more like my hip is under extreme pain because my hip's blown out, and I want to go to the hospital. I can't go to the hospital. People in extreme pain. Like people that have like quite serious issues that are choosing not to go out here. So I think it's not good.
it sees like the state of public perception is shifting.
It is.
Like people are taking some deep breaths and relaxing, and because of the statistics of, mean, and essentially across the board, it's being recognized that it's not as fatal as we thought it was. Still dangerous, still worse than the flu, but not as bad as we thought it, or we feared it could be.
I mean, objectively, the mortality is much lower. Like, at least a factor of 10, maybe a factor of 50 more.
Do you think that the current way we're handling this, the social distancing, masks, the locking down, does this make sense? Is it adequate, or do you think that we should move back to at least closer to where we used to be?
Well, I think proper hygiene is a good thing.
Yes.
Wash your hands, and, and if you're coughing, stay home or wear a mask.
Yeah.
It's not good. Like they do that in Japan, that's like home.
Yeah.
If you're really, everybody's mask on. I think that would be a great thing to adopt in general. Washing your hands is also good.
Well, that's the speculation why men get it more than women, because men are disgusting. We don't wash
Men
our
are
hands.
disgusting, it's true.
It's true.
Yeah,
We're all men in this room. We're all gross.
Yeah, let's go to the restroom. It's
Yes, we're gross. My 9-year-old daughter yells at me. She goes, "Did you wash your hands?" She makes me go back and wash my hands. She's right. 9 years old. If I had a 9-year-old boy, do you think you'd care? I wouldn't give a fuck if I washed my hands.
Sure. So, yeah, I think there's definitely some silver linings here and improved hygiene.
Yes. Awareness of potential.
Yes, I think this has shaken up the system. The system was like somewhat moribund with a lot of layers of bureaucracy and bureaucracy. And if we, at some point, there probably will be a pandemic with a high mortality rate. Depending on what's high, but I mean, like something that's killing a lot of 20-year-olds. If you had like Ebola type of mortality,
Spanish flu, something.
Yeah,
Vaccine systems, some healthy people.
yeah, it's like killing large numbers of young healthy people. That's find that as like
Prosecutors who argue
high mortality. And this is at least practice for something like that.
The judge
I think this given this is a matter of time that there will be eventually some such pandemic.
Do you think that in a sense, the one good thing that we might get out of this is the realization that this is a potential reality? We got lucky in a sense. And people that didn't get lucky and died, of course, I'm not disrespecting their death and their loss, but I'm saying overall, as a culture, as a community, as a human race, as a community, this is not as bad as it could have been. This is a good dry run for us to appreciate that we need far more resources dedicated towards understanding these diseases, what to do in the case of pandemic, and much more money that goes to funding treatments and some preventative measures.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a chance, a highly likely thing coming out of this, that we will develop vaccines that we didn't have before for coronaviruses and other viruses, and possibly cures for these. And our understanding of viruses of this nature is improved dramatically with the attention that is received. So there's definitely some, a lot of silver linings here.
Potentially, if we act correctly.
Yeah. There's, I think there will be some massive lending no matter what. Hopefully more silver lining than ones. So yeah, this is kind of like a practice run for something that potentially might in the future have a serious, like really high mortality. I got to go through this without it being something that kills vast numbers of young healthy people.
Yeah. When you made a series of tweets recently, I don't remember the exact wording, but essentially you're saying "Free America Now." And it's,
That is the exact wording.
that is it. But you know, what was how much do you pay attention to the response to that stuff, and what was the response? Did anybody go, hey Elon, what the fuck are you doing? Did anybody pull you aside? Who does that? Who gets to do that to you?
Well, I mean, I certainly get that. That's no shortage of negative feedback on Twitter. You know?
Oh yeah, Twitter. Yeah, but I don't read that. Do you read it? You do sometimes though, right? You do read it.
Yeah, I mean, I scroll through the comments. Like I said, that's me more though.
Yeah.
I mean, people knife you good.
Something I enjoy about there's something about the freedom of expression that comes from all these people that do attack you. It's like, well, if there was no vulnerability whatsoever, they wouldn't attack you. And it's like there's something about these millions and millions of perspectives that you have to appreciate, even if it comes your way, even if the shit storm hits you in the face. You got to appreciate, wow, how amazing is it that all these people do have the ability to express themselves. You don't necessarily want to be there when the shit hits you. You might want to get out of the way in anticipation of the shitstorm, but the fact that so many people have the ability to reach out, and I think it's, in a lot of ways, it's I don't want to say a misused resource, but it's like giving monkeys guns. They just start gunning down things that are in front of them without any realization of what they're doing. They have a rock, they see a window, they throw it. Woo! Look at that! I got Elon mad. Look at that! This guy got mad at me. I fucking took this person down on Twitter. I got this lady fired. Oh, the fucking business is going under because of Twitter wars. It seems like there's something about it that's this, newfound thing that I don't want to say abuse, I want to say that it's almost like, you hit the button and things blow up. You're like, wow, what else can we blow up?
Sure. I mean, I've been in the Twitter war zone for a while here, so it takes a lot to phase me at this point.
Yeah, that's good too, right? You can develop a thick skin.
Yeah, you can't take it personally. I love people that actually know you.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's like if you're fighting a war and there's like some opposing soldier that shoots at you. It's not like they hate you. They don't even know you.
Right. Yeah.
So just think of it like that. Like they're firing bullets, whatever. But they don't know you, so don't take it personally.
There's something interesting about it too. It's like when you write something in 280 characters, they write something into it in such a crude way. It's like someone sending opposing smoke signals that refute your, especially when you're talking about something like neural. So you're talking about some future potential where you're going to be able to express pure thoughts that get conveyed through some sort of a universal language with no ambiguity whatsoever, versus tweets.
Well, there always be some ambiguity. Tweets are. It's hard. Maybe there should be like a sarcasm flag or something.
Right.
Or I'm not, just kidding or whatever. Like that.
It seems like it would take away some of the fun for people that know it's sarcasm. Like if everybody knew that the Onion wasn't real, if you sent people articles, there's something about someone getting angry at an Onion article.
Wow, that's amazing.
You know what I mean? Where they don't realize what it is. There's something fun about that for everybody else.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Might be the best news source.
Do you know who Titania McGrath is? It's Andrew Boyle. He's a British fellow, a brilliant guy. He's been on the podcast before, and he has this fictional character, this pseudonym, Titania McGrath, who's like the ultimate social justice warrior.
Is this like a female avatar?
Yes. A female avatar that's actually a computer conglomeration of a bunch of faces. It's not really one person, so one person can't be a victim or be angry. You sort of combine these faces to make this one perfect social justice warrior. But the thing, I recognized it early on before I met him that this was parody. This was just fun. And then I love reading the people that don't recognize that get angry. And they're really, really like there's a lot of people that just get really furious.
Sure.
About some fun to that. There's some fun to the not picking up on the true nature of the signal.
Look younger, and also
I find Twitter quite engaging.
there's a whole
How do you have the time?
that affects your
Quiet. I
mental
mean,
acuity
it's like
and your physical
5
capability.
minutes every couple hours type thing. So like I said, on an all day.
Even 5 minutes every couple hours. If those are bad 5 minutes, they might bounce around your head for the next 30.
Yeah, you have to,
100, right? But
you know, like I said, take a certain amount of distance from. You read this and you're like, okay, it's bullets being fired by an opposing army. You know, don't like, it's not like it's not like I know you. So,
Yeah.
don't take it personally.
Did you feel the same way when CNN had that stupid shit about ventilators with you? I found that both confusing and
Yeah,
it was annoying. But it's also annoying as a person who reads CNN and wants to think of them as a.
yeah. I don't think CNN is that.
I think it used to be.
It used to be, yeah. Like, what do you think's the best source of just like information out there?
That's a good question.
You know, like let's say you're just like average citizen trying to just get the facts, you know, figure out what's going on, like, you know, how to live your life, and you know, just looking for what's going on in the world. That it's hard to find something that isn't.
Or, you know, you just want to have a shut
Yeah,
that door
that's
and
good.
it never happens.
Yeah.
You know, not trying to push some partisan angle, not trying to, not some big sloppy reporting, and just aiming for the most number of clicks and trying to maximize ad dollars and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You're just trying to figure out what's going on. It's like, I'm hard pressed to, where do you go?
I don't know. I don't think there's any pure form. My favorite places are the New York Times and the LA Times, and I don't trust them 100%. You know, because also there's individuals that are writing these stories,
Yeah, exactly.
and that's seems to be the problem. Is these individual biases and these individual there's purposely distorted perceptions, and then there's ignorantly reported facts. And there's so many variables, and you got to put everything through this filter of where's this person coming from. Do they have political biases? Do they have social biases? Are they upset because of their own shortcomings, and are they projecting this into the story?
Sure.
It's so hard.
Yeah, I think like maybe just trying to find individual reporters that you think are good and
Yeah.
kind of falling down as opposed to the publication.
I go with whatever Matt Taibbi says.
Okay.
I trust him more than anybody.
All right.
Matt Taibbi's onto something. He's as far as investigative reporters in particular, the way he reported the savings and loan crisis, the way he reports everything. I just listen to him above most. He's my go-to guy.
All right, I'll check it out.
His Rolling Stones articles are amazing. His stuff on the savings and loan crisis is just like, what in the fuck?
Sure.
And and he wasn't, he's not an economist by any stretch of the imagination, so he had to really sort of deeply embed himself in that world to try to understand it and to be able to report on it.
Yep.
It was also with a humorous flair.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not that many of them. It's hard, and not a location where like we are no bullshit.
Sure.
We are nobullshit.com. Like the one place where you can say, this is what we know, this is what we don't know, this is what we think. Not this person's wrong and here's why. Like, oh, god damn it. I can't. You don't know. There's a lot of stuff that is open to interpretation.
Yeah.
This particular coronavirus issue that we're dealing with right now seems to be a great illuminator of that very fact. Is that there's so much data, and there's so much that's open to interpret. There's so many things because it's all happening in real time, right? And like particularly right now in California, we're in stage 2 tomorrow or Friday, 2 days from now. Stage 2, retail stores opening up, things are changing. Like no one knows the correct process that needs to take place to save the most amount of lives, but yet ensure that our culture and that our economy survives. It's a lot of speculation and guessing, but if you go to certain places, they'll tell you, we know why, and we know this, and we know, it's hard.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think that's like we should be concerned about and that's a massive infringement on us.
Yes.
You know, so it's like you got to put a lot of weight on that. Yeah, people, a lot of people died to win independence of the country and fight for democracy that we have, and we should treasure that and not give up our liberties too easily.
Well, I like what you said when you said that it should be a choice, and that to require people to stay home, require people to not go to work, require to arrest people for trying to make a living. This all seems wrong. I think it's a wrong approach. It's an infantilization of the society. The dad is going to tell you what to do.
Fundamentally, violating the Constitution.
Yeah.
I don't think these things stand up.
They're arresting people for protesting.
Yeah.
Because they're protesting and violating social distancing and these mandates that tell people that they have to stay home.
Yeah, these were definitely not stand up. The Supreme Court, obviously,
Yeah. And again, this is not in any way disrespecting people who have died from this disease. It's certainly a real thing to think of.
Yeah, I mean, it just should be, if you're at risk, you should not be compelled to leave your house.
Right.
Or leave a place of safety, but you should not be not at risk. Or if you are at risk and you wish to take a risk with your life, you should have the right to do that.
And it seems like at this point in time particularly, our resources would be best served protecting the people that are at risk versus penalizing the people that are not at high risk for living their life the way they did, particularly having a career and making a living and feeding your family, paying your bills, keeping your store open, keeping your restaurant open.
Yes. I mean, there's some strong downside to this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just believe like, this is a free country, you should be allowed to do what you want as long as it does not endanger others.
But that's the thing, right? People, this is the argument they will bring up. Like, you are endangering others. You should stay home for the people that even if you're fine, even if you know you're going to be okay, there's certain people that will not be okay because of your actions. They might get exposed to this thing that we don't have a vaccine for. We don't have universally accepted treatment for, and we need to. There's two arguments, right? The one argument is we need to keep going, protect the weak, protect the sick, but let's open up the economy. The other argument is stop placing money over human lives, and let's shelter in place until we come up with some sort of a decision. And let's figure out some way to develop some sort of universal income, universal basic income plan or something like that to feed people during this time.
Yeah, transition. I think there's I said, my opinion is if somebody wants to stay home, they should stay home. If somebody doesn't want to stay home, they should not be compelled to stay home. That's my opinion.
Do you think
if somebody doesn't like that, well, that's my opinion. This notion though that you can just sort of send checks at everybody and things will be fine is not true. Obviously, there's some people have this absurd view that the economy is like some magic wand of plenty. Like you just make stuff, whatever. It just there's a magic wand of plenty, and the goods and services they just come from this magic wand of plenty. And then if somebody has more stuff, that's because they took more from this magic wand of plenty. Now let me just break it to you, the fools out there. If you don't make stuff, there's no stuff. Yeah. So you don't make the food, you don't process the food, you don't transport the food. And medical treatment, teeth. I would become detached from reality. You can't just legislate. Obviously, we'll run out of the stores, we'll run out of the
bad news for the credit card companies, but it's
Halt
great
the
news for
machine,
you.
just
We're
brainstorm.
credit associates.
But the initial thought on this virus, the real fear, was that this was going to kill hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people instantaneously in this country. It was going to do it very quickly if we didn't hunker down, if we didn't shelter in place, if we didn't quarantine ourselves, lock down. Do you think that the initial thought was a good idea based on the perception that this was going to be far more deadly than it turned out to be?
Maybe I think briefly, but I think if any kind of like sensible examination of what happened in China would lead to the conclusion that that stuff's not going to occur. This virus originated in Wuhan. There's like 100,000 people a day. So it went everywhere very fast. Throughout China, throughout the rest of the world, and the fatality rate was low.
So I think, though, it's difficult to appreciate. It's difficult to filter the information that's coming out of China to accurately really get a real true representation of what happened. The propaganda machine is very strong.
Sure.
The World Health Organization appears to have been complicit with a lot of their propaganda.
The thing is that American companies have massive supply chains in China. Like Tesla, for example, we have hundreds of suppliers, like tier 1, 2, 3, 4 suppliers throughout China. So we know if they are able to make stuff or not. We know if they have issues or not. Then China is back at full steam. Pretty much every U.S. company is some member supplies in China. So you know if they're able to provide things or not. High mortality rate. Tesla has 7,000 people in China, so 0 people die.
Right away, since it was so close to the 2020.
Okay, so that's a real statistic. That's coming from you know those people.
The texts and emails.
Do you think there's a danger of this? Yeah. Same folks are there. Do you think there's a danger of politicizing this, where it becomes like opening up the country as Donald Trump's? It's his goal. It's his, and then anything he does is sort of there's people that are going to oppose it and come up with some reasons why it's wrong, particularly in this climate, whereas as we're leading up to November and the 2020 elections. Do you think that this is a real danger in terms of public's perception, that Trump wants to open it up so they knee-jerk oppose it because they oppose Trump?
I think there has been some this has been politicized, both directions. So it's which is not great.
And what he did was he got
but like I said, separate apart from that, it's the question of like where do civil liberties fit in this picture?
Yeah.
And what can the government do?
directors John Brennan and Leon
It's okay.
Right.
And then they gave it to a friendly progressive reporter at Politico. Politico published the letter 5 days after the Post first reported.
Do you think it's one of those things where once we've gone in a certain direction, it's very difficult to make a correction, make an adjustment to realize, like, okay, we thought it was one thing. It's not good, but it's not what we thought it was going to be. It's not what we feared. So let's back up and reconsider, and let's do this publicly and say we were acting based on the information that we had initially. That information appears to be faulty, and here's how we move forward while protecting civil liberties, while protecting what essentially this country was founded on, which is a very agreed upon amount of freedom that we respect and appreciate.
Absolutely. Well, I think we're rapidly moving towards opening the country. It's going to happen extremely fast. So something that would be helpful just to add from an informational level is when reporting sort of COVID cases to separate out diagnosed with COVID versus had COVID-like symptoms.
Yes.
Because the list of symptoms that could be COVID at this point is like a mile long. So it's like hard to, if you're ill at all, it's like, so just to give people better information, definitely diagnosed with COVID or had COVID-like symptoms. We're deflating those two so that it looks bigger than it is. Then if somebody dies, was COVID a primary cause of the death or not? If somebody has COVID, gets eaten by a shark, we find their arm has COVID, it's going to get recorded as a COVID death.
Is that real? Not
basically.
Not that bad, but heart attacks, strokes,
Get hit by a bus.
cancer.
If you get hit by a bus, go to the hospital and die, and they find that you have COVID, you will be recorded as a COVID death.
Why would they do that though?
Well, right now, so the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, it's mostly paved with bad intentions, but there's some good intentions. Soviet So's in there too. And the stimulus bill that was intended to help with the hospitals that were being overrun with COVID patients created an incentive to record something as COVID that is difficult to spell the patients. So the hospitals are in a bind right now. A bunch of hospitals, they're following doctors, as we mentioned. Their hospitals half full. It's hard to be desperate. So now you've got I just checked this box and get $8,000. Put on a ventilator for 5 minutes and get $39,000. Or I got to fire some doctors. So what's this is a tough moral quandary. So what are you going to do? That's the situation we have.
What's the way out of this? What do you think is like if you had the presidency or if people wanted to just listen to you openly? What do you think is the way out of this?
Let's clear up the data. So, like I said, somebody should report as COVID only if it is reasonably tested. Has received a positive COVID test, not if they simply have symptoms, one of a common symptoms. And then if it is a COVID death, it must be separated. Was COVID a primary reason for death, or did they also have stage 3 cancer, heart disease, emphysema, and got hit by a bus? And had COVID.
Yeah, I've read all this stuff about them diagnosing people as a COVID death despite other variables.
This is not a question. This is what is occurring.
And where are you reading this from? Where are you getting this from?
Public health officials literally said this. This is not a question mark.
Right. But this is unprecedented, right? Like if someone had the flu but also had a heart attack, they would assume that person died of a heart attack. Yeah. So this is unprecedented. Is this because this is such a popular, I don't want to use that word the wrong way, but that's what I mean, popular subject and financial incentives?
Yes. And like I said, this is not some sort of moral indictment of sort of hospital administrators. It's just they're in a tough spot here. They actually don't have enough patients to pay everyone. Without furloughing doctors and firing staff, they're running potentially going bankrupt. So then they're like, okay, well, the stimulus bill says we get all this money if we say if it's a COVID death. Okay, pick off before they died. In fact, they're not even diagnosed as COVID. They simply, if you had weakness, a cough.
But there's so many different things that you could attribute to COVID too. There's so many symptoms. There's diarrhea, headaches, dehydration, cough.
Yes, but to be clear, you don't even need to have gotten a COVID diagnosis. You simply need to have had one of many symptoms and then died for some reason. And it's COVID. So then it makes the death count look very high. and we're then stuck in a bind because it looks like the death count's super high and not going down like it should be. And now, so then we should keep whatever, keep the shelter-in-place stuff there and keep people in their home, confine people in homes. And so we need to break out of this. We're stuck in a loop.
Yeah.
And I think the way to break out of this loop is to have clarity of information.
Clarity of information will certainly help, but altering perceptions, public perception, from people that are basically in a panic. There's a lot of, essentially, well, at least a month ago, we're clearly in a panic. I mean, right where, you know, when you look around April 5th, April 6th, people were really freaking out. But here we are, May. In May, people are relaxing a little bit.
Yes.
They're realizing, like, hey, I actually know a couple of people that got it. It was just a cough, and I know some people that got it where nothing happened.
I know a lot of people who got it. I know 0 people who died. I mean, I know
Yeah.
a lot of people who got it.
It's not what we feared. We feared something much worse.
That's correct.
So the adjustment's difficult to make. So you said, first of all, we need real data. You need
Just parse out the data. Don't lump it all together. And if you give people just parse out the data better, clearer information about like I said, was this an actual COVID diagnosis or was it did they get the test? Did the test came back positive, or do they just have some symptoms? Just parse those two out, and then parse out just if somebody died, did they die? Did they even have a COVID test, or did they just have one of many symptoms? Like how do you die without weakness? I don't know. It's impossible, basically. You're gonna die. You're gonna have shortness of breath, weakness. You might cough a little.
so was it quantified? What was it?
Yeah, that person did they actually have a COVID test? And the test came back positive. And then if they died, did they die where COVID was? It doesn't have to be the main cause, but it was a significant contributor to their death. Or was it not a significant contributor to their death?
Right. It's not as simple as just because you had COVID killed you.
It's definitely not. Yeah. I mean, people die all the time and have like flu and
Yes.
other colds, and well, we don't say that they died of those flu and other colds.
Well, that's what's so weird
It's
about
absurd.
this. It's so popular. And I use that word in a weird way, but it's so popular. We've kind of forgotten. People die of pneumonia every day.
Yeah.
People die of the flu didn't take a break. Oh, COVID's got this. I'm gonna sit this one out. I'm gonna be on the bench. I'm gonna wait until COVID's done before I jump back into the game of killing people. No, the flu's still here killing people.
I mean, every year in the world, several 100,000 people die directly of the flu.
Yeah.
Not tangentially.
Right.
Not every year.
61,000 in this country last year.
Yeah, and we're only 5% of the world.
And then there's cigarettes.
So, oh man, cigarettes will really kill you.
That's a weird one, right? We're terrified of this disease, and we're projected it could potentially kill 100, if not 200,000 Americans this year. With cigarettes, kill 500,000, and you don't hear a peep out of any politician. There's no one running for Congress who's trying to ban cigarettes. There's no one running for Senate that wants to put some education plan in place that's going to stop cigarettes in their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, a long time, like several years ago, maybe longer than 10 years ago, I helped make a movie called Thank You for Smoking.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
Spring has sprung in its full tilt boogie time. America's
Yeah.
best bar
Yeah, it's crazy. Barbecuing your lungs is bad, just bad news. So it's not good. Yeah. Turning your lungs and smoke weed, not great. Yeah. It's Tylenol also, by the way, also kills a lot of people.
Yeah, what is the number for Tylenol over here?
I'm not sure the exact number, but I believe until the opioid crisis, I believe Tylenol was the #1 killer of all drugs. Because basically it's if you get drunk and take a lot of Tylenol, acetaminophen, essentially it causes liver failure. so people would like get wasted and then like have a headache and then pop a ton of Tylenol.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, so but nobody's like raging against that.
Yeah. It's weird. Acceptable deaths are weird, and that's the slippery slope about this. People shaming people for wanting to go back to work. You know, other people are going to die. Well, if you drive, do you drive? We should stop driving because people die from driving. So you definitely should fill up all the swimming pools because like 50 people die every day in this country from swimming. So let's not swim anymore.
What is really dangerous?
We need to chop down all the coconut trees.
Water.
Coconuts kill 150 people every year.
Yes.
Cut down all the coconut trees. We need those people.
Yes.
It's at a certain point in time, it's like, yeah, we're vulnerable, and we have a finite existence no matter what.
We do. Nobody lives forever.
Right.
I mean, I think you want to look at say as like the but for this disease, whatever, they would have lived X number of years.
Yeah.
So, if somebody dies when they're 20 and could have lived till 80, they last 60 years. But if somebody dies when they're 80 and they might live till 81, they last 20 years.
Yeah.
So it's like how many life years were lost. Is probably right.
I don't read my own comments, but I do read other people's comments. And I was reading this one little Twitter beef that was going on where someone was saying that COVID takes an average of 10 years off people's lives, and we should appreciate those 10 years. And then someone else said,
It's not true.
I'm sure it's not true.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the Twitter. It's the word. But someone else said the average age is older than the average age people die.
Sorry, just say it's like it's about the same.
That's a beautiful way of looking at it. I mean, it's unfortunate. It sucks. But it sucks if grandpa dies of Alzheimer's or emphysema or leukemia. It sucks. It sucks when someone you love dies.
Yes.
But
I mean, actually, if this, I think a lesson to be taken here that I think is quite important is that if you have grandparents and their age of grandparents, really be careful with any kind of flu or cold or something that is not dangerous to kids or young adults, but is dangerous to healthy elderly. It basically, if your kid's got a runny nose, they should stay away from their grandparents. No matter what it is, it's the things that are where a young immune system is no problem, an older one has a problem. And in fact, a lot of the deaths are literally it's tragic, but they're intrafamily. It's the little kid had called the flu and have the family gathering, and they don't know this is a big deal, but it's just important to remember when you get old, your immune system's just not that strong, and so just be careful with your loved ones.
And I think there is some true objective understanding of the immune system and ways to boost that immune system. And I really think that information should be distributed in a way, a non-judgmental way. But like, look, this is a way that we can all, this is a scientifically proven way that we can boost our immune system, and it might save your life, and it might save the life of your loved ones. And maybe we can teach this to our grandparents, our parents, and people that are vulnerable. You know, vitamin C, heat shock proteins, all these different variables that we know contribute to a stronger immune system.
Yeah, actually, just the thing that is tough. Like when you as you get older, it's hard to you tend to put on weight. You know, that's happening with me. You know, like as the older I get, like harder to stay lean. That's for sure. And so actually being overweight is a big deal.
Yeah,
it's a fact.
The New York hospital said it was the #1 factor for severe COVID symptoms was obesity. That's one factor.
That's yes, exactly.
But it's also, we live in a world where people want to be sensitive to other people's feelings. So
Yeah, absolutely.
we don't want to bring up the fact that being fat's bad for you. It's a judgment on your.
Food's great.
Yeah, I do love food.
Yeah, and I mean, to be totally frank, I mean, speaking for myself, I'd rather eat tasty food and live a shorter life.
Yeah, those moments of enjoying a great meal,
Yeah,
and then even talking about they're valuable, they're worth something. Yeah, it's not. We don't want to eat Soylent Green and live to be 160.
tasty food is great. It's one of the
Yeah.
best things about life.
It really is. Yeah, it's an art form as well. It's like fine food. It's a delicious sandcastle. It's temporary. It doesn't last very long, but there's something about it that's very pleasing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what advice to give. Maybe smaller, have tasty food with smaller amounts of it.
Yeah, and I think regulated feeding windows were the way to go. Some sort of an intermittent fasting approach.
Sure.
And when I started doing that, I found myself to be quite a bit healthier. When I've deviated from that, I've gained weight.
So, what's
16 hours. Well, like 16 hours. Yeah.
so like at night or?
Yeah. So I get to a certain point, and then I count out. I usually hit the stopwatch on my phone, and then I look at 15 hours in, an hour before I can eat.
Yeah.
And so anything in between that is just water or coffee.
Actually, like this may be a useful bit of advice for people. But eating before you go to bed is a real bad idea, and actually negatively affects your sleep.
Yeah.
And it can actually cause heartburn that you don't even know is happening. And that subtle heartburn affects your sleep. Your horizontal,
Yeah.
your body's digesting. So if you want to improve the quality of your sleep, and maybe healthier, it's do not eat right before you go to sleep.
Yeah.
It's like one of the worst things you can do.
That's some of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. I've done that, particularly after comedy shows. I'm starving. I come home and I'll eat, and then I go to bed.
Pilot so, in fact, drinking and then going to sleep that's one of the worst things.
Yes.
So just try to avoid drinking and eating
Booze.
exactly. Small amounts of alcohol that evidence suggests it's not. It doesn't have a negative effect.
I put it in the same category as delicious food. It kind of makes things a little more fun.
Yeah.
I like it.
I mean, some of the people who lived the longest, the woman in France, maybe his wife close to it, she had a glass of wine every day.
Yeah.
Small amounts is yeah, this is like I live this quite late at night because I just avoid having alcohol and avoid eating at least 2 or 3 hours before going to sleep, and your quality of life, your quality of sleep will improve, general health. This is a big deal.
Do you have time to exercise?
A little bit.
Do you have a trainer?
I do, although I haven't seen him for a while. But yeah, especially if I'm say starship stuff next to us, just little house there. Or like I'm working on maybe I don't. Some people love running. I don't love running. But
What do you like to do exercise-wise?
To totally frank, I wouldn't exercise at all. But I prefer not to exercise. But if I'm going to exercise, lift some weights and then kind of run on the treadmill and maybe watch a show that. If there's a compelling show that like pulls you in.
Right. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Yeah, watch a good movie or episode of Black Mirror or something like that. That's great.
Don't watch Black Mirror before going to bed either.
Don't watch Black Mirror today. It's too fucking accurate.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, wait, this already happened in real life.
Yeah, they're too close.
It's too close.
Well, even didn't you say that the guy who makes Black Mirror? Yeah, he wants to hold off because the reality
nailed it.
is Black Mirror.
Oh man.
It's like he's gonna have to like reassess and attack it from a different angle.
Yeah.
You should try something that's fun to do. That's not just like learn a martial art or something like that.
I did martial arts when I was a kid.
Did you? What'd you
Yeah. I did taekwondo. I did karate, Kyokushinkai,
Oh, all right, cool.
and judo.
Oh, so you really branched out.
Yeah. So, I did Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where?
Fellow.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit. I was gonna suggest that. That's a great thing for people. Like, that's a thing about jiu-jitsu. If you look at it from the outside, you think, oh, a bunch of meatheads strangling each other. But they're some of the smartest people I know are jiu-jitsu fiends because they first of all, they get introduced to defense, but then they realize that it's essentially like a language with your body. Like you're having an argument with someone with some sort of a physical language. And it's really complex. And the more access to vocabulary and the sharper your words are, the more you'll succeed in these ventures. It's really almost an accurate analogy of what jiu-jitsu is.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, probably like a lot of people, for the way, really the first MMA fights in West Racing, and it's like incredible.
Yes.
It's like
Technique.
Yeah, it was like, winning against people way bigger and that kind of thing. It's just like, this is cool.
It was what martial arts were supposed to be when we were kids.
Yeah.
When you saw Bruce Lee fuck up all these big giant guys, like, wow, martial arts allow you to beat someone far bigger and stronger than you.
Right.
Most of the time, that's not real.
Especially if they know martial arts too.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Yes, but in the UFC, when Royce Gracie off of his back was strangling Dan Severn with his legs. You're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
This guy's being pinned by this big giant wrestler. He wraps his legs around his neck and chokes him to the point the guy has to surrender.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, Royce got beaten up pretty bad in some of those.
Well, he definitely had some rough fights.
But he won.
Yeah. He's a legend. But what it showed, and I mean, I'm a huge lover of jiu-jitsu. What it showed is that there is a method for diffusing these situations with technique and knowledge. And I think it's also a great way to exercise too, because it's almost like the exercise is secondary to the learning of the thing. The exercise is like you want to develop strength and conditioning just so that you can be better at doing the thing. And the analogy that I use is like, if you imagine if you had a race car and you could actually give the right effort. That's really what it's like.
Yeah.
When am I going to be able to...
My kids, I should say, I sent my kids to jiu-jitsu since they were like 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. It's a great thing to learn. It really is. Yeah. Maybe something like, I mean, even if you just have someone that holds the pads for you, you can get a workout in and it'll be fun. When am I going to be able to buy one of them roasters? When's that happening?
Well, I can't, say exactly when, but we got to get it. This COVID thing's kind of thrown us for a loop.
I'm sure.
So, not to blame everything on COVID, so this set us back on. Things we're going to get done ahead of Roadster are, wrapping up model line production. That'll be this week. Getting the Berlin Gigafactory built, and supporting my expanding the Shanghai factory, which is going great. And get the Cybertruck, semi-truck, Roadster. Roadster's kind of like dessert. So, like, we gotta get meat and potatoes, meats and stuff.
But Roadster comes before Cybertruck.
I think we should do Cybertruck first before Yeah, no, so
I'm not mad at that.
see, some of the things for Roadster, they're you know, the tri-motor flat powertrain. We're gonna have that in Model S. So that's like one of the ingredients that's needed for Roadster is the flat powertrain. That more advanced,
I wanted to ask you about this before I forgot. Well, there's a company that's called Apex. It's taking your Teslas and they're giving it a wider base, wider tires, and a little bit more advanced suspension.
Sure.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah,
Did
sounds
you
good
work
to me.
with them? Are you cool with those people?
Yeah, I mean, I'm over that. Go ahead.
They're jazzing stuff up with carbon fiber and doing a bunch of interior choices. You're cool with it? You can't fuck with that. You don't have time. So is it good that someone comes along and has like a sort of specialty operation?
Yeah, I got no problem.
That's what it's called, right? It's like Jamie. Is it called Apex? That's right. Unplugged performance.
Yeah, you can for sure, you know, lighten the car up and improve the tire traction.
Have you seen that company's stuff? What they do?
I don't know specifically, but
It's pretty dope.
Yeah.
They make it pretty dope looking. They take Model S and they widen it and give it a bunch of carbon fiber. That's it right there.
yeah, that's pretty nice.
Now the plaid version of the Model S, are you going to widen the track and do a bunch different? I know you guys are testing the Nürburgring. Can you not talk about that?
Well, I think we got to leave that for progress that are going to unveil.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. Last time you were here, you convinced me to buy a Tesla. I bought it. It's fucking insane.
Oh, great. Glad you like it.
Man,
fun.
I don't. It's not just pretty fun. It's like the way I've described it is it makes other cars seem stupid. They just seem dumb. Like I love dumb things. I love dumb cars. Like I love campfires. I love campfires. I have a 1993 Porsche that's air cooled. It's like it's not that fast. It's really slow compared to the Tesla.
Yeah,
really slow.
it's really quite slow.
Yeah, but there's something engaging about the mechanical, just like the gears, and it's very analog. But it's so stupid in comparison to the Tesla. Like when I want to go somewhere in the Model S, I hit the gas and it just goes whee.
Yeah.
It like violates time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've tried it like Ludicrous Plus and stuff
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We just did a software update where it'll do like a cheetah stance. So so it's got a dynamic air suspension, so it lowers the bank.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, just like a sprinter, basically.
Right.
Like what do you do if you're a sprinter? You hunker down and then I shaved like a 10th of a second off the 36. I mean, like, you know, it is pretty fun.
It's so I've taken so many people, and I'm like, I take them for the holy shit moment. I'm like, you ready? Like, hang on there. And then I stomp on the gas.
I've never felt anything like it.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
It really is. The instant torque, and just the sheer acceleration is baffling.
It's baffling.
It's baffling.
I've never felt it.
No,
It's faster than falling.
it's crazy. It's so fast. It's a roller coaster.
Yeah.
And my family yells at me when I stomp the gas. Like I tell my kids, I'm like, you want to feel it? You want to feel it? Like, do it. My wife's like, don't do it. Boom. What?
Yeah.
And even if I just do it on the highway for a couple of seconds,
Yeah,
it's
it's
very
fun.
exciting.
Yeah.
It's very
It's like having a roller coaster on top. You know?
It really is like a roller coaster on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, without the loop-de-loops. But it's the pitting to your seat. It seems like you're not supposed to be able to experience that from some sort of a consumer vehicle that you can just a regular person could buy if you have the money. It seems too crazy. And then the idea that this Roadster is a half of a second faster than that.
Yeah.
That's madness.
Well, with the Roadster, we're going to do some things that are kind of unfair. So we're going to take some things from kind of like rock the world and put them on a car. So,
Oh, I read that. Explain that.
well, like I said, we can't put the product on bill right here, but it's going to do some things that are unfair. And when we do the Roadster, let me just say that anyone who's been waiting, they won't be sorry. They won't be sorry.
Oh, sure. Well, anything 0 to 60, was it 1.9? Is that the 0 to 60?
That's the base one.
That's the. What's the top of the food chain model?
Okay.
Okay.
You know,
Faster than that. Just say faster than that. That seems so crazy to me. Now, what was it like when the dude threw the steel balls at the window and they were supposed to not break and it broke?
Well, yeah, I mean,
I know,
at
extenuating
least
circumstances.
you know that our demos are authentic. So I was not expecting that, and then I think I muttered under my breath.
Yeah. You didn't get mad though.
No,
You didn't Steve Jobs it.
no, I definitely swore, but I didn't think the mic would pick it up, and it did. But so, like, we practice this, behind the scenes. At Tesla, we don't do like tons of practice work for our demos because we're working on the cars, like building new technologies and the fundamental product. So we're not spending it like doing like hundreds of practice things or anything like that. We don't have time for that. But the hours before the demo, both runs, head of design and I were in the studio throwing steel balls at the window and just bouncing right off. I'm like, okay, this seems pretty good. It seems like you got it. Okay. And then we think what happened was that when Franz hit the door with the sledgehammer, so like this is like exoskeleton, high strength hardened steel. You can literally wind up with a sledgehammer, full on double handed sledgehammer, and hit the door, and there's not even a dent. It's cool. But we think that cracked the corner of the glass at the bottom. And then once you crack the corner of the glass, you're just game over. So then when you threw the ball, that's what cracked the glass.
So in hindsight, it didn't go through. That's true. That's true. It didn't shatter the whole thing like a regular window would either, which would just dissolve, right? So in hindsight, the ball should have been first, sledgehammer second. You live, you learn.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, man, we've taken up a lot of your time. You had a child recently. It's amazing that you had the time to come down here, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate everything you do, man. I'm glad you're out there, and I really appreciate you coming down here and sharing your perspective.
Well, I think you got a great show. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. My pleasure. My pleasure. Elon Musk, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
When we come back with there, it's the 3 o'clock hour of Friday. We'll begin by talking about a documentary. It's just 70 minutes, but we think you might want to see it. It's called Leaving California, The Untold Story. We'll talk to the filmmaker. We'll play the trailer. You'll probably guess what it's about. It's Leaving California, The Untold Story. Yeah,
so why aren't there flying cars?
You're just jumping right in. You don't say hi. You don't say how's the wife. How's the wife and
How's
kids?
everybody, man? How's life? How's your book? It's been on the Times bestseller list for how many weeks?
Oh, the astrophysics for people in a hurry. That's been on the New York Times bestseller list for 67 weeks.
That's pretty intense.
It's great. That's a lot for any book, much less for a science book. And so that tells me, while all these Trump books.
There's a lot of misinformation out there, and none of it is allowed here. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Texas News Settlement on Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA School District has agreed to pay millions of dollars to a former Southeast High School student who reported sex abuse but was ignored.
$6.5 million, which is a record single victim settlement. Lawyer Morgan Stewart says
Books are wafting in and out. This is bobbing like a cork on the ocean waves as the book of the moment that either praises Trump or criticizes him come in and off of that list. So this tells me that there is this unserved hunger that people have. There's a curiosity that this is serving, and it's astrophysics for people in a hurry. That's kind of that's very purposefully juxtaposed. It's like neurosurgery in 4 easy steps. If you saw a book with that title, you'd have to pick it up because you wonder what's going on.
Well, not to kiss your ass again, but I always say this about you, and I think it's important. You make learning stuff about astrophysics fun, and that's what's missing. It's not that people don't like to be educated, that they don't like to learn. They just don't want to be bored.
that's a perceptive point because, think of the image we have of, let's say you're in a school where most people don't go to college, you're in high school, and then last day of school comes. What do people do? They toss their papers in the air as they run down the steps. School's out. No, what's the rock song? School's out for summer. Was it forever? No, forever. Right. So that attitude must mean the school didn't train you to embrace curiosity.
Right.
That learning was a chore, and now the chores are over.
Yeah.
So I think the educational system needs an adjustment. Forget whether or not you go to college, because you can spend more years not in school than in school, even if you do go to college. What you want, I think, are lifelong learners, lifelong curiosity.
Yes.
Where once you are trained and your curiosity is stimulated, the curiosity we all had as children. Children don't need to be taught to be curious. They are curious to the point of destruction of whatever it is they touch. Oh, what is this egg on the counter? What is this glass? What is this plate? What's under a rock? What happens if I pull a leg off of Daddy Long? No, they are experimenting with the world. We don't think of it that way, but that's what it is. They're all born scientists. And I say this often. You spend the first years of a child's life teaching it to walk and talk. Then you spend the rest of its life telling it to shut up and sit down. This is the wrong combination. So speaking as an educator, I think a missing complement of school is it the teachers? Is it the curriculum? I don't know. But when you get out of school, you should say to yourself, damn, I want to learn more.
It's almost universally accepted, too, that that's when your learning ends. When you get out of college, it's over.
Then you say you're done. And if it does, then you're ossified in life.
Yeah.
And that's how, when the job market shifts, you're not ready for it because you don't know how to think. You don't know how to learn.
Right.
And it's the difference in the workplace between the person who gets an assignment. Say, Joey, Janet, I need you to do this. That's not in my job description. I'm not trained for this. That's one kind of person in a workplace. Another kind of person is, here's a new task I need you to do. Wow, I've never seen that before. Great, let me figure it out.
Right.
These are two completely different species of human being. And what the world needs more of is like the second case, where you take a new task and you say, wow, I get to learn on my own. I'll ask people who know more. You just embrace the act of learning to satisfy your curiosity. And I think this book is capturing that in public.
Well, it must be doing something.
Yeah.
60, how many weeks?
67. Yeah.
That's a lot of weeks.
Yeah, every morning I wake up, I'm calm, but I'm really not calm. I'm saying, holy shit. Sorry, you're live. I can't. Can I say
Yeah,
it?
you can say holy shit.
I can say it. Okay.
Ross Tyson swears, ladies and gentlemen, he's human. People think you're a robot. Now they know. It's a great sign, I think. And I think your podcast is a great sign as well. The success of your podcast and the success of a lot of science podcasts.
That's an excellent note. Did you notice that? There's a rise of science-curious podcasts out there.
Stuff to Blow Your Mind is one that I really enjoy.
Right.
I really love Radio Lab. They've always got
Radio Lab
really
is
interesting science.
The annual perennial favorite.
Fantastic.
So many people.
Probably the best.
Right.
Yeah, and yours as well. And I love Chuck Nice. Shout out to Chuck Nice.
Oh, Chuck. We all love Chuck.
He's great. But what you're doing is you're making learning interesting, and that's why it's so fun. It's there's excitement to it. You bring a comedian like Chuck on with you. Things get silly, but they're also curious, and you're getting these experts, and everyone's talking about these various subjects. And
as you know, not only yourself as an exemplar of this, stand-up comedians are some of the smartest people in the world. They have an
I don't want
awareness.
to go that far.
Okay.
Listen, come to the Comedy Store with me today. I'll change your mind.
All right, let me buffer that a little.
They're curious.
Okay, no. So stand-up comedians are perceptive people.
Yes,
And for sure, and they're aware. They notice things that you don't notice. They see the same things you do and get to shape it in a way you never thought possible, and then you end up laughing at other things, at yourself.
Was it your idea to do your show with stand-ups?
So what we have there's several of us who created this concept, and we there's Helen Matsos is one of the partners, and there's another one who's now left, but I'll get his name in a minute. But there were three of us who David Gamble was his name. The three of us got together and applied for a National Science Foundation grant. What we said was, There are programs out there that serve people who already know they like science. But who serves the people who don't know they like science? Or better yet, the people who know they don't like science? There's nothing for them because they've already rejected it. They're not going to tune in to Science Friday because they don't like science on NPR, right? So what we thought was, suppose we bring in a celebrity. That's the pop culture draw. This is the pop culture scaffold. We bring in this scaffold and clad the scaffold with science. Because whatever the celebrity does, it doesn't matter. There's going to be science in that person's life. We have the guy who portrayed Gollum in Lord of the Rings.
There's a lot of science in that. But there is. Like, like that suit that he had to wear.
Exactly. So what we did was we interviewed him and we talked about the technology necessary to portray Gollum as a live. He portrayed that live. That was not some later animation. He is live, and he's got his whole body wired up for this, and he is that voice, and he is portraying it. So whatever it is that you have done, that you do, there is something, because it's evidence that science is everywhere. You can't say, oh, I'm done with science, let me sell my textbook and move on to other things. Because practically anything else you do has been touched by science. And so Star Talk is a celebration of that. And then it jumped species. And so now we're on TV now. All right? It's a TV show on National Geographic Channel. Star Talk. And since you started this, by the way, I didn't come here to talk about it. You started this. It's our fourth year in a row where we're nominated for an Emmy for Outstanding Informational Program.
Are you going to keep doing Cosmos too, though?
So Cosmos. So I have 1 week remaining out of like 70 shoot days to finish shooting Cosmos, Possible Worlds, premiering spring 2019. This is the third installment of Cosmos. If you trace the first one to Carl Sagan back in 1980.
I used your segment on wolves, on how wolves became dogs.
Oh.
And showed it to my kids.
And that's right.
You can see the little wheel spinning like, whoa.
Yeah,
Like, that's how a dog became a dog?
And what you didn't see is I'm sitting at the campfire in this snowy environment, and they got wolves walking around me. They're on these fishing wires. Because they are not dogs,
Right?
Okay, they
Do whatever the fuck they want.
well, correct.
Yeah.
And when they look at you, it's like, should I rip his neck out now or later, or when I'm more hungry?
Right.
There's no eye contact with them because they don't see you as anything other than something they could possibly eat. And so you can't interact with them the way you would with ordinary dogs. So they're on these fishing, high tension fishing wire that you can't see against the snow. And they're like hooting and hollering around me as I described. And the name of that show is And the Wolf Shall Become the Shepherd. Yeah.
My friend did a commercial with a wolf, and there's this commercial where he's running up this mountain and the wolf is there, and at the end of the commercial they had to get the wolf to snarl. So what the trainer does is he shows the wolf some meat, and then he pulls the meat away from the wolf, and the wolf snarls, and they're like, and then the commercial's over. He's like, no, there's no working after that. Like, there's no, you're not going to be near the wolf. Like, that switch is turned on. Yeah, and it's crazy. He's like, once that thing snarled, everybody just backed off, and the trainer let everybody know, like, once I get to this point, we're done. There's just no more. And that thing's we're like, okay, everybody, we're done. Let's get the fuck out of here.
All three of these Cosmoses, the original one with Carl Sagan, the one that the privilege of hosting in 2014 and 2019, are co-written by Anne Druyan, and she's the widow of Carl Sagan.
Oh, wow.
But she kind of in the shadow back then, but she's hugely creative and highly enlightened. And so most of the sort of the soul energy, if you will, what makes Cosmos distinct from other documentaries, where you're sort of sitting there learning, you put your thinking cap on, your learning cap on. In Cosmos, it's your feeling cap. You're not only learning, you're also feeling the science and its relationship to you, to civilization, to the world, to the universe. And her infusion of this, she's a highly scientifically literate writer, producer. And so I just give a shout out to her, just working with her.
Is Cosmos on Apple TV or
So Cosmos was
Amazon or anything?
so Cosmos was after it premiered on Fox and then went internationally on Nat Geo. It then went to Netflix. So, but I think this run of Netflix is going to drop until the next one comes in. I think they want to clear the landing zone for the next Cosmos, but it went to Netflix.
But is it available for anyone to get right now?
Oh, right now? It should be. I haven't checked. That's a great
Because
question.
I have it all on my DVR and I'm scared to delete it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
only have like 6%
left. Yeah,
hard drive space
that's
left.
what everyone's DVR looks like.
I got all your Cosmoses in there.
Yeah, so thanks for having them all.
What was that Morgan Freeman show?
Through the wormhole.
Yeah, I got that on there too.
Yeah,
That was great.
well, that's a Joe Rogan thing.
Yeah.
If you didn't have that, I'd be disappointed. I say you're an imposter. You're
Well,
fake.
It's an opportunity to be entertained and learn, which I think is what everybody misses.
Right.
And I think that's what's missing in most public education. It's people are bored, and you take these kids with so much energy, and then you make them sit still and watch something that's not even remotely stimulating by a person who doesn't really care to be there.
Right, and they know this. They know this intuitively, if not explicitly,
Yeah.
that the enthusiasm is absent.
Yeah, they could feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the worst way to learn. It's the worst way, and it's so hard to escape. Once you get out of that system, it takes forever for a lot of these people to just get their excitement about education back.
You know what I say when I address teachers? We all, and by the way, I'll do this right now in this room. There's only three of us, but let's take a show of hands. In your life, with all the teachers you've ever had in every class you've ever taken, how many had like a singular influence? Who and what you became? Give me a number. It's going to be, I'm betting it's 5 or fewer, probably more like 3.
Yeah, for teachers.
What's your number?
Well, the one that I talked about on your show the last time I saw you.
Thanks for coming on to start
My
talking. Yes.
pleasure. Was a science teacher that I had when I believe I was in 7th grade. Right. Told me that if you really want to hurt your brain, look up and recognize the fact that goes on forever. That this is infinite, and that just think about what that means. Infinite. That there really is no end to it.
So, but how many teachers such as that were so influential?
That one guy saying that one
So if
thing
he was
in
one,
one class,
it's one.
he might be the one.
And what do you got? Two.
Maybe.
For me, it's like 2.5. And I've had scores of teachers.
Yeah.
Okay, 100 teachers at least. So what I tell teachers is, be that teacher to your students. We've all had those teachers. Be that teacher. And in every case, it wasn't because the topic was something you knew in advance you would like. It's because their energy for sharing their passion and love for the subject was palpable. And it just spilled out of them and went into course through your veins and your arteries. And you walk out of there thinking, wow, that was the most interesting thing I've ever done in my life. You don't even care what you get on a test after that because you got touched and you became an enlightened participant in that exercise, in that exploration.
Yeah, it's just so hard for them to even get kids' attentions, though.
Yeah,
This is something
unfortunately,
matches going on.
unfortunately, that could be in some places. Half the energy of the teachers is maintaining order.
I think the success of your book, the success of your show, your podcast, and many of these other really intelligent podcasts are showing that there's an appetite for this stuff out there.
Yeah, and I'm delighted to be a servant of that curiosity. And I brought this just because it's not even out yet. You're airing like now live. You're live. You are live. Okay, so this
There's like a 5-second delay.
Is that to bleep all my expletives?
No. What is this, accessory to war?
Oh, this is like another book. This is coming out in 3 weeks.
Is this about space war?
Accessory to War, the unspoken alliance between astrophysics and the military. Yeah, so this other book was Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. If you're in a hurry, do not buy this book. This is not for people in a hurry. This is not an impulse item at the checkout line. This is all about. By the way, we know what role the physicist plays in war. The physicist makes the bomb, invents the bomb. The chemist perfects napalm. The biologist weaponizes anthrax. And the astrophysicists, well, we sit at the end of a telescope and wait for photons to cross the universe and enter our detector, and we go into conferences and argue about them. So there is no obvious connection between what we do and military strength, hegemony, dominance, empire building. It's just not obvious. That's why the subtitle, The Unspoken Alliance. It's not a secret. It's just, it's not there. It's there, but it's not, nobody's talking about it. Do you realize? I'll just give an example, okay? If you needed more reasons to think that Columbus was a dick, okay, let me add one to it. Okay?
There's a difference between when we were kids and today.
Yeah, I know. But actually, I do have something mildly redeeming to offer.
You want to do it?
No, I'll do the dick part.
It's a dick part.
Okay, so on his third voyage, time of his third voyage, he had already planted enough Spanish flags that Spain had already begun to set up governance and infrastructures in these places that he had found, basically conquered. And so in one of the places, it's in the book accurately, I think it's Hispaniola, one of the island today. He has to get back, it's his third voyage, 1503, 1504. He's got to get back to Spain. He doesn't have enough resources, not enough food for his crew. So he asked the natives, would you please give us some of your stock that you have collected from your farming? Now, this particular group of natives only makes exactly the amount of food they need to tie to the next crop. They don't have surplus. There was going to be a total lunar eclipse where the moon in its orbit around Earth enters Earth's shadow. The full moon enters Earth's shadow and disappears. And the geometry of that event, it's just a simple lunar eclipse, but the geometry says that sunlight passes around Earth through Earth's atmosphere and takes on sunset colors that leach into Earth's shadow, giving the moon, if you can see it at all, a deep red amber hue, almost the color of blood. Columbus said, and he knew about this because he had read the tables, the eclipse tables, all right? We'd known enough about the solar system at the time we got that, okay? Actually, back then it was just the known world, Earth in the middle of the known universe. That didn't matter. The rhythms of the universe were known. He says to the natives, if you do not give us food, my God, which is more powerful than your God, will make the moon disappear and it will turn blood red. That will happen in 1 week. You have 1 week to comply. Some of them were skeptical. What? You can't, what? Others said, sure, we gotta do what this guy said. Look at the ships they came in. Their guns, their power, their culture. Look what they've got. Sure enough, right on cue, the moon begins to disappear. According to that is a famous woodcut. Oh, you got this? Those viewing the video of this, that is a famous woodcut. And notice the natives bowing to him, and he stands proudly because he knows the science. He knows the astronomy. He knew this. And so he invokes this to dominate people who are not yet scientifically literate. And within seconds of this beginning, they bring him all the resources he wants, and he gives them. And we don't know what happened, back at the island, whether the people survived the winter, but he got back to the island. That is one microcosm of ways that, basically since their inception, are charged with tracking the nuclear arsenal of the United States, our nuclear power, the nukes that would go into nuclear weapons. They think about this. Do you realize they hire astrophysicists? I have colleagues working there. You know why? Because there's a room. There are two rooms. I mean, I'm simplifying this, but basically there are two rooms adjacent to one another and a computer between the two of them. The most powerful computers in the world. And there is code running on those computers that calculates the energy yields of hydrogen fusion. That's exactly what an astrophysicist cares about when stars blow up. Okay? The sun is undergoing nuclear fusion right now, and that's how it's making energy. And when high mass stars die, they explode in supernova. This is a natural thing going on in the universe. On the other side, it's a classified room. They're calculating yields of hydrogen bombs. and they have lunch together. They compare notes. The government doesn't always have the best people, but if you hire some of the best people to do whatever it is they want, and their calculations happen to relate to a military project, there you have a two-way street in progress. Why do you think the Hubble telescope, the mirror issues notwithstanding, which were ultimately fixed when it was first launched, why was that so successful? There were versions of the Hubble telescope previously launched by the military. Looking down, the model for that telescope had already been conceived and built and was operating. Then we said, oh, we want one of those. Okay, but we don't. That's not public that this is going on. We design, the telescope gets designed, has the benefit of previous versions of it having been used successfully, but looking down, and we look up. This is the perennial two-way street of astronomy in the old days and in modern times, astrophysics. And the invention of the telescope. You haven't said anything yet. You're a good listener. Should I just keep talking? Or am I preventing you from interrupting?
Don't worry about me.
Okay, fine. Galileo perfects the telescope. He learned that it had just been invented in the Netherlands. The Dutch were opticians, right? So they invented the telescope and the microscope within a couple of years of one another. This transformed science.
When did they invent the eyeglass? The reading glass?
The reading glass, earlier than that, but I don't know when. The real advance was putting two lenses in line with one another. Sounds trivial in modern times, but that was a huge leap. Conceptual leap in what you accomplish, and in so doing, depending on how you curve them and how you grind the shape of those lenses, you would get a microscope or a telescope, and we're off to the races. That's basically the birth of modern science as we now think of it and conduct it. Because you say to yourself, my senses, I don't trust that to be the full record of what's going on in front of me. You pull out a microscope. Oh my gosh, Leeuwenhoek. He got the microscope guy. He got a drop of pond water, puts it under his microscope, just to think to do this. It's just water. Why do you think that's something interesting to do? He said, I wonder. He was curious. He puts it under and sees little, what he described as animalcules, happily swimming. Animalcules. These are like the amoebas in Paramecia. And it is. And so he reports on this to the scientific authorities, and they don't believe him. They say, von Leeuwenhoek, why would anyone believe this? That there's entire creatures, an entire universe of creatures thriving in a drop of pond water. And so the way science works is one report does not make it true. You need verification. They sent people to the Netherlands to verify his results, and there was the birth of microscopy. And then they looked at everything. Cells, you need vocabulary to describe what you're now seeing. Well, that was the journey down small, then the journey went up big. And Galileo perfects the telescope. He looks up and says, whoa, I see craters, mountains, valleys on the moon. The sun has spots. Venus goes through phases. This became the corpus of evidence for Earth going around the sun in support of Copernicus' idea that Earth went around the sun. My point is, what was the second thing he did with his telescope? He contacted the Doge of Venice, invited him to the clock tower, and said, look at what this instrument can do for you as we look out into the lagoon. You can identify a ship's intentions, friend or foe, by its flag 10 times farther away than you can with the unaided eye. Venice bought a boatload of these telescopes in the service of their military defense. And this was a source of money to Galileo. Now he could go look at this. This has been a two-way street ever since people have looked at it. So this is an accounting of that. This is, and it goes on and on. The first X-ray machines for airports. You're old enough to remember. Why were they put in? Because of hijackings to Cuba, basically. They were armed hijackings of airplanes, of American carriers to Cuba. And Congress said we got to do something about that. Oh, by the way, there's a company in Boston called American Science and Engineering that was building an X-ray detector small enough to put on a satellite to observe the universe in X-rays. And because no one had we've used visible light, but not X-ray, that's a branch of the electromagnetic spectrum. We think if there are black holes out there, their region surrounding them will give us X-rays. It's a new window on the universe. And then they said, oh my gosh, there's a call for X-ray machines at airports. We've got the technology that we've perfected to put in a freaking satellite.
So the technology for those ones you walk through the airport initially came out?
Initially, yes. There was a two-way street. There was, oh my gosh, we need this for supply that technology to these detectors.
Well, that's been a lot of the stuff for the space program, right? A lot of the stuff that they devised for use on the space station and many other technologies have trickled their way down into regular society.
That always happens, and even some simple things. Because people say, why spend money up there and we should be spending it down here? But there's an interesting fact here that is almost never discussed. The people who think about the universe and study the universe are hugely creative, and the creative energies cannot be pre-prescribed. You can't go to a creative, you might, but I don't know that you'll get their maximum creativity. Say, I need you to invent a cure for cancer right now. Use that brilliance. I'll try, but the greatest discovery, the greatest cures, the greatest of these comes from a cross-pollination of interests that people have, where they were engaged because they were interested just for the sake of being interested. So watch what happens. Here's an example. The space shuttle. It's a glider when it lands. Okay, it's got no engines. It's got flaps. There's a little bit of brakes in the tires, but that's about it. When it comes in, okay, how do you make sure the thing that stays on track? Because they kept drifting and crosswinds and this sort of thing. And so they said, why don't we groove the road so that the rubber on the road, the runway, so that the rubber can align with the grooves and stay in a straight line, because rubber doesn't slide well doesn't slide sideways very easily on grooves. When they realized how effective that was, it's now put on off ramps to freeways. If there's a freeway off ramp that's a little tight, not quite banked well enough, it's going to be grooved. Check it out next time. And you could say, well, okay, that's pretty simple, low-tech solution. Why couldn't we just discover that on our own without the $20 billion a year space agency called NASA? But you didn't. You didn't. Power tools, cordless, high-torque power tools, were invented to service satellites in orbit by NASA. Because you can't just plug it into a 120-volt socket when you're floating in space. So the engineers said, how are we going to solve this problem? Let's make a high-torque power tool. So now NASA invents the high-torque. Now, that is the only way you're buying a power tool today, is the cordless variety. All construction sites, they're not looking for a power outlet for these things. So why didn't we invent this without the $20 billion space? You didn't. You didn't think about it. You said, oh, I can plug it in. This is great. You're not even thinking what you need. So yes, there are all of these applications, but that's a good reason to do it, but I don't think it's the best reason. The best reasons are, my gosh, don't you want to keep dreaming? Don't you want to keep looking into the future?
That would be ideal, but that's not attractive to people that are spending tax dollars. When it comes to tax dollars, people get super pragmatic and they go, why do we need to go to Mars? And what we need to do is take care of this and pay for that, and with the deficit and the budget. And,
NASA's budget today is 0.4% of the federal budget. So if you take $1, I will quantify it. Take a dollar bill and imagine that's your tax dollar, and you can cut it to whatever percent you want. So let's cut 0.4% off of the edge. That doesn't get you into the ink. You're still in the white border around it.
I didn't even notice they put that dollar.
You can trim that off the dollar
And pay for anything.
So my point is, most of the people who say, don't spend it here, spend it there, They think NASA has more budget than it actually does. If you ask them how much you think they're getting, 10%, 5%, several percent. No, it's 1/2 of 1%. So if you're going to tell me that if you can take that 0.4% of 1% and spend it in these other problems and solve them, I would say, yeah, go right ahead. But is this where you really want to pull the money from? When is the only thing that has us thinking about tomorrow? Is us thinking about a future?
Well, for a guy like you, that's super important. But for a guy who lives in Cleveland and doesn't give a shit about science.
Oh, no, excuse me. That's like the person who says, okay, I don't need the space program. Why do I need the space program? I have my cell phone and I have the Weather Channel and I know anything I need. This is...
Yeah.
You're using GPS satellites to understand where you are on this earth. To understand where grandma's house is.
Do you know who created it?
Who created what?
Who created spread spectrum technology with the GPS and Wi-Fi?
Who is that?
Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, I did know that. Yes. Yes, she did.
Actress, 1941.
Yes, she did.
How about that?
Thanks for reminding me of that.
Super hot, though. That was nobody cared. Like, hey, you're smart, too.
But it would take decades to really realize that. And of course, GPS is launched by the military, and it's now hundreds of billions of dollars worth of the American economy thriving on this space application. But it was a military intent, and it was to navigate the surface of the earth, to navigate. And the first Gulf War was the first big use of space assets in the conduct of military operations.
I believe even when Hedy Lamarr created it with another scientist, the idea behind it was for encoded transcriptions or encoded information during the war.
Well, so that's a big challenge. How do you encode information? That's, by the way, the future of this might come from, it's still not clear. The jury's still out and there's sort of opposing views on this, but you've heard about quantum entangled particles, where I can create a pair of particles that know about one another. Now they're separated in space and in time. And if you observe that other particle, it instantly changes the state of the particle back, the other particle that's back where I am. And by the way, that they communicate instantaneously, faster than the speed of light.
When you say if you observe, do you mean that if you observe it with
Anything, doesn't matter.
but you have to do something?
Yeah, you have to do, yes.
So something has to interact with it. It's not woo.
No, it's not.
But
It's
people
so
think,
not woo.
but you say that, people go, yeah, I saw that in a secret.
Yeah, so the problem is the word observe, people think is a psychological thing. But in physics, it's got nothing to
It's
do
a
with
measurement.
It's a measurement thing.
Right.
And so in other words, if there's an electron sitting in the middle of this table and all the lights are out, I can say, I think there's an electron here. Let me find out. And the moment I turn on the lights, the light interacts, the photon interacts with the electron and kicks it somewhere else. So the more I try to measure its position, the less I know its position. So, because the measurement requires an interaction with it. And in the quantum scale, interactions change the state of the experiment that you're conducting. We know this, we've quantified it, we don't like it, but we deal with it. And in the act of dealing with it, you can exploit that fact for other purposes. We exploit quantum craziness to birth the information technology revolution. There is no creation, storage, or retrieval of information without an exploitation of the quantum. So, and by the way, the quantum was discovered in quantum physics as a branch of physics, was discovered in the 1920s. If you were around back then and your tax buddies who don't like paying taxes, what would you have said? Why are you spending government money on the atom and on molecules? You can't even see them. What good is it? Well, I'm a woodworker. I just care about my wood atoms, right? Here I am. Yeah, to shove that where your tax dollar is. And so it would look like you're wasting your own time and everybody else's money. It would take decades, 5 decades, 4 or 5 decades before we realize what role that would play in computing. This creation, storage, and retrieval of information. And by some measures, it's a third of the world's GDP is traceable to what quantum physics does for us on a computing scale. So anyone, yes. Well, I mean, there are ways to do it. There's certain industries that would still be there without computing, but they're made more efficient with it. Okay, so UPS tracks all of their trucks with GPS and with computing devices that invokes the quantum. But UPS predates the use of these tools. But you can look at profits relative to their efficiencies that are enabled by these technologies, as well as entire fields that didn't exist before computing. You add all that up, it's a stunning fact. And so my only point is that if you want today to say, why study this when we have these other problems? All I do is take you back to the cave and say, all right, we're in the cave, and there's a mountain over there in the valley, and I tell the cave, I tell the tribe leaders, I want to explore that mountain and that valley. No, we can't afford to send you out there now. We have to solve the cave problems first before anyone leaves the cave. We laugh at that. That's an absurd claim to make. In caveman days, I don't know if anyone did it, but that's a crazy thought, because there are solutions to your problems that might exist, and time has demonstrated likely exist by leaving the cave that you can discover. So for me, exploration is not just space, all the frontiers of the unknown, biology, chemistry, AI. You know those frontiers, and then you can cross-pollinate them and transform civilization. And then the last example I give, and then I'll shut up because I want to hear you talk too. That's not for me. I want to hear you interact with what I'm telling. Here's one. You ready? Okay. My physics professor in college studied the universe, loved the universe, studied gas clouds between stars, and studied how would you detect a gas cloud if it's not radiating light. Well, they give off radio waves, right? And he figured out what kind of radio waves they give off and why. And in this, he gained expertise in the nucleus of the atom. And he discovered that the nucleus can resonate. Depending on the mass of the nucleus, it will, which means depending on what atom it is on the periodic table, it will resonate slightly differently when exposed to the same electromagnetic field. He discovered a new phenomenon in physics called nuclear magnetic resonance. It would then take a clever medical technologist to say, wait a minute, if you can distinguish one heavy atom from another, let me make a machine out of that, put your body in it, and I can then distinguish one kind of tissue from another. And thus was born the magnetic resonance imaging, the MRI, arguably the most potent tool in the arsenal of modern medicine, where I can diagnose a condition in your body without cutting you open first. That is based on a principle of physics discovered by a physicist who had no interest in medicine. By the way, the real title should be nuclear magnetic resonance imaging, but that's the other N word, you know. So they don't like that. Yeah, people don't like nuclear. They're less likely to go inside the machine if the word nuclear is on. But my point is, that was a cross-pollination of ideas with clever people on their frontiers looking over the fence at discoveries that are being made. It's how we got the microwave oven. That wasn't invented by a thermodynamicist. Microwaves. This is a World War II attempt to communicate using microwaves. And they found out some guy's chocolate bar melted in the microwave field. They said, what happened there? And they did some more tests. And of course, the water molecule and other molecules common in food respond to microwaves. It vibrates them ferociously. And so you put food in a microwave cavity, the water content of the food vibrates, friction cooks the food. There's still people today who say, oh, nuke this, because it's so fast and they like, oh, you still say it's still have no fear, it's just friction. Okay, friction it.
Yeah, but everybody's scared that it fucks up the food.
Well,
does it?
No, it just heats the water.
Get scared. The woo people do.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's certain foods that don't respond well to the flipping of the water molecule, and one of them is like bread products.
It's hard.
Yeah, it gets chewy and leathery.
Yeah,
and
but only if you like overdo it.
If you overdo, you got to do it just right, and you're still good. If you overdo it, it can get well. That's kind of it. I'm trying to think. You wouldn't grill a steak in a microwave. You would heat up the meat uniformly. That's all it would do. Cooks bacon pretty fast.
Yeah.
But it's a mess and it splatters all over. So you pick the foods that are best for that situation. As you would pick the foods best, you wouldn't put toast in an oven at 350 degrees for it to make toast. You have toasters for that. Right? So different things in your kitchen do things best. You wouldn't make ice cream in your, you know, in your toaster oven.
But people are afraid of microwaves. The one thing they're afraid of.
It's not that they're afraid of microwaves. That they're afraid of things they don't understand.
Yes.
Precisely.
Yeah. They're afraid that something's going to happen to their food that makes it less good.
Correct. And it's just it's the not knowing that people fear.
My wife's friend's mom will not eat something that comes out of a microwave.
Really?
She quotes that as part of what makes her healthy. She drinks a lot of water. She refuses to eat microwave food.
The whole life is around not using microwave food.
She won't eat anything that comes out of the microwave.
Okay, I'm glad that she doesn't, you know, she can live a long, happy life as such.
She
But
doesn't reheat food old school.
okay, one of the hardest things is reheating lasagna if you don't have a microwave.
It's true.
It's like
Because
impossible.
you're going to cook it again.
You're gonna cook it again.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
So I think microwave ovens were invented for leftover lasagna.
Yeah, just eat a bowl of pasta, just in general.
Yeah.
Soup.
Yeah,
Soup
soup
for soup.
soup is good.
Yeah. So you don't have to worry about it. It's not doing anything to it. It's not sucking any nutrient out or adding any nuclear radiation.
Correct. It has nothing to do with radiation in the normal sense, other than electromagnetic radiation. It's all light from the bulb. We tend to use radiation in the context of stuff that would hurt you. So that would be radiation of high enough energy to hurt you. And microwaves are not in that category.
I never even thought about what microwaves do until this conversation.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a certain frequency of microwaves that beautifully pairs with the water molecule. And it vibrates it brilliantly.
So it doesn't work for completely dried things.
Yeah, that's why if you put something that has no water in it, it's not really very useful.
What happens
It's
with
white.
beef jerky?
There's still some moisture in it, correct. It's why it heats the food and not the plate. If the plate gets hot, it's not because the microwave oven heated the plate. It's because the
Food's hot.
The food. That's why you can usually pick it up with the handles. You can cook food on a paper plate.
That's right. It doesn't burst to
It
flames.
doesn't burst into flame.
This is crazy.
What? You didn't, Joe?
What is the difference between MRI and fMRI?
Oh, so an fMRI, I don't claim total expertise here, but I'll tell you the little I know. An MRI, they put you in there and you're stationary, and then they make this map of whatever part of the body they're studying. It's typically your head, right? But you can do it on your joints and other parts of your body that might require this level of three-dimensional analysis. And it's a 3D map of what's going on in the part that they surveyed. And so you look at it through slices through that section. So you might see in MRIs of your brain, of your skull, and they take slices. As the slices go through, you see like the eye socket come in and then go out again, or the nose cavity. And you can look at it in all three dimensions, front to back, side to side, up to down. So depending on the sophistication of the machine, fMRI is they are looking at your brain while you were thinking. So time is now an active coordinate of what's going on.
And they're measuring it as they're talking to you about
Correct. So they say, oh, think of ice cream sundae with a cherry on top. Think of a naked person who you'd want to have sex with.
And F stands for
Functional, right. And so it's basically a real-time observation of what's going on in
used
your brain.
to convict a person. There was a woman in India, this really highly criticized case, but she was convicted of a crime, I believe it was murder, because she had functional knowledge of the crime scene. And the arguments against it were like, if you're going to be accused of a crime, clearly you're going to study the evidence, you're going to talk to a lawyer, you're going to go over some things, you're going to be...
I don't know if fMRI is that precise.
Yeah, they don't think it is. That's why it was very disturbing that this was used in court. It's like, do you remember when these Italian geologists were, I think they were tried because they should have known about an earthquake before it happened. And then scientists had to say, hey guys, this is not how it works. Like, this shit can just happen.
Yeah, that's so...
Remember that?
No, I don't, but that's... what I do know, let me share a couple of things with you that I've thought deeply about recently.
When we return,
There are
we'll finish up
3
with
kinds of
round 2
truths in the world. Okay, because we're in like a tree. I'll give you 3. Okay.
The Rudy Giuliani kind?
Yeah, well, okay, so you ready?
True isn't always true.
I know. So let me try to
Okay.
unpack that.
Okay.
Are you ready? Okay.
Alternative facts?
There's something called an objective truth. An objective truth is something that is true, whether or not you believe in it. And the methods and tools of science are uniquely conceived to seek out and establish objective truths. And this, I'm referring to the invocation of the scientific method. No one scientific research result is true until it is verified by other people's research results using a different experimental method with different wall current from another country. When your competitor says, I think you're wrong, let me show how you're wrong, and they reproduce your experiment and get the same result. When you have generally the same results emerging, that is a newly discovered objective truth about the natural world. And when you have objective truths, they're not later shown to be false. That's an objective truth. Then you have personal truths. These are truths that you hold dearly. Jesus is your savior. Muhammad is the final prophet on earth. Abraham is these are your personal truths. There's a heaven you're going to. No one is going to take that from you, not in a free country where freedom of expression and speech and religion is protected. It's a personal truth. The problem here is you can't convince someone else of your personal truth without some act of persuasion and, in the limit, an act of violence. Okay? In the limit. This is how you get holy wars. So I have this personal truth, and I require that you share my personal truth. Why is that's a recipe for disaster and not a belief? Because the people who hold the belief will tell you that it's a truth. So I don't want to take that usage of the word away.
Okay, so you're giving them
I'm giving them the word truth, but modifying it to say personal truth. That's correct. I'm not gonna. They've used it that way for millennia. I'm not gonna. Okay, they feel that it is true, and it's true in their bones. I'm simply saying that because it's your personal truth, you cannot require that someone else share it. And in this country, because the United States, because God is not mentioned in the Constitution, itself a controversial thing in its day. Actually, God is mentioned, but in a very insignificant way. The Constitution is a God-free document. And because it's a God-free document, it protects your expression of religious faith. Because it means the government has no say in who and what you believe or why. If the Constitution mentioned God and Jesus, well, there it is. There's Christianity built into the fabric of the country. And if you want to be some other religion, you're going to have a hard time because we can set laws against it. This is why so many religiously persecuted people came to the United States, to escape their country where they could not practice their religion a little differently or a lot differently from what was going on in their homeland.
So is it a problem though to call it truth?
I would rather not call it truth, but I'm a big word guy, and I respect what happens to words. I don't always like it, but I respect it. And so I'm going to say there's an objective truth, which is true whether or not you believe it. There's your personal truth, which is true to you. Third truth is a political truth. Political truth is something that is true because it has been incessantly repeated. And then you just believe it at that point. Okay, what's Hillary Clinton's first name? It's Crooked. Her first name is actually Hillary? Okay, I thought it was Crooked Hillary. This was incessantly repeated in the Trump campaign. And that's an absurd example of it. But the point is, if you keep saying that the New York Times is fake news, you just keep saying that, eventually people believe it. And it becomes a political truth.
Lots of people believe it. Which one is it?
So again, you're trying to preserve the true fundamental meaning of the word truth.
Yeah.
And I've just given up on that.
Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris had an infuriatingly frustrating podcast where they went over the meaning of the word truth for more than an hour.
And like I said, you can do that, and philosophers like arguing and debating the meaning of things. For me, it's however people are using the word, that's the meaning. I concede that.
Well, we can
By
see
the way,
those
it's
things.
why I don't call myself an atheist. It's why. You can look up the dictionary definition of atheist, and it kind of applies to me, but what is the definition of atheist in practice? It is what leading atheists do, and it's their conduct, and it's their behavior, it's what they say, and it's their attitude. That is what an atheist is today. Most of their conduct, I either don't agree with or simply don't engage in.
What don't you agree with?
I don't debate religious people and tell them they're idiots. I don't.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
It's whether or not it works, it's not in me to do that. I don't purge myself of words that have religious foundations in them. I once in my Facebook, I had a friend going up in orbit to repair the Hubble telescope, one of the astronauts, and I said, Godspeed. And then I gave the astronaut's name. People wrote in the thread, said, I thought you were an atheist. How could you say Godspeed? An atheist got angry with me? And I said, okay, first of all, this phrase is deeply historical in the space program. When John Glenn was launched, the headline was Godspeed, John Glenn. And every mission where we send human beings into space, somewhere there's that reference in the NASA film.
What's that word mean?
I'll tell you what it means. Okay? So, oh, by the way, I'll get to that in just 1 minute. The atheists who are arguing that I was using Godspeed as a phrase, they all have used the phrase goodbye, haven't they? See you later, goodbye. Where does that word come from? It's from God be with you. It's a contraction of those three words. And why would you say this? You would say this to someone leaving the city wall, where it's dangerous. Okay? Back when you had city states, you're going to your God be with you to bring protection for you between one city wall and another. Correct. So now, what is the source of danger if you're going to space? It's not alien space muggers. It is the fact that you have space marauders. It's the fact that you have high speed. And high speed is the source of essentially any death of anything that's in motion, if you were part of that disaster. So Godspeed is like a space equivalent to God be with you.
Is that really the origin of
I'm
it?
just saying.
But did they say that before there was space travel? Did they say Godspeed?
I don't know the actual origin of space travel, of the term. I don't know how far back it goes, but I do know it became common after John Glenn, because they're not going to say it to Yuri Gagarin because they're all atheists in the Soviet Union.
Right.
But here in America, Godspeed, John Glenn, and I respect that tradition. And so I said that, and then they jumped. So if atheists are jumping on me for having said that, clearly I'm not an atheist. And ask me my favorite Broadway musical of all time.
What's your favorite?
Jesus Christ Superstar. All right. So, and I still use BC and AD in my writings. Okay, I still do
You
it.
don't use BCE?
I don't use BCE. All right. Oh, see, even you copping a tube right there, right? I saw your face. You got the camera.
Oh,
Did you see the face?
interesting. It's interesting.
No, I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Okay. First of all,
It doesn't make any sense.
BCE
It's not current era, 2000 year, right?
and CE stands for Common Era. So this is de-religiousifying AD and BC.
Right.
Okay. Yet, of course, they reference the same calendar.
Right.
Okay. Well, who invented the calendar we all currently use in modern society? It's called the Gregorian calendar. It was invented by the Catholic Church, by Jesuit priests in the 1580s, assigned by Pope Gregory to fix the problems in the calendar because I'm starting to scream at you.
Okay. Scream. Get crazy.
I gotta calm down.
I'll bring you coffee.
The Julian calendar, put forth in ancient Rome, had one modification to previous calendar. It had a leap day. Okay? It had a leap day. And, okay, leap day is how often? Every 4 years. This was good. Because what are we trying to track? We're trying to, the Earth goes around the sun. And so we say, all right, how long does that take? Well, it takes a year. But it turns out we're not actually tracking how long it takes Earth to go around the sun. We're tracking how long it takes Earth to repeat its seasons. And the year that corresponds to our seasons is slightly different from the year that corresponds to how long it takes to go around the sun. Slightly different. The difference was not recognized in the early calendars. And that difference accumulated so that by the year 1584, vernal equinox, the first day of spring, did not occur on March 21st. It occurred on March 10th. Shifted from the calendar date. That's what happens if you don't match the cycles of things. And the Pope said, we're not having any of this, especially since Easter might land on Passover. We're trying to distinguish ourselves mightily from the Jews. So let's fix this. The Jesuit priests got to study this. They looked at the cycles of the heavens, the sun, the moon, the stars, and they came up with a new calendar, the Gregorian calendar, a modification to the Julian calendar. You know what they had to do? To invoke it, they had to take 10 days out of the calendar. To jumpstart, to put the first day of spring back on March 21st. And this happened in October 1584.
Why is there?
They took 10 days out of amortized rent. Yeah, because you're going to pay for 3 weeks instead, 20 days instead of 30. They had to figure that out. Okay. The point is, this was hard earned, and the whole world uses this calendar. It is the most accurate calendar ever devised. Okay? Yes, I'll tell you what. Okay, you asked. Let's watch what happens. The leap day overcorrected the calendar. It overcorrected. Yes. Yes.
So you need to leave here.
So the leap day is every 4 years. That one day every 4 years was slowly putting too many days moments into the year. Okay? The Gregorian calendar figured this out, and it had put 10 extra days since the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar. 10 extra days. First, jumpstart, get rid of the 10 days. Now everything's lined up again. Okay. Now, how do you prevent this from happening again? Because it overcorrects, how long do you have to wait to remove a leap day that you would otherwise put in? Okay. That's every 100 years. So every 100 years, that would be a leap day, you remove the leap day. Now it turns out that undercorrects it by an even smaller amount. Okay? So, how long do you have to wait before you have to put a leap day back in? Every 400 years. Oh my God. So, the year 2000 was a century year, which normally would not have a leap day, except it's a century year evenly divisible by 400, so they put the leap day back in. And everybody on February, almost everybody except the astronomers, on February 29th in the year 2000 said it's just a leap year because it's divisible by 4. No, it is a rare leap year. It is a century year divisible by 400. That corrects it back, and so now you have a stable calendar for tens of thousands of years. I know I'm taking the Christianity out of this reference because they figured out the calendar that we all use, and it's a fucking awesome calendar. Sorry to drop an F-bomb. So I'm not, just because some atheists are telling me to rid God out of everything in the universe. I'm not doing that. I'm going to say they came up with this calendar. The reasons were because they didn't want to consider it as good. And so there it is. So in Accessory to War, where we go back many centuries, the editor said, well, we should use BCE because it's a liberal forward thing. I said, I'm not using BCE and CE. And by the way, there was no year zero. You know why there's no year zero? Because the Romans came up with the calendar and they counted using Roman numerals, and Roman numerals don't have a zero. It was not yet invented. No! So it went from 1 BC to AD 1. BC is before Christ, AD is Anno Domini in Latin, the year of our Lord. Yeah. Now, of course, in Islam and in China and in Hebrew cultures, Israel in particular, they have access to the Chinese calendar, the Muslim calendar. Muslim, of course, dates to Muhammad. Chinese calendar dates to actually a planetary alignment in 4,700 BC.
They use a different system.
They use a different system, that's fine. And the Hebrew calendar dates to like the beginning of the universe as interpreted in the Torah. We just simply use the Gregorian calendar. Just get over it. Move
Do
on.
they use it in China? Do they use it constantly and consistently, or do they alternate between the Gregorian calendar and something else?
I'm not a Chinese expert, but from what I know of China and my friends and colleagues, for conducting business, the world's business is conducted on the Gregorian calendar with a 12-month calendar with the year as referenced by everybody else.
And does it have to be done that way in terms of like, has anyone ever done a study on possibly creating a more effective, more accurate calendar that doesn't invoke leap years? And
the problem is the length of the day does not cut evenly to the time it takes Earth to go around the sun. So there will always be fractions of days that you're accumulating.
Right.
And then what do you do with them? You wait till you accumulate a day and you put it in or take it out.
what did the Mayans do? They had a lunar cycle calendar.
They had a calendar based on Venus, and so yeah, they had a really good calendar.
Yeah,
It was overstated that it was like really accurate calendar.
Overstated.
It was overstated. It was good, better than anything that came before it.
Not as good as the Gregorian.
No, the Gregorian calendar.
People love the bullshit though.
They do, and they want to believe that people who, they want to believe that people 5,000 years ago somehow knew more about the universe than we do today.
Yeah.
Just no.
Why is that? Why do they want to believe that?
I think that's of life. Why do people want to believe that the Egyptians somehow had some access to the universe?
Well, they knew something.
Of course.
They definitely knew how to build some incredible shit.
Of course.
But that
Of course. I don't want to take that away from them.
doesn't the physical, just the presence of these incredible buildings, leave the possibility that maybe they had some knowledge that we lost?
Lost knowledge is a real thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to belittle or diminish the significance of real knowledge. We forgot how to draw in perspective, from ancient times. Had to be rediscovered as I understand from the artists, had to be rediscovered in the Renaissance. The archway, the Roman arch, had to sort of be rediscovered. Okay, so yes, you can lose knowledge, but if you look at the knowledge we have gleaned using the modern methods and tools of science that go far beyond our five senses in our access to the world, to say that somehow they knew something that we don't using our tools, that's just false. Sorry, it's not possible. But we know the physiological limits of your ability to know what's going on around you. Right. And then people say, I have a sixth sense. Fine. But as a scientist, I have dozens of senses. Okay, I can measure things that your five senses can't. I can measure the magnetic field around it, the electromagnetic field, how much microwaves are coursing through your body now. We have no sensors for this.
I can see auras.
Fine, I can see other things that are affecting your body now. I can tell you if ionizing radiation is passing through you. I have Geiger counters that can do that. You can't. Oh, you'll eventually learn whether you're exposed to ionizing radiation because you'll get cancer of your organs and your limbs fall off.
All right, I can see that we know far more today,
Yes.
perhaps, no, not even perhaps, than at any other time
Yes.
in conceivable history.
Yes.
But it is possible that they knew some things, like how to build a pyramid,
Yes.
that we really just don't understand today.
I don't know what it means to not understand how to build a pyramid. Thinking about
Different
pyramids.
stuff.
I can tell you this. Do you know what the first thing that was built by humans ever? No. That's only part of the sentence. I love your enthusiasm. My sentence only barely came out of my mouth. The tallest thing humans built after the pyramids.
I think it's a building in Dubai.
So in other words, what's the next tallest thing after the pyramids?
Oh, right after.
Yeah, what is the next tallest thing we built? Stable structure after the pyramids.
What?
The Eiffel Tower. Yes. 89, late 1800s in Paris, the Eiffel Tower.
Huh.
That was the first stable structure we built as a civilization that was taller than the pyramids. So the Egyptians they knew architecture. They knew. No one's taking that away from them. But to claim they have some secret knowledge of the functionings of the universe, no.
Well, people love saying that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it makes for great TV.
But the fact that they didn't have steel, the fact that you're dealing with a very, very most recent 2,500 BC rebuilt.
You just have to be more ingenious, more innovative.
Yes.
Stonehenge, those rocks are nowhere in the region. They were carted from some. They found a place where those rocks were would have been mined, moved, and yeah, those some big ass rocks.
Yeah, as are the ones. It's not less impressive because they're just big. Like what the thing about the pyramids that's so impressive is the precision and the sheer numbers. 2 million,
Our best
600,000 stones.
Our best understanding of Stonehenge is that it's a functioning observatory that can actually predict eclipses. So I just got
Yeah.
a bitch slap you there. Oh, Stonehenge is not impressive. It's just big stone. They're lined.
Impressive.
They're lined with the summer solstice. They have. There are holes that are not stones, but they're 56 holes, which is 3 times the Saros, which is the cycle of eclipses, of the matching of the orbits of the sun and the moon in the sky, the paths of the sun and the moon in the sky. And when they match up, you get an eclipse.
Is
It's an eclipse observatory. A guy named,
That's absolutely what it is.
there's a book published in the 1970s by a guy named Dawkins. It's not Dawkins, but it's another one of these. Hawkins. Richard Hawkins. Richard Hawkins. Damn. What, we got our top crack researchers here.
James on the ball.
Just look up, the title of his book was Stonehenge Decoded. Just look up the title of that book. Anyhow, it's highly convincing, and we're all there with it.
Relationship to Gerald
Hawkins, thank you. Yeah, Stonehenge Decoded. I visited Stonehenge as a kid at age 15 on an expedition, and he was the expedition.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so
Well, lucky for you.
yeah, it was good, and that stuck with me, which is why I named this phenomenon in Manhattan, where the sun sets along the
I
street.
saw that. I saw that on your Instagram.
Yeah. So I named that Manhattan Henge, sort of harkening back to my early days, thinking about the alignment of the sun and structures that we might build. So twice a year, for those viewers or listeners who don't know, twice a year, the Manhattan street grid, which is not perfectly aligned north-south, the Manhattan street grid the sun will set exactly on the grid. And what's up there now, that image, what's not obvious is that picture is taken along a street that is itself 3 miles long, and then you're crossing the Hudson River, and then there's New Jersey on the other side. So people try to zoom in on it, but really, what you really should do is zoom out from it, and then you get the vanishing point on it. So all those are zoomed in. Let's go to that one looks more like my photo. Wait, go back to that other one. Yeah, see, so that's on 34th Street, the one you see now, and then you get this sparkling effect. That happens twice a year.
That sort of crazy wild light effect that looks Photoshopped almost.
Yeah.
There's an image on his Instagram that is linked on my Instagram, the most recent photo.
Oh, okay.
There it goes. Oh, there's you with the selfie.
That's the selfie.
Look
Right.
at
Okay,
you.
so come on down.
Afro.
Oh yeah, that's
strong.
That was my first
How
selfie.
old were you?
I was 14. Let's see, it was probably 1915. I think it was 14 or 15.
So your path of curiosity was set
Oh,
very,
it goes back.
very early.
Right. But that's not the one we're looking for. You guys go. But that one, thank you. So there's another one. But go back to all these rivers.
Wow.
Zoom back out until you see all the pictures there. Go to the bottom left. There you go. Okay. That might be the first ever Manhattan Henge photo.
What year is that from?
I took that in
2001.
Right, and it got published in 2002.
This is before September 11th. This is July 11th.
I took it before September 11th, right. And then I had a means to publish it. And right then, notice that it's a green light and traffic is ready to knock me over. So no one is in the streets doing this, but now there are tens of thousands of people that pour into the streets on these days. We post what day you get Manhattan Henge from the American Museum of Natural History, my day job, and then that goes out, the press gets it, and tens of thousands of people spill into the street, blocking traffic. And if you think of all the ways traffic gets blocked in your day, yeah, like
all of them. There's too many of them. This is by yourself. It's interesting.
It's great. Yeah, so that's what it has become.
Holding up phones.
And it's all because I went to Stonehenge. Yeah. So it's also an observatory.
So was it you that named this?
Yeah.
He's a pretty good player, upcoming receiver.
Coined. I would say coined it. Yeah. Manhattan Henge. Because the buildings are like henges. The henge is a stone. It's a vertical stone. It's a vertical structure. And if you made a stone, it's a stone henge.
Why isn't it possible to construct a calendar that doesn't have leap years?
What you would have to do, you could do it. But what would happen is, it means you care more about the year than you do about the day. So what would happen is, you would celebrate the new year at like 3 in the afternoon. Right? And then the next year you'd celebrate it at like 12 minutes after 3 in the afternoon. And then 20 minutes, it would sort of move through your calendar. And then that means you cared more about the year, you cared more about the, did I say that right? We always want to celebrate New Year's on midnight. And by the way, New Year's is celebrated in 24 time zones, not all at the same time.
Right.
So it's interesting. Everyone thinks of that as a moment. Yeah, it's really a calendar event. That's right. It's a clock event. It's celebrated over 24 hours.
Yeah, if you're in Thailand, it's 14 hours different.
So therefore, if you were to do it astrophysically, you would know the exact moment where we returned in our orbit, and everybody would celebrate that instant. And that would be, so then the whole world would celebrate the new year at the same time. It means you value it differently. It's not a midnight celebration. You could do that.
Celestial.
It's celestial, yeah.
Huh. So that would be the only way?
Yeah, that's the only way, because a day doesn't cut evenly into the year. Those two have nothing to do with one another. There's no reason why that would happen. So so in other words, let me say it another way, just because you're looking like you're looking off in space here. So there's New Year's. Okay, let's count 365 days. When we do that, we are not at the same place we were when we last celebrated New Year's Day, New Year's Eve. Okay,
We're not at the same place in our
in our orbit, our revolution. Okay, how to use those two words. So we're not in the same place, but we celebrate New Year's anyway. Well, when will we be in the same place? A quarter of a day later, 6 hours. So we would celebrate the next New Year at 6 a.m.
Nobody's going to do that.
No one's really, and the next New Year at noon, then the next New Year at 6 p.m., and then the next New Year kind of aligns back again. Well, that's the leap day. That's the 4th year we have put in a leap day.
Oh.
See?
So it's our love of the day
Yes.
that keeps us
Yeah.
fucked up with the world when it comes to the year.
Yeah.
Wow.
You pick one, and then that's how you do it.
And what the Mayans base it on the moon, right?
I didn't study their calendar as deeply as I should have and wanted to, especially back in 2012 when everyone said, "Oh, the Mayan calendar runs out, so therefore it's the end of the
That's
world."
what I was thinking. I was thinking it was the end of the world.
Because
maybe.
the Mayans said so. The
I
Mayans
also
said so.
felt like that was back when, before that had happened, it was, George Bush was president in like 2007, and everybody was thinking, Jesus, this is going to be the end.
So every decade there's somebody predicting the end of the world. Sure. I'm actually quite entertained by this exercise.
Remember when they had billboards all around
Yes.
LA just a few years ago?
No, that's a different end of the world. That's a guy with a radio podcast church. And then the underworld didn't come, and so he pushed it forward. So it's entertaining. We live in a free country. It's evidence that we live in a free country where freedom of speech is protected, and you can practice any religion you want. They didn't learn much science in school. That's part of the fact that you have this in our world. I don't mind it, actually. I find it entertaining. But it becomes an issue if people such as that gain power over legislation, over the rest of us. Because this would count this as a personal belief. It's your personal belief the world is going to end on October 19th. That's your person. You're fine. Right. But if you now create laws that require I go with that, You just impose your personal belief on me, and your personal belief is not true for everyone. It's only true for you.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And an objective truth is true for everyone. So if you're gonna have governance, you're gonna want to base governance on what is objectively true, because it would apply to everyone, independent of your belief system.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And by the way, there are things that we're not sure are true yet that we're still researching. That's not what I'm talking about as an objective truth. Objective truths have been verified by multiple scientific studies, not just one study. This was the problem with the cholesterol study. There's a cholesterol study that sent everybody on the course to drop their cholesterol levels, okay, saying it would be good for your heart and all the rest of this, because a serious disease. So that study was flawed. But it was hard to replicate it because it went over many years and it was thousands of people, and so everyone just jumped on it. You don't have a scientific truth. And this is a general problem with medical results, because the press is waiting at the journal editor's office. Here's a new study that shows that this gives you, and out comes the headline, because you want to be the first to report it. People's heads, and not everyone reads the follow-up. No one could duplicate that study. So there's a flaw. We don't even know what the flaw is. We know that no one else could get those results. So it goes in the dustbin of scientific research. Most research in any journal of the moment will ultimately shown to be wrong. That's the bleeding edge of science. It's a great place to be, because you're in the trenches and you don't know what is true. You can't look up in the back of the book what the answer is to double check. You don't even know what the question is to ask half the time.
That's very frustrating for people that don't get it. And it's
Correct, but it's exciting. It's exciting for the scientists.
It's exciting for knowledge.
Yes.
Period. It's constantly expanding and growing. It's very frustrating for people that really don't have the time, and maybe did get some outdated nutrition knowledge.
Or they need an
20
answer
years
right now.
ago.
They need an answer right
Yeah.
now, and religion in many ways gives you answers right now, without the need to sort of research it on the frontier.
The lack of education and the lack of curiosity about it is one of the scariest things about new generations of kids, right? Like when new generations are coming up, if they know less than the generation before, that's when we really start to freak out.
That would be a problem. Although I have good confidence in the 30 and under generation.
Is that millennial? How old do you have to be?
I think millennials have only ever known the internet and devices. So what would that be?
Recent.
Well, my son is a millennial, and he's like, my kids are millennials, so they're 20s. So 30 is a little old. So 25 and under, I think, are the millennials.
Yeah, but 30, when they were 10, the internet was around.
I know, but they need a different marketing term, so you can market to them differently. So to me, I would put them in the same bin, just as you were thinking there. But they have a different relationship to science and technology.
Of course.
They don't fear the science or the technology. They embrace it because it has shaped the civilization that has enabled their social life.
It has, but through this, like one of the things that I tweeted, I think it was from Scientific American yesterday, maybe it was yesterday, that it's a little bit misleading, but one of the things they said is only 64% of millennials have a strong belief. These coasters are terrible. They look great, but then things stick to the bottom.
How was it made of?
Metal.
A metal coaster?
Yeah. See,
What the hell is
it
that?
sticks. Yeah, that's the issue. It sticks when it gets moisture.
You know about this, where you flip this over, you tip it over?
What happens?
Never done that.
What?
Yeah, it'll stay. Yeah.
Oh, because of the pressure.
Yeah, the air pressure.
I don't trust your science.
Okay,
You reject the truth.
64% of what?
Of millennials are not, or only 64% are convinced that the world is a ball. The world is a circle. The world is what is it? Spheroid? Is that what it's called? Oblique.
I mean, I'd like to see how that question is asked.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because if they know that we are oblate, and the thing is asking, is Earth a ball? They'll say, no, we're an oblate ball. We're slightly wider below the equator than at the equator, so we're a pear-shaped oblate sphere.
But it's not a pear that you would find normally. If you found that pear, you'd be like, look at this fucking pear that's shaped like a ball.
So these differences in measurements are so small that if you found it on the ground, you would say this is a perfect sphere.
Right.
Let me tell you how good a sphere it is. Right? You ever see the schoolroom globes, the geographic globes, and you rub your finger over Nepal, you get the Himalayas, yeah, and you get the Rockies. That is a gross exaggeration of reality.
Yes.
Do you realize if you took Earth with all of its mountains, valleys, and hills and shrunk it down to the size of a cue ball, it would be smoother than any cue ball ever machined? Yes. Yes. Think about it. Think about this. Joe,
Really?
Joe, chill. Listen to me. You ready? Okay? Do you know the deepest part of Earth's crust?
No.
The Marianas Trench, off the coast of the Philippines, in the Pacific Ocean.
That's the deepest part.
Deepest part goes 6 miles down. Okay?
Oh, okay. So, okay.
Without
I was
digging.
thinking of the depth of
Sorry,
the crust
exactly.
itself.
No, just access to the deepest part of Earth's crust, the lowest point on Earth's surface, the Marianas Trench, right off the coast of the Philippines. The highest point on Earth's surface, the tip of K1,
K2. It's K1. Japan?
I think it's K1. Well, why would you name the tallest peak K2? I'm not a mountain climber, but I'm Nepal. Okay? Isn't it Nepal? I think it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's say how high up is that? It was 28,000 feet. So it's like 5 miles up. Okay? The distance between the lowest point on Earth's surface and the highest point on Earth's surface is 11 miles.
That's here to the Comedy Store.
That is less than the length of Manhattan. Yet we are 8,000 miles in diameter. And those 2 points are very far separated from one another. If you were a cosmic giant and you came up to Earth and you rubbed your finger over Earth's surface, it would feel as smooth as a cue ball to you. In fact, in this book, I have a whole chapter called On Being Round, which is all about this. All about our perception of what is round and what is not.
I had asked you to debate one of them flat Earth guys.
No, I can't. No.
I know. We talked about it, and we're going to have him on Skype.
No, what we do is, and I think this is a diabolical plot, so that the next time we can ship people en masse into orbit, they all want to be the first in line because they know we're going to send them. So if they can see the round, they're going to be the first ones in space. Just so they can stop annoying the rest of us.
I don't think you're correct.
I don't
think you're correct. But
you don't think it's a diabolical plot?
I do have people that I've met that don't believe, because the problem with YouTube videos is it's a problem with a lot of things. But one of the things about being unchecked while you are discussing things is you can say things, you can use big words, you can sound articulate and smooth, and you can do it in a very professional looking manner.
Or do it passionately.
Yes, passionately, convincingly, charismatically, and you're unchecked. But if you did that in front of an expert and you showed them that, along the way they go, stop, that's not true. Stop, that's not how it works. Let me show you why this is incorrect. Let me show you how you can prove that this is incorrect.
Show you objective truths
But this is not happening.
that render your argument invalid.
Right. So people who don't have any education, and then they watch one of these YouTube clips, they start actually believing that this stuff makes sense because it's unchecked.
And I would say it's not about whether they've had education. It's about whether the education they had teaches them skepticism of information and teaches them how to inquire. You realize it's just as intellectually lazy to believe everything you see as it is to deny everything you see.
Yes.
Why should someone know automatically that Earth isn't flat? Yet I tell them in the next breath that the entire universe was once as small as a marble. Right? Both of those sound equally preposterous, except one has evidence to back it and the other does not, and very strong scientific, theoretical, and experimental underpinnings. So when you are trained to inquire, You don't either believe everything outright or reject everything outright. You're trained to ask questions. You're trained to probe deeper than the layer of information that comes to you. That's what should be taught in school. And it's not. They give you a book and say, learn this. And you'll get tested on it. And then when you're done, learn this.
Well, isn't also there's a problem with being inexorably connected to your first belief. When you have an idea and it's in your head, it's very difficult for people to shake that idea, and they start arguing that idea. That idea becomes a part of their identity.
And they dig their heels in deeper when an opposing view is presented
because
to them.
they connect themselves to these ideas.
Right.
It is who they are.
Right. And so I try not to base my character profile on something that is not yet verified as objective truth.
And that's a very good thing to do.
Holding the sign. Go on, stretch in my face. Go on. One of the reasons is there's nothing I'm so sure about that I want to put it indelibly on my skin. But no, let me say different. There's nothing I value in my mind, body, and soul so much in this moment that I want to indelibly etch it on my skin. Because I want to leave room for me to have a possibly more enlightening thought later that would override whatever was my decision in that moment. And since I count myself among the lifelong learners, I'm learning stuff all the time. I say, wow, that's good. I didn't know that. Oh, that's even better.
What's something you learned recently that you went,
okay, let me think.
But when I go to IKEA, when I was going to IKEA, it's almost like going.
Okay, here's something I learned recently. I think I knew this when I was a kid, but if you're playing basketball and you're shooting, okay, and you say, oh, that didn't go in. Oh my gosh, well, the rim, they should maybe make the rim a little bigger. I can score more often. Do you realize 2 basketballs can fit exactly side by side through the opening of a basketball?
Where you get cars with 4-wheel drive, which are horrible.
Yes.
You can never really get those things static.
2 basketballs.
tough squeeze?
Now, it's not a cosmically mind-blowing moment, but that gives you perspective next time you watch a basketball game. It's how these guys can in an airborne slam dunk and not miss, because the area of this opening is 4 times, you do the math, it's 4 times as large as the ball itself.
Right, because there are different positions it can be.
So there are multiple positions, and they can still do it. So it's not that that's easy to accomplish, but knowing this, you realize how much easier it is to score than you might have otherwise thought.
I wonder if basketball.
So that was a
players-
recent revelation.
That's a good revelation. I wonder if basketball players occasionally practice with a smaller hole.
I think about this all the time. I said, if I was a basketball player, you don't want to practice with a heavier ball,
Jamie's saying yes.
because that would throw
That
you
would
off.
throw off your hand.
You practice with this.
And a bigger ball.
They use a bigger ball as
Yeah,
well.
we use the ball. Sometimes it's almost as big as the rim.
But wait a minute, is it heavier?
No,
No, you don't want to use a bigger ball.
it's a thing they did a long time ago.
I bet they still don't. They no longer do it, because then your grip is different. The grip matters.
Right.
Where your 2 hands go and what that feels.
Yeah.
So you want to do it, you use a smaller rim.
Mm.
And in baseball, you throw a faster pitch to give you less reaction time.
That pool table you
So
see
you use
out there,
a skinnier bat.
that pool table is a very small pocket opening.
Nice.
It's a 4-inch pocket opening as opposed to a 5.5 inch. It's quite a bit different.
You're doing it. You're
Yeah.
doing it. And so I would also, growing up, I played stickball in the street in New York. And so you're using basically a broom handle. And so when the first time you play baseball officially, it's like, whoa,
Yeah.
I've got this huge bat. Transfer very well to baseball when you're a kid,
Yeah.
because your instrument is bigger.
Did you ever read the talent code,
No,
Daniel Coyle?
no.
One of the interesting parts about it is Brazilian soccer players, how good they are. And he attributes it to a different game that they play with a heavier ball that they do indoors. It's a small, heavy ball. And because they do it in tight quarters, it involves incredibly fast footwork
Okay.
and movement. And then these guys take that footwork and movement, and it translates amazingly well to an open soccer field.
I wonder if they calculated that, because what you would do is, let's say the ball weighs twice as much, then it would only go half as far when you kicked it. So then you make a field half as large.
They found a way.
I don't think they did
And then you
calculate.
can reproduce almost all of the dynamics of the soccer game.
I think it was based on just trying to play a game in
Like how far you're going to throw it
quarters.
in. If the ball's twice as heavy, you throw it half as far, the field is half the size.
Right.
And then you have a mini game, basically,
Right,
if you do
right,
it
right. That makes sense. That
By the way,
makes
there's a whole fun exercise you can do playing sports on other planets with different grounds. Very, very fun thing to do.
sense. If you're a dork.
Ah,
Sorry.
You know what's funny? Occasionally I'll tweet something and people say dork, and I say, yeah, thanks for the compliment.
Nerd is okay. Nerd is
I'm
nerd
taking
used
dork.
to be a bad thing.
It used to be.
Take dork as well.
You give wedgies to the nerds.
Yeah. Well, the nerds would also be the people that were like, but now a nerd is like you can be a science nerd and people like it. It's like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh, I'm an old movie nerd. You can say that.
Yeah, or movie geek. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm taking dork.
Okay.
I'll take it all.
Geek and dork and nerd. Yeah.
Did I tell you? I must have told you this last time I was on your show. When I was a kid, I was bigger than other kids. I was always one of the tallest 2 kids in the class out of 30. So I was bigger than others in the day. And I was also physically fit and physically active, athletic. But I was squarely in the geek camp. Okay, I had my slide rule back in the day, walking down the corridor. You know,
You were also wrestling.
I was captain of my high school's wrestling team. So I was a geek person who could actually kick your ass, okay? And I saw how my fellow geeks, because that's the community that I associated with card carrying, were treated by the football quarterback and the popular kids and the kids who are all beautiful and the ones who, and I imagined my future as a superhero, defender of the geeks.
Wow.
So that if you put up a little, bat signal or whatever, geek signal, put a few digits of pi, and I come flying in, and there's a wedgie in progress, right? I would just land, and I grab the bully and rip them off the encounter, and I've just saved the day. This is my superhero.
It's always the football players, right?
Well, always. It's all because I think they're rewarded for
Violence.
for violence.
They also have brain damage.
As we come to
Yeah.
discover.
How fucked up is that? You find out the high school kids
Right.
that literally across the board, the majority of people who play football have CTE.
Right.
In as far down as 7th grade.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, CT remind me that's stands for
Chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Encephalopathy. Yeah. Encephalopathy. Say it like Mike Tyson. Encephalopathy.
So let me tell you that story about Christopher Columbus.
Please.
So
The dick story. You're
no, I already told you the dick story.
Yeah.
Now let me tell you just something else. Okay. I think him coming to America was the most significant thing to ever happen in our species.
Whoa.
74, Huntington Beach, 70 degrees.
Not internet porn?
We're on a freeway.
No, that's just porn in another medium.
Right. Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, internet porn is just a matter of degree, not a matter of
Yes.
does it exist or does it not.
Right.
Okay. I think it was the most significant event to happen in our species.
Kind of amazing when you stop and think about the fact that at that point in time, other than the Native Americans who lived here who were living a nomadic tribal existence, very few people that had the wheel, that had firearms, that had all these things that had already been achieved in the rest of the world had made their way to this place.
So then watch. Okay. Here's how it works.
Right.
So you can hear. So I presume that you have some skepticism of this claim, as most people would, especially the Columbus haters who are out there. Right.
I don't really have any skepticism about it, to be honest.
Okay. So let me describe to you why I think this is true, and then you can tell me whether you agree or not. We are hunter-gatherers. We haven't settled down yet. Early humans, and we're basically wandering. We're following the herds, all right? And then the Ice Age hits. Well, what is an Ice Age? An Ice Age means it is so cold that when the moisture evaporates from the oceans, goes to the clouds go over the land, it doesn't rain, it snows. And the snow falls and it stays. So the water that had lifted up from the ocean does not return to the ocean. It accumulates on the land. And this accumulation, when it's significant and sustained, we call glaciers. Glaciers is not itself a snowfall. It is compressed snow that's basically changed state into this ice river that flows very slowly back to the ocean. But the oceans are getting drained faster than they're getting replenished. So during the Ice Age, the ocean levels dropped, exposing the Bering Strait land bridge between Asia and what is now Alaska, basically North America. Our ancestors who come out of Africa go into Europe. Some stayed, others kept wandering. Some stayed low above the Mediterranean, others went high. They populate Asia. They keep walking because there's a land bridge there. They don't even know it's a bridge, it's just more land. So they walk and they enter North America. From there, that's kind of the only way you can go is south at that point. The weather gets a little better. The Ice Age ends. The glaciers melt back into the oceans. The ocean levels rise, closing the land bridge, stranding a branch of the human species for 10,000 years. Those humans who made it across that land bridge and spread out into North America, Central America, South America, have only a few families as their parent genetic origin. Okay, it's like some research says it's like 8 family lineages populated the entire North and South American continents. Then the land bridge breaks. Now you have Europe, Asia, Africa, and North and South America, and they know nothing of one another. 2 separate branches of the human species. The Vikings notwithstanding, maybe they came over, they didn't. Even if they did, their influence was near zero relative to the Europeans. So we're talking about influence here. This is a branch. Had this continued, this is how you speciate. This is why the species on Australia, that's why you have mammals there where they have pouches. Right? No other mammals do that. They split off and they evolved their own way. Okay. So 10,000 years is not enough to grow 3 heads or 12 fingers. But our species is separate. Now, Columbus crosses the Atlantic, makes contact with humans. This is the first time that has happened in 10,000 years. We have rejoined 2 branches of the human species. We are now one common genetic group. And that genetic crossbreeding now continues to this day. We fly to any corner of the world and mate. Okay? And the mating already began immediately. Yes, there were diseases that Columbus brought to North America. Much written about that. Less written is that he brought syphilis back to Europe. First cases of syphilis in 1492. Whoa. And then it skyrocketed.
Syphilis from the Native Americans? Yes. What, did they have no problem with it?
Well, I don't know the details of how the physiology of the natives dealt with that, or whether it mutated. I don't. And there may be people who know that. I'm not among them.
That's fascinating.
But just look at the graph of reported syphilis cases in Europe. It all began in 1492. It came back. So what I'm saying is, this was a hugely significant event. The rejoining of the branches of the human species.
Well, yeah, no, I would imagine that makes sense. That is the most important event.
And by the way, Native Americans, this famous, infamous problem with metabolizing alcohol. Okay, with Native Americans, who else has that problem? The Chinese.
They do.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
So it's an Asian issue.
Well, so who stayed in? So you look at who populated North and South America after before the land bridge. It's whoever was right at the edge of the natives of North and South America. have more in common with each other because of this than most other pairs of groups you might grab around the world. But my point is, obviously, there's a lot to blame Columbus for, but he just happened to be the guy who did it first. Europe was coming to the New World no matter what. Everybody was trying to find a faster trade route to the Indies. And so if it wasn't Columbus, it would have been Arnold Schmetnik, whatever. It doesn't matter. Somebody did that. And the rest is, as they say, history. So otherwise, we'd still be two stranded branches of humans.
It would be fascinating, though, like Australia's stranded, to see what would happen if this has gone on for hundreds of thousands of years.
If hundreds of thousands, that would have been a different story, right? And your immunities would be different.
Well, that's the big concern about aliens, right? One of the big concerns is that there's some sort of a virus you pick up from somewhere.
I think that's harder to accept. So, for example, what are the chances that an oak tree would catch whooping cough? Not so good. We're two different species. So viruses tend to be very species targeted.
Yeah, but what about?
But now they can jump species. Sure, they can jump species, but so there's a jump mammal to mammal, there's a jump vertebrate to vertebrate. But so yes, that can happen. But the more different the life form is, it is sensible to suppose that the less likely you're going to share the same diseases. That's all. But NASA, regardless, has safeguards in place in the event that happens. So it's called the Planetary Protection Program. In essence, it's a whole division of NASA. It's protecting Earth from bugs. There's a certain sterilization levels that we invoke. The Cassini spacecraft, we plunged it back into Saturn in its depth when we were done with it and ran out of money. We're done with it. Plunged into Saturn to vaporize. We didn't leave an orbit around Saturn. Why? Because it might have crashed into one of Saturn's moons that might have life. And if someone had sneezed on the spacecraft before it got launched, we don't want to contaminate the life that we were later going to one day want to study. So that's why we plunged it into Saturn.
That's why.
That is why.
Because they were worried about maybe it hitting Europa or something.
Once it's dead and you can't track it or guide it anymore, then it's a wild card. It might hit Europa is a moon of Jupiter, but Enceladus, there are other moons that have sort of ocean water, the water world basically. And
so the concern is that we would introduce life.
Suppose we did, it crashed, and then we go back later and find life, and it has DNA just like here. But was it our life that we contaminated with? Is that what, you don't want to confuse the future science of it. So that's the point.
Can you even watch a science movie, like science fiction movies? I know you had a real problem with gravity, but
all right. So let me set the record straight. Okay. Let me just go on record.
Okay.
I've been deeply misunderstood with my comments on it. Deeply misunderstood. Deeply. And so I've just stopped. When was the last time you saw a movie come on my Twitter stream? You haven't. You haven't. I've kind of just stopped.
Wasn't the Matthew McConaughey movie? Did you comment on that one?
Interstellar. Interstellar. That's the last one I commented on in any big way. Right. Yeah, I'm done. Because people, it's not fun going to movies with you. Why would you do? Tyson will just say that can never happen. And so my intent did not match how people received my intent. My intent is, here's an observation that I think if you understood this, it would enhance your appreciation of it. Let me give an example. Star Wars, The Force Awakens. They've got that. That's the one that introduced BB-8. Okay.
Is that the most recent one?
No. It's like 4 movies ago. Plus, I've lost track because there's another one. Okay. So the one that introduced BB-8, cute as ever. Okay. Cute little fella. And in there, they have the updated Death Star. Right. Okay. Remember the old Death Star has enough power to destroy a planet, and that's devastating. This one, it can suck energy. Then it can take these energy beams and kill 6 planets at once. It's no longer just a 1 planet killing, 6 or 8, whatever the number was. It was like high single digits. Okay. Well, I did the math on this, and I tweeted, And I said, first, okay, if you take all the energy from a star, you become a star. But let's not, maybe they've got a containment mechanism. I'll give it to them. It is the future, after all.
I think it's the future.
Whatever.
A
Okay.
long time ago in a galaxy far, far
Yeah,
away.
it's another universe of civilizations, okay?
Yes.
But they have light speed and we don't.
All right, buddy. The issue is tonight, 10:30.
Let me pause on that one. So you do the calculation, and I forgot the number, but I calculated how much energy is stored in a star.
There you go.
That's enough energy to explode 1,000 planets. Oh my gosh, they underrepresented. And I thought this could have been more badass than even they came up with in this movie. That is the nature of my comments. Not could this happen, could it not happen?
Let me give you a perspective.
Okay, wait. So 20% of people just get pissed off. 80% they cut me no slack. And I'm only doing this for people to enjoy. And if I have that level of hate mail, I don't need to continue it. So I just basically stop. I'll have these thoughts to myself, but I don't have the urge to share them. I still have the thoughts.
I gotta teach you the art of post and drop. Okay, this is what you do. You post something, you know people are gonna get mad. You drop your phone and you walk away.
No,
You gotta learn how to do that, man. You can't be reading those fucking comments.
No,
You're dealing with too many human beings.
no, I get that.
But you don't, because you're still changing your behavior
Here's
based
my
on
rebuttal.
morons.
Here's my rebuttal.
Your rebuttal.
My rebuttal is, if you're watching a movie that takes place in 1958, it's a period piece, and there's a car from 1960,
Oh yeah,
and,
that's crazy.
and someone who's a car expert points that out. You say, hey, he's an expert. That's pretty good. Do you complain that the person noticed that? No. You praise their expertise.
I get mad at the movie.
If you get mad at the movie, if you're watching a Jane Austen period piece, and 1870, whenever they took place, and someone gets out of the carriage with tie-dyed bell-bottoms, you would cry foul.
Right.
That would take you, I'm exaggerating there, obviously. It could be a top hat instead of a derby. You would cry foul if you were a costume designer. And we would all be impressed by that level of knowledge that you exhibited. I am bringing a level of science to bear on a movie that is no different from anybody else's expertise who is out there that we have praised for that invocation. Yet people are not granting me that latitude to make those comments.
I don't like these generalizations. I don't like this.
It is true.
No, but I don't like what you're saying. People are not doing this. No, a small vocal minority that are assholes. And those are the people that you're altering your behavior for. That's what I think is ridiculous about
No,
this.
because
Most people enjoy it. They hear you talking about gravity and the fact that hair wouldn't do that, and the space stations weren't that close together.
Right. You can see it in the sky. My
Yeah, that shit
gosh.
doesn't work.
Right. But
It's assholes.
no, my tweets are offerings.
Yes.
I don't want.
The problem is
I
you're
don't need
reading
to force feed
responses. That's the problem. The only problem is you're reading responses. What you're doing is wonderful.
No,
You're educating people.
20% freak out is high.
What the fuck is 20%?
Listen,
I
hear
can't
me
even
out.
believe those numbers.
Hear me out. When it's 5%, then I take notice.
But you say 20%. Like, what are you doing? Calculations? You're actually doing a.
I scan 100 of them. I see 20 of them.
You just run into 20 assholes. So 20 assholes out of the millions and millions of people that follow you have decided to reach out, and you're altering your behavior for assholes. I like those quotes. I like when you break things down, because I didn't know those things. I like thinking about like the hair and gravity. I was like, oh yeah, the fucking shit be standing straight up in
And
the
the
air.
only reason why I mentioned about hair, because every photo of anybody with long hair wouldn't happen to you, but anyone with long hair in space, it's standing up on edge. It's a completely obvious thing
Yeah,
that was omitted from the filming of Gravity.
yeah, but you have to have hair and makeup. You have to have a reason to exist.
So what I might do, I might take a poll. I might post
Fuck
it.
polls.
Stop! I'm a servant of curiosity. I don't want to force feed
You
curiosity.
don't have to listen
I
to your feed.
I
No
don't
one
want
has
to
to
force
read it.
feed
You're
anybody.
not force feeding anything. You're putting offerings out there, like you said. It's not force feeding. You're not knocking on someone's home. Wake up, bitch. Read my shit.
That is true. I'm not forcing
You're not
myself
doing
on
that.
your property.
You're not doing it at all.
And put the shotgun down. You're going to
You're
hear
an
me talk
expert.
about your movie.
Listen, man.
I said about BB-8. I said first. I said BB-8 is way cuter than R2D2, and I use like 5 A's in the way just to start a fight because that's a fun fight.
Right.
Then I said, by the way, BB-8, a smooth metal rolling spherical ball would have skidded uncontrollably on sand. And the whole movie's moving around on sand.
Right. Yeah, it would. That's why you deflate your tires.
That's why you deflate your tires to drive on sand. That's correct.
Wow.
Have you ever tried riding a bicycle on sand? It's impossible.
That's a good point.
And imagine that, and that's with rubber tires. Imagine steel tires.
You ever tried running on a sand dune? Holy
Oh
shit.
my gosh! Oh yeah.
One of the hardest things you can do for
Talk about
exercise.
getting into shape,
Yeah.
right? So it will work if you have a hard surface just below a dusting of sand.
Right.
And you,
Of course.
yeah, then you can.
You dig into it, the
You
sand
dig- and then
offers some resistance.
the sand then connects to the hard surface.
Yeah.
So I posted this, and people say, "You're ruining the movie for me." And then people started.
Assholes again. When you say people, you're just listening to assholes. Smart people are gonna read that and go, "Oh yeah, this is stupid. It wouldn't roll around."
Yeah,
Give that fucking thing some tractor
but
treads.
you know what's actually happened as a result? I think I'm getting phone calls from producers.
Oh, well,
They
that's
said
good.
there's a little bit of science. We want to make sure that you don't tweet about it.
That's good. That's good. You're keeping them on point.
As you know, I might be most famous in movie commenting for the scene in Titanic. Okay, I don't know if you knew about this.
What would you say about the
Okay,
final
so
scene?
we know where the Titanic sank, the longitude, the latitude.
Yes.
We know what time of day.
Oh, so
What
the
time of
stars.
night. So at the POV, the point of view of Rose, and she's looking up deliriously to the sky. There's only one sky she should have seen, and it was the wrong sky. Not only that, the left side of the sky. It was worse than that. The left side of the sky was a mirror reflection of the right side of the sky.
Did you call James
So it was
Cameron?
amazing. I called it no reply. Back in 1996, I saw it when it first came out. I noticed instantly, and because I know the sky, this is what I
Yeah.
okay. So no reply. 5 years later, I bump into him at a meeting. NASA hosted a meeting with some explorers and some scientists. I brought it up to him, and he says, "Well, at the time, I was not overseeing post-production, and that's when we added that. So I immaturely wanted him to grovel at my feet for forgiveness.
Did you really?
Yeah, I wanted him to, but that's not what happened. So then 5 years after that, I brought it up again when I bumped into him. And then he said, you know, last I checked, Titanic has earned more than $1 billion worldwide. Imagine how much more it would have earned if I'd gotten the sky correct.
That's a stupid answer from an asshole.
It was.
He should be tweeting you.
No. So
That is an asshole answer.
listen. Wait.
That's an ego answer.
But it's not the end of the story.
Okay.
So that was okay. I have nothing more I can say here because he's right. Okay.
No, he's not.
He's right.
No, it made a lot of money, and it would have made the same amount of money if you did that. That's true, but that's not the point.
But
The
he's
point
right.
is you fucked up, bitch. You fucked up. Say you fucked up. Don't say how much money you
A
made.
week later, I got a phone call. Said, hi, I forgot his name. John Smith. Hi, John. How can I help you? Is this Dr. Tice? I said yes. He said, I work post-production for James Cameron. He's producing a director's cut where he's adding new footage, and he tells me you have a sky he could use. I was like, yes! Oh! So, the centennial release of Titanic, released in April 2012. Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Yes. So, how'd you dig up that? Right, there it was,
Centennial
April
release.
2012.
I feel like you and I had this conversation.
I think we might have. If I just put this in context now, it's got so he actually put it. So he did come through. So here's what happened. Seth MacFarlane calls me up and said, I'm making a movie about a talking teddy bear, and I need to know the sky over a town outside of Boston in 1985 on Christmas Eve, looking northeast. You got a sky? I said, I'll get back to you. Half hour later, I sent him the sky. That was the sky that the kid wished on where Ted came to life. So Ted had the correct sky, and Titanic did not.
So it's
on
good
first
that
rate.
you're correcting these
Ted
people.
won, Titanic 0 on that. Right. So the point is that people started thinking about it. And the highest compliment I ever got was Andy Weir, who wrote The Martian. he said to himself, while he was writing the novel, he said, because he's an engineer, so he has the fluency and he also knows how to write. He's write creatively. He said, if Tyson were looking over my shoulder, would he eat about this or not? And so that put him on notice to make sure that his calculations were accurate. And The Martian is one of the most entertainingly accurate explorations of how to invoke science to not die that there ever was. So for me, that was a very high compliment. And it was kind of worth it, all of the naysayers that go,
Yeah, so why stop?
I don't know, maybe I'll change.
I think you need to learn how to post and drop. Just think about it like this.
Post and
Boom,
drop.
boom,
Boom.
walk away.
Walk away.
Just go do something else, man. You don't need to look at that shit. You don't need to look at what people are going to say. Make sure that there's no typos. That's always a
But I
struggle.
like, no, yeah, it is. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I got the fat thumbs.
Me too.
I care, though,
I'm sure you do care.
about how people can think about what I wrote, if it's a way that I had not considered.
Okay.
I like knowing it makes me a better communicator when I'm in front of an audience. I'll know what percent will think one way versus another, and I can modify what I'm saying to be more precise and to, as we say in physics, to reduce the impedance between the signal and the receiver so that there's a better match between the communicator and the audience.
I understand that. But if you
You
see...
surely have told jokes that people just took the wrong way.
Oh, yeah. Or
Without
even
your intent.
the right way. They just didn't like what I was saying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But it's surely like you see the word cuck in a response, you know that person's an asshole, right? There's certain things you just say, like, you're a cuck. Like, okay, I'm not listening anymore. Now I know what you are. You're a fool, right? You see that, like, yeah, you spend all the time staring at the fucking sky instead of fill in the blank. And those are just assholes.
Well, I have pretty thick skin, so it's not that it upsets me. It's that I'm here to serve you, not to piss you off.
You're not there to serve.
I'm an educator.
There's some people.
I'm an educator.
They're looking to get angry.
I
They're
get
not
that, but
really
maybe I
angry.
can bring them around.
But you can't. The arrogance of thinking that you can fix 30 plus years of worthless shitbag living with a couple of tweets.
Okay. You know something? I don't even want to take you up on that challenge because you're probably right.
I'm telling you, you gotta walk away. But for most people, myself included in those most people, I enjoy those tweets.
So I got
learned
one.
something.
Here's one. So I tweeted something, and somebody responding to somebody else's tweet said, you know, I don't really like Tyson. He's so pompous. Okay. So I tweeted back to that person, and I said, thanks for your note. Could you please share with me the single most pompous thing you've ever seen me do? And he wrote back, he says, damn, you would have to be reading my tweets, would you? Now you put me on the spot. I can't think of anything right now, but overall, I really like your work. He put nothing for it.
Yeah, that happens all the time because people are just shocked that you respond.
But plus, people can get into a stereotype mode where there's, no, that person is that, and therefore
Yes.
everything.
They just decide.
They decide.
Yeah.
They decide.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you can't listen to those people, dude. You're too smart for this.
And other people said, look, the dude wrote a book called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry.
Yeah.
You think, how pompous is that?
That's not pompous at all.
Right.
You're a science educator.
I interviewed on Star Talk. Yes, you were one of my guests, but so too was Katy Perry.
There
And
you go.
there are people who got pissed off because she's nothing to add. She's just pop culture. I said, she wrote a song about boning an alien, and I wanted to find out what she was thinking. Yes,
Did she?
Well, there's
Did
a
she
line.
write it?
Yeah, it's her song. And it's a line.
Probably after you fuck Russell Crowe a few times. Or what's his name? Peters. Sorry, Russell.
I don't. Yeah.
Brand. What is it?
Russell
Peters?
Brand?
Russell Peters. Russell, what's up? Russell Peters is a good friend of mine. He's like, Joe, what the fuck? Sorry, Russell.
I don't keep up.
It's been a long day. I'm on jet lag. I just got back from Italy.
Oh yeah.
I'm very confused. Yeah, I'm my brain's.
You're zoning a little.
Yeah, I'm just out of it. Just completely out of it.
I'm trying to keep you awake for your
Russell
audience.
Brand. Russell Brand. Sorry. You fucked Russell Brand. Say it.
I didn't know. I didn't know any of this.
You're married.
I didn't know this.
So he's like an alien. That's my point. He's a very odd duck.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he's a brilliant guy, but he's out there.
He'd be like one of those guys that would be in the Men in Black aliens that they're tracking. Do you remember that scene in the headquarters? There's a big
Right.
where
Undercover aliens.
yeah, the underground, they're all aliens,
Yeah.
and they're like Michael Jackson was there. People who just there's something a little different about them, you know. So
There's people that really do believe that. That believe that there's aliens amongst us.
again, we live in a free country. Fine, but
Well, you know what happens?
evidence at some point should matter.
You find out about like Russian agents that have been living in like New Jersey for like 30 years.
That's the whole premise of the show.
Americans.
Yeah, the American, yeah.
Well, it's a real story too. I mean, it really has happened on multiple occasions. So they wonder, well, if the Russians what do the aliens want to do?
Yeah, so just finding one.
Yeah.
Maybe they are doing
Are
it.
you
but-
open-minded to that?
Of course. Oh my gosh. No, who doesn't want to meet the
Do
aliens?
you wish?
I would love to meet the aliens. They're gonna have technology that we don't have. I want to compare notes. I want to own my arrival with the
Which one?
arthropod alien.
Okay, isn't there's two arrivals?
Well, there's an earlier arrival with Charlie Sheen.
Yeah,
He played an astrophysicist, by
That's
the
a
way.
good one too.
So this one is, it's like a septopus lands.
Yes.
It's got 7.
Freaky things that speak in ink.
Okay, speaking ink, right? So they sent a physicist and an anthropologist, not an anthropologist, a linguist. And I tweeted, I said, if aliens come, I would not send a physicist and linguist. I would send an astrobiologist and a cryptographer. And
The linguist piled on.
yeah, she's not a linguist. She was if you're an anthropological linguist, but they all are. But you just look up the title, what her profession was. But anyhow, so they all piled on. That's fine. It's acceptable. Because how many linguists are ever shown in a film? So this is their time in the sun, the big moment. So I get it. That's fine. But there are a couple of things. So, for example, there it is making these circles and they're interpreting them. But it's making them on glass. So how do they know we weren't seeing them, the mirror image of what it was trying to communicate? That was not addressed in the film. But, yeah, I want to meet aliens as they did there. They brought the military, of course. That would be a likely fact. But, because your protection is of extreme importance. But, here, this happens in all sci-fi movies. You go up to this thing, you get lifted up against the force of gravity. At that point, I would just put down all my weapons because there's stuff going on that's way beyond your understanding of the laws of physics.
Yeah.
It's like pulling out your pistol and shooting at the spacecraft that crossed half the galaxy to come to you. What are you doing? They're clearly superior to you in ways that you don't even know yet. So just find another way to do your talking rather than sending bullets their way.
But isn't that always the case in every film? I mean, that's always part of the
Yes.
narrative is that the primitive people fuck it up for the advanced civilization that's coming here to help us.
Yeah, it's never been good for the less technologically advanced civilization.
Ever. Yeah.
Right.
And going on right now, currently,
And by the way,
undiscovered tribes.
not to sound pluggy, but one of the profiles here is of Captain Cook.
Ah.
Just a quick thing. I visited Hawaii only a couple of times in my life. One of the times I saw Don Ho in the show. Yeah. Oh my gosh. And he was like, he only sat down. He was like big and heavy and old. And he died a couple of decades ago. But anyhow, Don Ho, he just tells Hawaiian stories. And one of them was about Captain Cook. And someone asked, well, whatever happened to Captain Cook? You know how he replies? He says, nobody's ever seen him. Nobody's ever seen Captain Cook play. So the rumors are that he was eaten by Pacific Island natives.
That happened to a lot of pirates.
So watch what happens. So the Brits send Captain Cook to the South Pacific. Why? Well, you look at his marching orders. It's there's what's called a transit of Venus that's going to take place, visible only from the South Pacific. This is where Earth in our orbit and Venus that's in orbit are such that when Venus passes between us and the sun, it actually is exactly between us and the sun. You can watch it, the circle move across the sun's surface.
Did they look at it through a device?
Yeah, that device, that filters. They're fine. Okay? So, if you measure that, you can learn the exact scale of the solar system. So you learn deep scientific knowledge about how far away the planets are and how far away the sun is from the Earth. It was not known with precision before that measurement was made. So Captain Cook goes on his voyage to do this. Well, it's a pretty expensive voyage. Oh, wait, flip over the marching orders. Oh, open the envelope. Oh, while you're there, use these new navigation techniques that use the sun, moon, and stars and map every coastline you find and bring that information back to us. Within 10 years of Captain Cook navigating the South Pacific, as well as the northern coast of Australia and New Zealand, within 10 years, Britain took control over those coastlines. Became part of the British Empire. Hegemony at its finest. On the premise that is observing.
They knew that much about the cycles of the planets that they could be there. They knew accurately they could be.
Part of the motivation of knowing any of this was navigation around the globe. Was navigation. How are you going to know where you are on Earth? You can get your latitude. That's just the altitude, the height of Polaris, the North Star above the horizon. Measure that at night. You can wait that long. Where do you know where you are in longitude? Ships would be shipwrecked. Millions of dollars worth of commerce would be at the bottom of the ocean because they didn't know where a coastline was. And the only way you can measure coastline is if you have good navigational tools and tactics, which involves an accurate chronometer, a timekeeping device for your and knowing what the sun, moon, and stars are doing in your sky. So the astronomer in that day was crucial to the mapping of the Earth. And who's mapping Earth? Is it just geologists for fun? No. It is nations wielding power over regions beyond their own coastlines. And I have a quote here. That's where this quote comes from. I got a guy from 1757, James Ferguson. 1757. Here's his quote. Of all the sciences cultivated by mankind, astronomy is acknowledged to be, and undoubtedly is, the most sublime, the most interesting, and the most useful. For by knowledge derived from this science, not only the bulk of the earth is discovered, but our very faculties are enlarged with the grandeur of the ideas it conveys, our minds exalted above their low, contracted prejudices. I gotta drop a mic on that. Boom, drop that mic. So, notice he lists mapping the earth first. Then he talks about how it exalts in our grandeur. So, it's an exercise in dominance, in hegemony, in power.
Under the guise of studying.
Well, it's not so much. It's just they
did it together.
They matter to one another.
Yeah, that was part of it.
It's part of it.
And they using a sextant for all this.
So sextant helped. There was an octant a little earlier. The Muslims used an astrolabe. Okay, you've got. By the way, what's the number? It's a third or two. It's about. I forgot the fraction. Around a half of all stars that have names in the night sky have Arabic names. Because in the golden age of Islam, 1,000 years ago, navigation was a big deal, and they navigated using astrolabes, which is sort of the Islamic counterpart to the sextant and the octant that we use in the rest of Europe. Astrolabes are gorgeous. Oh, then they're works of art. They're brass. They're etched. There's writing.
They sell them.
You can buy replicas, but you're not getting the original.
See, find an astrolabe.
Yeah, astrolabe.
See what that looks like.
Oh, yeah. So there's a thing that hangs down. There are different discs that you can replace depending on where you are on Earth to know where you are more accurately. So this is all navigation.
So it was almost like chips for a GPS device.
Yeah, they're gorgeous. they're completely gorgeous.
Wow. What the fuck?
Yeah, and you carry them
If
with
you
you.
found that somewhere, you go, okay, aliens are big.
Yeah, exactly. If you didn't otherwise know your history.
But look at that.
The
That is
size of that,
insane.
that's about the size of a heavyweight champion's buckle belt.
So
belt buckle.
what is that thing doing?
So yeah, it depends on where you are on Earth when you
Holy
want.
shit.
That's what I'm saying. So this is, we're talking about this was 1,000 years ago. This 700 years ago, 600 years ago, 500. The Ottoman Empire is spreading their influence, and they've got astrolabes. So this is Islam. You don't even learn about this in school because you only hear about the rest of Europe, Christian Europe. So this mess,
Incredible looking device.
yes, and these are dials that turn.
It looks like a
underneath
tribal
one another.
tattoo. It doesn't even look like there's a rhyme or reason to it. With all the claws and everything, it completely looks like art. It looks like some bizarre.
Or it looks like an alien. Yeah. So again, if you're only listening, just Google astrolabe and look at any of it. That's a more primitive one there.
Oh, wow.
A simpler one. And so that's 1602. So so that one that has the spirit of an astrolabe, but I don't know that if they would have called that an astrolabe. The others, they go way back. And so the most decorated ones are the ones from the Middle East. But anyhow, the point is, GPS is no different from the navigation tools in concept, from the navigation tools that Captain Cook invoked for Britain to then take control over all the South Pacific that they did. It is, where are we, and do we know this information with precision? And so, and what happens if an enemy force takes out our GPS? And we have so much dependent on it. What are we going to do? We've got people now working on using navigation by pulsars. Can't take those out. Those are cosmic. They're sending highly timed pulses that reach Earth in different places on the sky. And by measuring them, you can, and the time delay between one and the other, you can actually localize yourself on Earth's surface with extremely high precision and without any use of satellites. That's the future of navigation, where you are insulated from a rogue nation that might want to take out your satellites. Pulsars. And by the way, the Trump Space Force, there are a whole lot of Trump haters out there. But if you want to hate Trump rationally, you want to not hate him no matter what he says. You want to evaluate statement by statement what he says. Right? That's what you need to do. He says, I want a Space Force. Well, let's think about that. Okay. In the Second World War, there was the Air Force, except they were not their own branch. They were part of the Army. It was called the Army Air Force. And then we realized that command and control in the air needs different kinds of soldiers because they have to be pilots. It's a different kind of decision making, different kinds of tactical actions you would have in the theater of operations. And so it was sensible to spawn off a new branch of the military called the Air Force. No one today would question whether that was a good idea. Today, you should know that operations in space, in the vacuum of the universe, is a different regime that you're operating in from moving through the air. Your hardware looks different. Your strategies are different. Your command and control is different. So it's not a crazy, just because it came out of Trump's mouth doesn't make it a crazy idea that you might want a Space Force. In fact, I had proposed a Space Force in 2001 when I was on a commission appointed by George W. Bush to explore the future of the United States aerospace industry, a commission of 12. So I put it on the table. We have Air Force generals there, former members of Congress, people from Lockheed Martin, and people said, well, the Air Force is currently overseeing space, the United States Space Command. So everybody was happy with it, and so I said, okay, let's not worry about it. If everybody's happy, but as long as the needs of our presence in space grows, but more importantly, the size of our assets, as long as that continues to grow, What else would a military do beyond protecting your borders? They would protect your assets. And our space assets by day by day, are growing by leaps and bounds. So it's not
assets being like satellites,
stations, and the value of those. It's not just the cost of the satellite; it's the value of the satellite to you. The military is now creating a whole other GPS system that will be exclusive to them, and then they're going to see the current GPS too. And what have we done with GPS? This hard-earned engineering and physics and orbital mechanics. What have we done with the GPS? We now use it to find out who you want to mate with.
Oh, someone's in your area.
Yeah, this is Tinder. This is Grindr. This is show me mateable people within 20 square blocks of where I am. That's a GPS.
They mate on Grindr.
You're right. I did look up the definition. Mate implies you're making a baby. Right. Okay. Who are you gonna have sex with? Fine.
Yeah.
So that has a certain economic value to society. So does Uber. So do all the things so does UPS tracking their trucks.
Yeah.
So it's not the cost of the satellite, it's the value of the satellite to our economy. You'd want that protected.
Makes sense. Is there a Space Force currently? Like, is it real? Are they recruited?
There's the United States Space Command. So
Is there anybody who's a general?
if we make a space, there are generals in the Air Force overseeing Space Command. So if you're going to make a Space Force, you would offload the space activities of the Air Force
Space Command.
to this U.S. Space Command primarily, to the Space Force. If we have a Space Force, you know what I want to see? I want them to protect us from asteroids. How about that for a defense program?
That makes sense. Because you want the government involved in that. Shouldn't it be someone a little bit more thorough?
That's not how it works.
It's not. Scientists.
Yes, you just made you made a blanket anti-government decision because you're just an anti-government
That's
guy.
what people say.
Okay, so private enterprise is not good at doing expensive things that have never been done before.
Right. You need government money.
Government does it first. Okay?
Right.
Then you learn where the hostiles are, where the friendlies are, what patent did you need to make this happen. Then the venture capitalist meeting about whether I'm going to make a buck on it has some teeth in it. They say, how much will this cost? Well, we know because the government did it, and we think we can do it for half that price. Is it dangerous? Yes, the government did this and they lost 2 people, but we will put protections in so we won't have that risk. What is the return on the investment? The government got no return because that wasn't the objective, but here's how we can bring it. So I'll do it second, I won't do it first. This is how you get the Dutch East India Trading Company. They were not the first Europeans to the New World. Because where's the edge of the earth? Will you find India? Where will you? What? You don't know any of this. I'm screaming at you, sorry. You don't know any of this. Columbus does it first. And he can tell you where there's food and where there isn't, and where they want to kill you and where they don't. Then you hand that information to the mercantilists. And they make a buck after the fact.
So they come in.
They come in. That's how you do it. That's how modern airplanes came about. People were making planes in their garage. The government said this could be a cool thing. Let's pay them and have them compete to carry airmail. New kind of mail. Mail delivered by air. Oh, that's cool. So now I make an airplane because I want that contract. You say, no, you want the contract. You make an airplane that has more cargo, a better engine. You're cleverer. Now you just took the contract from me. Now I make a bigger airplane. So I said, oh, I see what he did there, but now I can improve on that. Now, wait a minute. I don't need to carry mail. I can carry people. Thus is born commercial air. Government basically begged, as did prize money for accomplishing certain achievements, like Lindbergh. No one talks about the fact that there was cash money available to him for having flown across the Atlantic solo first. Cash money. Yeah, he did it for the money. Yeah. As most of them did. Fly the longest, the highest, the fastest. Each of these had money associated with it. So this drove the marketplace. It was not whether you could make a product out of it initially, because you got to get over the early humps. You got to get through, you got to know what it is that works and what doesn't.
So is there a plan with the Space Force? Like, are they going to make space weapons and spaceships?
There's a treaty in the 19th century war. It's, again, I feel so bad for doing
Plug it, baby.
No, I feel so.
Let me hold it then.
No, yeah, you can. You hold it. Yeah. Yeah, I just feel, but it's the unspoken alliance between astrophysics and the military. You look beautiful with that book.
Thank you.
Primarily because there's a bow and arrow here.
Oh, there
Being shot by Sagittarius that became a weapon and a missile. And you're a bow and arrow guy. Last I checked. You got a freaking bow and arrow in the back of your head.
Yes.
When you're afraid.
I practice.
When the zombies come
Hey,
and you run out of bullets. Yeah.
Tell me something. I'm pulling this sword out like a chick from Walking Dead.
Oh.
Seems to be the best weapon. Everybody runs out of bullets.
Right.
Zombies are slow.
And her weapon is, in fact, a samurai
samurai
sword.
sword.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So, what was I saying before I interrupted myself?
Space Force.
Who's paying attention out there?
Weapons.
Weaponizing space. So there's an
Yes.
outer space treaty for the peaceful uses of outer space. And it was in 1967. There's some modifications since then, but that's the basic one. And we are a signature to it. So are the other major countries of the world.
Yeah, but didn't we just break out of the Paris Accord? Just break out of that goddamn space pussy shit.
It's a beautiful document. It tries to be very forward-looking. If there's an astronaut from another country who is at risk, then you will go to help them without question. It's very kumbaya.
Okay.
So one of my sort of, now that I'm old and tired, and I'm a realist, is why should we promise to not kill each other in space when we are not successful at doing that here on Earth?
And we don't even promise to.
We don't even promise to do it here on Earth. Who are we to say, oh, well, we'll kill each other, but in space we'll all hold hands?
Maybe
I don't have that much confidence in human conduct. I've become cynical years, and I'm angry. Demonstrate to me that on Earth you know how to not kill one another. Then I'll believe your space treaty. That's all I'm saying. Now, given that there is a treaty, it says you can't put heavy weapons in space. As I detail in one of the, oh, by the way, I have a co-author on this. I started doing this 12 years ago. And it was like, I will never finish this for 1,000 years. So I brought in a co-author, August Lang, who is a longtime editor of my essays that I'd written for Natural History Magazine. Just give a shout out to my co-author.
How does that work? So the
In this
co-author
case-
sort of takes your stuff and stitches it together?
In this particular case, there's a lot of ways we collaborate. Some of them I just dictated entire chapters to her, but leaving out certain details that would require Ander and the right this. But I know broadly how it happened and what sequence, and so then she would take that and shape that into a chapter. Other places I would say, this happened, and that happened. She would say, well, that wouldn't fit the narrative as it's coming together. Let's drop the middle one and take the other two. I'd say, great. So I'd write that up, and she would stitch it. She would graft it, is a better word, into the rest of what was going on. So this is, even though there are places here where I speak in first person, it's a co-written project. It's not ghostwritten. It's not, I'm just putting my name, but somebody else wrote. I mean, I write. I know how to write. So I'm a co-author. But thanks for asking. That's good. Here's a problem that we detail here. People say, I don't want weapons in space. Okay, there's nothing more useless than a space weapon. Think it through. If I use your skull here. Okay, if this is Earth. Okay. Everything more spherical here, I guess not. I'm using your skulls. Okay. All right. So this is Earth. Okay. And I've got a satellite in orbit around the Earth. Okay. And I say, okay, I want to weaponize the satellite, put a bomb in it, and I want to drop over some city. Some bad person wants to make that decision.
Right.
Well, what's the city you want to hit? Well, it's up here somewhere.
So you got to drop it halfway there.
So you got to, well, no, it's not just that. These are not very high above the planet. And so you have to change the orbit to align it so that it goes over your target. Satellites don't go over every spot on Earth. They only go over the orbit that had been preset for it. Okay. We can already aim a missile to any place on Earth. It'll get there in less than 45 minutes. And destroy the whole city with nuclear weapons. We can already do that. There is no advantage to putting nukes in space if that's your objective. Not only that, suppose there's a rogue satellite and it's messing with you. It's beaming energy particles at you and you want to take it out. How are you going to take it out? You're going to destroy it? Oh, now you break it into 1,000,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces. Now each piece is moving 18,000 miles an hour and puts your own satellites at risk. That's the modern equivalent to in the First World War when they said, "Oh, we have a good idea because we can't shoot them in the trenches. Let's gas them out." So they have the mustard gas. Oops, the wind changed directions, and all of a sudden you become a victim of your own weapon, such as would happen in space if you go in and start exploding satellites out of orbit. So war in space is a different thing. It's not what you think it would be.
So what would they do?
So the peaceful use of outer space treaty allows you to have defensive things in space, not offensive, for defensive purposes. It allows that. So
Treaty aside, though,
Yeah.
what could you do? Could you have a
a
space
rogue
war?
state could take out our GPS satellites.
Okay, but
And render the military blind, and then you won't be able to pick up your Uber. You won't have anyone have sex with you.
oh,
That's the range of stuff that GPS applies to.
right.
And so it'll affect our economy and it'll affect our security. And then our Navy can't talk to the Air Force can't talk to it. And that would be bad. Armies, wars are no longer fought just by how many soldiers have you lined up at the border. It's what have you done strategically to render your opponent to weaken your opponent or render them incapable of fighting. This is why the attacks on September 11th worked, because we had a policy that if someone wants to hijack a plane, you follow their instructions. You do not deny them their requests, because the assumption was that if you deny their requests, they will start harming people. And if you follow their requests, it will delay when they harm them, if they harm them at all, and maybe everyone will end up safe. It was not in the game plan that they would crash the plane on purpose. Okay? So, September 12th, you will never be able to do that to an American plane. Forget the extra X-rays that we're doing. A pilot will never relinquish the cockpit ever again, no matter who they're torturing in the back of the plane. No matter what they're doing, even if they're shooting people one by one, because the plane going down takes everybody out. So that was a pretty easy door to close, literally and figuratively, but no one saw it coming.
You know what drives me crazy? When they put that drink cart in the hallway to protect the pilot. When they open the
I asked
door.
them about that. So it's just to delay you a fraction of a second to give them a chance to go in and lock the door. Right. It's you have to get through them and the flight attendant. That takes an extra second. You can't just run in. Plus, they don't even allow you to stand in the aisle while it's happening. They tell you to sit down. Correct. So you have to get out of your thing, charge the cart, and get through the cart and the flight attendant, who will be fighting for their life at this point. Okay? And because the plane is everything.
Yeah, I've seen that opening though. You can get through. Those ladies aren't going to stop. Nobody who really is physically.
So Joe Rogan has already thought this through.
Well, it's an unfortunate thing that my mind does.
The point is, you can.
I would never do it, of course.
You know what? I thought about not that, but I thought to myself, the plane that went, because I was like eyewitness September 11th, 6 blocks away, 6 walking blocks, 4
Did you actually witness the plane hit?
No, because my view was blocked from the south. So, but I have camcorder footage of the explosion. Biggest explosion I've ever seen. And by the way, one thing I noticed is that there was no shockwave. I might have been the closest scientist to the event, so all I could do was apply every bit of physics that I know. There was no shockwave. I said, well, how can we have an explosion and no shockwave? And I later learned if you kind of make a deflagration wave, you atomize fuel and then you spark it, then the flame moves across the fuel. It's not a shock wave. It's just a deflagration wave, and therefore there's no shock wave. And so windows are not blown out a quarter mile away as they were in Oklahoma City with the Timothy McVeigh. Why am I bringing this up? What was I talking about? Plane. Oh yeah. So here's something I calculated. I said, if I was in a 767 and we're about to crash into a building, if I was in the last row of the plane, how much time would elapse before the front row crumbled and it met me in the back row? Given the speed of the plane going into the building.
500 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, it's probably slower than that by then. I would say closer to 400. It's a known speed, and I don't know it, but I don't think it was this, because you can't turn at that high speed and have to like turn around and aim.
I have
So
to say it's about a second.
less, half a fraction of a second. It's a fraction. So the question is, how long does it take a plane to go its own length when it's going at 400 miles an hour?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's a fraction of a second. So it's like, that's it. You can't even process that. So I figured the deaths were pretty quick. Wow. Yes, basically instantaneous. You are pulverized pile of goo.
Are they planning on making spaceships that can shoot down other spaceships?
So any space wars would not be war between space and Earth. It would be between stuff in space. That's all.
Stuff in space, like
Space to
spaceships.
space.
Yeah.
Space to space. Yeah.
Here's another question. What are they going to do with all that stuff that's just floating around up there?
The debris.
Yeah.
How about another task of a space force? Why don't you clean up space so that we can have tourism and not risk our lives by a paint chip or going 18,000 or bolt or a nut moving at 18,000 miles an hour that'll put a hole straight through you.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I would like to see the portfolio of a space force, if there is a space force, broadened, the scope of that to include protecting us from asteroids and figuring out a way to clean up the debris of space.
Is there a concept in place?
No.
No?
No.
Boy, when you look at that map, and I know the map is not the scale, but it shows you the known satellites in space.
Oh, well, it's to scale in the sense that they're there.
There's that many of them.
There's that many of them.
It's just
At those relative distance but they have you can see their orbital line, so it feels crowded.
It's so crazy when you look at it. It's just like it's just littered, and we're continuing to launch new things up there.
And I joke, I say, one of the reasons why we've never been visited by aliens is because they came to Earth and said, what is all that junk? What? Oh, crap, we're not risking it out. Well, let's go to another planet.
They didn't know the map of where everything was. They had to calculate their
Oh,
incoming.
forget it. Let's take on, it's not worth it.
Yeah, but when you're on your way in, you have to think about it going around in a
If
circle.
you were visiting another planet that had a civilization and they left a lot of crap in their atmosphere, you would, that's not the debris. Those are the satellites.
Yes.
So if you, no, that is debris. No, you got it. So the Air Force tracks debris, as does NASA. They both track debris, and sometimes launch windows of spacecraft.
Pieces of shit that's floating around. Look at that. That's crazy. You scrolling through that? Oh my God, that is so nuts.
Yeah.
We're so crazy. And we've only been doing this for 60 years.
Yeah, so you track it, right?
When was the last first satellite?
For satellite Sputnik. Excuse me.
What year? But what
Excuse me.
was that?
You're too far away from me to slap you.
Sorry. What was it?
Sputnik, October 4th, 1957. The first artificial anything in orbit around the Earth. And on that day,
Shit still up there?
there was only one thing.
One thing. Only that. Wow. From 57 to 2018.
Right. So it's 60 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
One thing. That's crazy. And now, how many things?
Well, there's countless debris. There's hundreds of active satellites. There's thousands if you include the dead ones. And
Thousands of dead satellites.
yeah, so we have no way to clean it up. Maybe it's some big vacuum one day. I don't know, but
Yeah.
space vacuum.
They'd have to be valuable.
You could probably sell space debris if you brought it back to Earth.
Yeah, people are dumb. They'd buy it. You want some space debris in your house? Oh, hell yeah. I want to put this over here.
Speaking of debris, there was this asteroid that collided with Earth over Chelyabinsk in the Soviet Union, in Russia, just near the Siberia, in the Ural Mountains, just on the coast of Siberia, on the border of Siberia. That was visible to everybody in broad daylight, and you had to avert your eyes when it happened. And they felt a shock wave. And the shock wave broke windows and sent 600 people, nearly 1,000 people to the hospital. What happened? Well, because they saw the light and they got up from their table and went to the window to see what had happened. There's a time delay between the shock wave and the light. Because light travels fast and sound travels slow. So they'll go to the windows and the shock wave hits and it blasts broken glass into their face. It was a big Band-Aid collision that we had.
Wow.
The injured people all needed basically Band-Aids. Okay, no one died, but nearly 1,000 people were injured. So at an auction, by the way, that actually exploded and pieces of it were recovered. At an auction, I purchased a piece of that meteorite. But you know what else I purchased? Some of the shards of glass that the shock wave had broken.
What do you do with this shit?
I got it. It's just, I have it. I'm a part of, it is a shot across our bow. That's what that, no one died.
But it's a warning.
There's no better way to be warned than to have a Band-Aid cover your injuries that could have vaporized you or rendered your species extinct.
What's crazy is the ones that don't even make impact still do devastating damage.
Yes.
Like Tunguska.
Yes, that one didn't even touch Earth. Right. Right. It incinerated 10,000 square kilometers of forest.
Look at that. Holy shit.
Yeah, so February 15, 2013. And there was a...
Weighs over half a ton. That little rock weighs 1,000 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Holy
That's
shit.
just a piece that made it through.
Is it iron?
Well, the actual piece would have been about the size of this room, so a small home.
Wow. So, but
Yeah.
that's amazing that small rock. Go back up to that again, please. Look at the size of that. That's not that big.
No, that's what's left over. Most of it vaporized on the explosion as it came through the atmosphere.
Right, but they're saying that piece of it weighs 1,000 pounds.
Did they give the weight of it?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
says
yeah,
it
okay.
weighs over a half a ton.
Yeah. Oh, they have done, yeah, 1,000 pounds.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That rock is that fucking heavy.
Yeah, so
Is
the
it made out of
solar,
iron?
yes, well, I have to read that to.
I was a knife that was made out of a piece of meat.
Oh, as do I. Love the beautiful.
Oh, yeah, it's a kitchen knife that I use.
Oh, see, mine is like a crocodile Dundee knife.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's not a knife.
that's a lot.
That's a knife. But it's waiting. I want to make get someone to make a handle for it. It's just the metal that would be that would then get forged. It's a forged metal with the blade, but then you get a pearl handle attached to it. Basically,
Oh.
yeah. So it's a handleless, it's an unadorned piece of metal that would become
Right.
a knife.
But it's sharpened.
Oh yeah, it's sharpened. Oh yeah.
Where's the fucking handle?
There is the metal. Have you ever seen kitchen knives?
Oh,
The metal goes all the way down the center of the handle, and you screw wooden handles on the side.
So you just need the wooden.
I just need the wood or the if I'm patenting it with the pearl.
Yeah. Like a pearl handled revolver.
Yeah, pearl pistol.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a part of history, and it's a reminder that if you want to think about the future of civilization, you have to include a defense plan against asteroids.
Yeah.
The dinosaurs, I bet if they could, they would have had a space program to not go extinct.
Never thinking. Now, is there anything that we're doing now other than we're occasionally looking up?
Yeah, we're monitoring and cataloging.
Yeah, but we don't really know what to do if
Yeah, so
something happens.
the day would come. Well, we know what to do. There's nothing fun to. They're engineering conferences. How would you deflect an asteroid? How would you destroy an
If we
asteroid?
see one in it's
If we see
near
one,
away,
and
it's coming 100%.
kiss your ass goodbye.
That's
Right.
it.
We would have the power to tell you when you would die and what part of Earth it would hit.
Yes, there's people that have very delusional ideas about what we can and can't do with asteroids, and that drives me crazy.
Well, no, it's not that. We know how to. I've seen the engineering plans; they look very good, but there's nothing in place.
Right.
There's Project Sentinel. You can look it up. That has tasked themselves with organizing world governance to protect Earth from species killing asteroids. And you need the world because you don't know in advance until it's discovered what part of Earth it's going to hit, and if it's going to hit in the Indian Ocean, and if the surrounding regions don't have a space program, are there countries that do have a space program going to sit idle? No, what you want to do is you want to have a fund, and every country pipes in a little bit of their GDP, and then or whatever. You measure it however you want it, whatever you think is fair. Do it the way the UN does it. Okay, so there's a tax of the world relative to your wealth, and then that money pays to save the world when we find such an asteroid. That's how the Sentinel Project Sentinel has thought this through.
So if there was
engineers and
something that
scientists.
had ample time, there's a possibility that they could actually implement some of these plans.
It's all about how much time you have, because what you want to do is go out and nudge it.
Right, a little bit.
A little bit, you just have to give it a sideways velocity relative to its path towards Earth. If you do that early enough,
No, not at all.
the sideways velocity sort of accumulates.
Right, like a ship turning slightly over the ocean. Over the course of time, it'll deviate quite a bit.
Correct. So that angle grows. I mean, it's the same angle, but it spreads out. And the ocean example is perfect. It's a perfect analogy. So if you do that early enough, you do it enough so that it misses Earth, and it's still out there to harm you in another day, but it won't render you extinct on that passage.
How much time do we need today?
If I would say we could probably get something built in 10 years.
Oh, Jesus! Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Is that they're large and visible.
What about city killing ones? Them suckers slip through.
Yeah, they'll slip through. Yeah, but most of Earth's surface is not city, so it'll probably hit the ocean or land. But yeah, if it does, it would take out a city. Yeah.
What do you get for that?
There's a branch of government, part of, I don't know if it survived the Trump changeover, but it's part of Homeland Security, where it worries about devastation to a region where the grid is taken out as well. So you can't bring emergency services that bring either food, water, medicines, any other form of transportation or communication.
How much thought is there in putting in a more robust grid?
Yeah, what you would need is, that's a good point. So you need a grid that can sort of rewire itself rapidly to then bring power to a region. That's what you would need. And they're sort of doing that now, making a grid sort of lightning proof, power surge proof. I grew up in New York City, where there were a couple of very famous blackouts, one in 1966, another in 1978, I think. And it was like, whoa, how is this even allowed? You don't have a backup plan.
Yeah.
You don't have a way to rewire this, to redirect the electricity. So, yeah, you need that and you want that. And I thought the new grid is supposed to have those kinds of protections built into it. But I don't know enough about it to comment.
One impact.
Oh, yeah.
One big one.
Yeah.
Takes out the grid. And then what? Do you have solar power in your place?
We just put in solar panels. Yeah.
You live
We've
in
got
the
a place.
city.
I would say we have a place in the country.
Oh.
Escape to. Yeah.
That's a good move. Have that escape spot.
Yeah.
You have a place in upstate New York?
No, it's out on Long Island. Yeah, I used to think of it as an escape because we thought of getting it after September 11th. Got it in 03, 2, something like that. But now it's just a good place for me to refuel and do a lot of good writing there. Sort of thing.
Look out for ticks.
Oh my God.
Long Island's overwhelmed with Lyme
I think they got a
disease.
new tick apparently that prevents you from eating meat. I wonder if the vegetarians bred that.
Well, I think it's called the Lone Star tick, and
It prevents you from eating the meat of mammals.
yes,
It's
it
like,
makes you allergic to alpha galactose. Is that what it is? It's alpha gal. Another great Radio Lab podcast.
yeah, I think the vegans and the vegetarians, I think
You still eat fish.
yeah,
Still eat chicken.
not eat a mammal.
You just can't eat red meat. It's something in red meat. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one of the challenges. Right,
Those
but
goddamn ticks.
yeah.
They are everywhere. And we looked at it the other day. Because I have quite a few friends that have Lyme disease, and it's something you do keep for life. And quite a few friends, like 7 or 8, I think at this point, that have devastating Lyme disease, and it's all East Coast people.
Yeah, what they're making love in the brush. Like, what are they
Just
doing?
walking around, going for a hike. You know?
Yeah, see, yeah, I'm a city person, so even though I moved to the country, I go for a hike on my deck. That's what,
You don't go anywhere.
no,
Sit back,
just look out. Yeah,
Really?
cool on the deck.
How did But you're out there in this gorgeous country. Don't you want to go wander around a little bit?
No. It's honestly not a thought. My wife from Alaska has those thoughts all the time.
Oh,
But the power of ticks overwhelms her power of curiosity.
those are powerful people in Alaska. That's a different type of people.
Yeah, they're bred differently. That unity, I think, comes from the fact that they're all in the same risk factors together.
Yep.
And if you and I have the same thing that can kill us, that makes us friends.
It's also they're overwhelmed by nature. It's like they're overwhelmed by both its beauty and just the sheer evidence that you're insignificant.
I would say they're not overwhelmed; they are whelmed.
Yeah.
It's the right amount of whelm.
I have a buddy of mine who lived up there. A grizzly bear killed a moose in his driveway.
Ooh,
Like, what?
right. That's the kind of stuff.
What? In the driveway. They had to be careful, like getting out of the house because the bear had cached the moose.
When we first went up there, my brother-in-law, my wife's sister's husband, kept a loaded shotgun over their bed, so that when the door starts rattling in the middle of the night, the gun is in his arm's reach. That was good.
Yeah. That was fun. You ever seen one in real life?
I mean, captive.
Not a real one. Real one. There's a look they
Oh,
give
no,
you.
I did. No. We visited Denali Park, but I saw it's 500 yards away. It's not any closer than that.
Denali Park, they're a little bit habitualized too, right?
No, that's pretty wild.
Oh, Denali
Don't
Park,
confuse
Alaska.
it with Jellystone Park.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
of something different.
You're thinking of Jellystone Park.
Denali Park is what is that near? What part of Alaska is that near?
It's got Mount McKinley. It's got Denali, the mountain
Right.
in it. So where is it? It's I forgot geographically, but
That's not like near the Brooks Range, right?
no, I couldn't tell you. I'm not mountain range fluent.
There's just the sheer size of Alaska when you actually look at it over the United States. When you superimpose it, you go, oh,
Yeah.
what?
You want to know another one?
Yeah.
The size of Africa relative to the United States. You've done
Dang
that.
at times.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent.
Everything fits in there.
Everything fits in. It's like 5 United States. It's
crazy.
Africa.
Oh,
Yeah.
literally everything fits in there. It's like most of the world fits in there.
The United States plus Europe plus
Asia, China.
China.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's a giant place. But what's really interesting about Alaska is how few people. Right now, it's such a
Population
large,
density.
yeah, population density is so light. But Anchorage is a really cool city. Like if you go there, you're like, oh, this is a cool ass town. Nice people. But if you go there in the summer, bring some things to cover your eyes.
Oh, well,
Because when you're going to bed at night, you're going to bed during the day.
Yeah. So my wife said we use night and day. It's just dark and light.
Yeah, because it's only light for a few hours.
Yeah, so that's light and then it's dark.
Did you ever see that movie? What was it called? 30 Days of Night? Vampire movie about Alaska?
No.
Yeah, the vampires came to. It's actually
I've seen like
pretty fun movie.
one vampire movie. I have nothing against them. They just don't
like smart.
They don't call to me. They don't.
I can't put that.
I don't see the romance of getting bitten in the neck.
Well, it's not romance. It's scary.
Actually, I think the what's that
Twilight
series?
series?
No, the other.
Tell me, like,
The other series. Underworld. The Underworld series. I've seen a few of those.
did you like those?
Those are fun.
Those are the dumbest ones.
Yeah, no.
Those are the ones that the Twilight fans make fun of.
No, I just like the fact that there's a lead woman kicking ass.
Oh,
I like
you're one of those guys.
women who kick
I
ass.
get it. Go ahead. Do your show.
I love women.
Put on your little show. I love when women are winning. Hey.
Kick ass. No, it's just fun. It's just
Well, then
fun.
you must love Alien, original Alien.
Yeah, that's
We
good.
talked about Ripley from Alien,
Oh, yeah.
Sigourney Weaver. She's the original female movie badass.
Well, no, they go before her, and I just reminded myself of this. Is it Barbara Rigg?
Barbarella?
No, Barbara Rigg. I think is her name. She was the woman in the original British series, The Avengers.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But that was hokey.
Yeah, but she was wearing black leather
That's
and
true.
knew martial arts and kicked ass.
Wasn't believable. But
Today,
Sigourney Weaver was believable. Like when she's shooting that thing, like you buy it. Like, look, she's throwing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Get the fuck out of here with this.
Okay.
Listen, this to me is like to you when you're making fun of
Wait. We got it.
astrophysics
Okay.
mistakes that they make in these movies about space. This shit drives me crazy. When people just flipping people through the air and kicking them and they fly off buildings. Stop! You're driving me fucking crazy.
Actually, I have a tweet. I think I should post it now. No, the tweet's too long. I gotta type
Are
it
you
up.
one of those dangerous guys that doesn't put a case in your phone? You have the fucking
Yeah, I don't put a case on it.
escape in your the back on your phone. Your lock screen is the Stonehenge of Manhattan.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, Manhattan. That's so
Ah,
sorry.
and you have no case in your phone, so you're a risk taker.
Right. No. So you can think of it as risk taking, or when I got the phone, because I admire how thin this is.
Right.
I like technology
Yeah.
serving me. Okay. So what I did when I got the phone, I said, let me do this with it. Okay.
Flip it around.
Yes. And I reminded myself, why do in the military cadet you're not supposed to drop your gun ever, ever. So if you twirl the gun and you don't drop it, it means stuff can happen to you in combat, and it is always attached to your body. So I said when I got my phone, I said, let me just do this. Okay, let me just do this. If I pick up the phone and
Drop it.
okay.
Jesus Christ.
So when you do that, then you never drop your phone. So it's not that I'm a risk taker, it's that I've changed my risk to make it so low that it essentially won't happen.
And you got Apple Care. You get Apple Care?
No.
You didn't?
No. Of
You
course
don't
not.
get Apple Care?
No.
You're a risk taker.
First, I fix my own damn computer. Second,
How you gonna fix your damn phone? If the screen breaks, you gotta get in there with a screwdriver and pop that bitch out, put a new one.
the key phrase is if the screen breaks.
You're not gonna drop it.
That's correct. I also carry relatively expensive fountain pens.
What happens with that?
I never lose them.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
If you always lose your pens, it means you're not spending enough money.
Right, like sunglasses.
Exactly.
I've had the same pair of sunglasses now for a record number of times.
Right, that costs you $200 to get
I
them.
fucking lose them. They're just my favorite ones. Actually, I got them for free. Shout out to Skeleton Sunglasses.
Oh,
Skeleton Optics. Zeiss lenses.
Zeiss.
Zeiss. Powerful fucking
They
sunglasses.
invented the planetarium projector.
Did they really?
Yes, they did.
They make some badass.
1923. 1923.
Shout out to Zeiss. But I've had the same sunglasses now, I think,
You're doing well
for 6 months. This is fat, stupid fingers.
So once you get that, then it doesn't drop. So it's not that I'm a risk taker, and I've changed the risk so that it's low enough so that it is on par with other risks that you take routinely. Also, that if you pick up the phone with one hand and it's upside down, you hold it in places where the center of gravity flips it.
But you also have some sort of skin in the back.
It's just a sector for Van Gogh's Starry Night. Yeah, but it's not. There's no texture to this. It's just a slippery. Yeah, slippery like
What
anything
is
else.
it? Oh, it's a skin.
It's skin.
Definitely more texture.
Let me see.
It's covered
Okay,
with
but that's not
glass.
why it's there. My point is that's not why it's there.
It'll aid in the friction. As a scientist, you should
Okay,
recognize this.
friction is good.
Yes, I mean, isn't it one goo on them? And it'll literally cause more friction in the air and cause them to deviate slightly from their path
No.
over a long period of time.
I don't know where you just pulled that out of your
Yeah,
head.
but
In
there's
that
some
moment.
spray.
In that moment.
Oh, maybe it was somebody who wrote it and I
In the
read it.
vacuum of space, there is no friction. So
Isn't there some shit they could put on the, like, if it's traveling, right? Isn't there something they could put on that would aerodynamically change its path?
in the vacuum of space, there is no aerodynamics.
Okay, so it's moving.
There is no aerodynamics.
Okay, so it's moving. Oh, there's
By
not.
the time it hits Earth's atmosphere, it's too late.
So it happened. So it's. But there was a coating that they were planning on putting on some aspect.
Maybe thinking of there's a coating you can put on an asteroid that differently absorbs sunlight relative to the other side.
Oh, so it causes a spin.
That can create a net, a vector of motion
Spray painting asteroids can protect Earth from space rock threat.
Okay, so there you go.
That sounds like some clickbaity shit right there. That's some clickbaity shit. Okay.
Change the amount of sunlight reflected by the space rock. But you would not do that to the entire rock. You do it to a part of the rock.
Potentially nudging it away from Earth through the accumulated push provided by many thermal photons as they radiate from the asteroid surface. Holy shit. Yeah. See, I didn't think that through very well.
And somehow you added KY jelly to this.
I'm trying to flip this phone still.
Yeah.
And he's got the two beautiful kids.
My friend Andrew Santino, he carries his picture around case free. I admire him. Braver man than I.
couldn't believe it.
So I sent you a list of topics. Did we hit all of them? Yeah, we hit all of them.
We didn't hit innovation in
Oh,
other
here's one.
countries.
No, here's one.
Oh, we didn't.
We don't have 3 hours to do that?
I'll do it all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, are you sure?
100%.
This is not. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Average podcast right now.
Average.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, come on.
Please.
You're average.
The ones we've done, we've all been like close to 3 hours.
Okay. All right, here you go. Here you go.
What's that?
Okay, so let me.
I flipped it. I turned that goddamn switch on.
Okay, so let's go back to. Let's go back to why anyone would want a flying car in the first place.
Because they're an asshole.
Okay, now here it is.
Stuck in traffic.
So here it
That
is.
isn't everybody.
So let's watch. Let's say there's only one road. Okay, that was the width of your car,
I was living with a couple,
and you're driving on this road,
which was really uncomfortable.
and there are cars behind you.
because
The fastest you could go on that road is the speed of the slowest car on the road.
Right.
Make sense?
Yes.
This is travel in one dimension. That sucks. What you really want is travel in 2 dimensions. So you take the road and widen it. Let's make 2 lanes. 2 lanes in one direction. You can have 2 the other way as well, but it doesn't matter. Now you have 2 lanes. So now I can go around you. Your slow ass car. Okay? But, and that's fine. This is a great improvement on one-dimensional travel. Now it's 2 dimensions. Okay? I can shift left or right, as well as move forward or backwards to move. And the more lanes you have, the more 2-dimensional that is. Okay. The 405 here in Los Angeles, what is it, 6 lanes each is 12 freaking lanes? Okay. You are fully exploiting the 2-dimensionality of travel. But you still have so many cars that you say to yourself, I want to bypass this traffic. If you went from 1 dimension to 2 dimensions, bypassing is just another lane. But now all 12 lanes are plugged, and you want to bypass it. So you're thinking, I need to travel in another dimension. I want to travel in the 3rd dimension. If I do that, I can bypass all these cars. I want a flying car.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the point is, we already have flying cars. They're called helicopters.
Well, helicopters are
They're called helicopters. They're noisy. They have to create a downward thrust of air equal to its own weight. If you're going to have a flying car, that's what it's going to have to do. They're noisy. They completely disrupt the terrain wherever they fly. So the issue is not that you want a flying car. You want to travel in that 3rd dimension. We already do that. How do we do that? They're called tunnels. They're called bridges. When you have a huge intersection, you don't move people through one another. You build one road over the other. You build one road under the other. You are exploiting 3 dimensions so that traffic can go in perpendicular directions simultaneously. That's what the flying cars would have given you. But we do that at intersections because it would be impossible to move 12 lanes of traffic through an intersection that crossed another freeway. New York City has done this. We do this. The New York, you're in the streets, there's too many cars, you can't move. Let's move in the 3rd dimension. Let's build a subway.
This sounds like a guy who's trying to sell me something.
I'm telling you.
Better than a flying car. This is what it sounds like. You're like, listen, man, that flying car's bullshit. And I'll tell you why. You could buy a flying car.
I want you to appreciate moving in the third dimension. The New York City subway system moves 1 billion people a year. And they all go in the third dimension, beneath the ground. Through tunnels that are layered on top of one another.
Well, the New York City subway system is amazing.
How
No doubt about
you
it.
can move that many people?
It's great, but it's not as good as a flying car.
It's not as cool as a flying car, but it's as effective as a flying car.
No, not for a person who has a flying car. Person with a flying car doesn't have to get in line. You don't have to get on the subway. You don't have to have a token. You don't have to go through the turnstile. You have to deal with some guy who's rubbing his body up against yours. A flying car is shit. You just fly around.
I'm just saying,
It's like a boat,
tunnels
but for the air.
and bridges are flying cars.
Beautiful thing about the boat is you just go wherever you want to go.
Now, here's the thing.
It's kind of, you don't have to call air traffic control and say I'm turning left.
I'm going to take you to another dimension. No, someone will have to know where the hell your flying car is going. Just the same way traffic rules matter in a street. You know, there's not a free for all. You know,
It is with boats.
and you know what happens if a car fails?
Falls.
It just on the ground. It just stops.
Right.
And
You're
if
gonna land on people's
a
houses
flying
and
car
shit.
fails, you're dead.
Right.
Okay. So I want to add another dimension to this conversation.
Oh,
You ready?
Elon Musk, these tunnels.
Okay.
Around.
Ready? Exactly. So watch. Here's a desk in front of me. Okay. It's a physical desk, and I have a lot of sheets of paper, and so I lay them side by side. I tile the desk with all my sheets of paper. Then there's no desk surface left. I ran out of two-dimensional space. If I want to store more pages on my desk, what do? I get one of those organizers. I've just introduced a third dimension. So now I can have pages in another dimension sitting above the page that was previously occupying another place that I couldn't have put another sheet. That's 3 dimensions. Okay. If we were 2-dimensional people, we would wonder what happened to that sheet of paper because we have no access to that third dimension. It just left our universe.
At this point, I'd be trying to back out of the showroom and I'd say, thank you, but I'm going to go to the flying car place.
So now watch. But look at how much you've increased your storage by introducing another dimension. Now imagine a 4th spatial dimension. We'll have access to that. But we're now filling all 3 dimensions. And a 4-dimensional creature will say, well, just put it up in this direction.
What would be the 4th dimension in that regard?
You can't imagine, because our brain evolved in 3 dimensions. We can describe it mathematically.
Maybe a wormhole in Pasadena that takes you downtown LA?
So our storage needs would be, you could open a door, put it through this portal to the 4th dimension, and close the door and look on the other side of the door and nothing would be there.
Yeah.
Just the way on the surface of the desk, if you live in the surface of the desk, someone opens the door, they put the paper through the door, close the door, you look around and you say, where did it go? I have no idea because you can't even see, you can't even imagine that 3rd dimension. We cannot imagine a 4th dimension. But if the world one day gets so crowded that even 3-dimensional space has traffic, access to a 4th dimension would really help it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, good luck with that. Getting people to step. Oh, look at this thing. Wait, that's
That part's even CGI, but it's actually flying over grass.
why? Look at this thing. What is it? Solar power?
I don't know.
Huh?
The trailer, like, showing it, describing it.
Does it have sound? Does it make sound?
You know what it looks like? It looks like a human-sized drone.
Yes, that's exactly what it looks like. Okay, what about something like this? What about something like this with really powerful magnets all outside the outer edge so it repels against other drones?
So you want a maglev flying car.
So if you get so close,
Oh, I see. It'll be like a
you can't
force field.
slam into each other.
Oh, so it'll be like a bumper cars,
Yes,
but with cushions.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, some sort of electromagnetic force field that, you know, everyone agrees that you don't have ones that are attracted to each other but are opposed.
By the way, see how big that human-sized drone is? Have you ever heard how loud a drone is?
Fucking loud.
Yeah, you can't even have a conversation.
Yeah, I got an asshole in my neighborhood flies one around.
That's what shotguns are for.
Yeah, I wish I
I've
had
never
one.
fired a gun in my life,
Yeah.
but the first time I ever used one, it's to shoot the drone that's going to be looking through my window at my apartment.
Oh yeah, there's this fucking asshole in my neighborhood. He flies it out all over people's yards. But I can't uncork a shovel. They already think I'm crazy. So it's no way. And if I shoot it with a bow and arrow, I'm not sure I'll hit it.
By the way, did that video have sound accompanying with
It
it?
has some a little bit. There's music and some description of
Well,
it.
it's music, but it's not the actual sound of those propellers.
You know this, but they have on their webpage here that it's quieter than a car on a freeway.
What? It's quieter than an electric car.
No,
About 150 feet away.
measured at 100 and as a car.
Well, it says
Motorcycles
electric,
don't count.
so they're counting that as an electric car, though.
Oh, they are. Yeah.
Yeah, gasoline car is on the
Okay,
bottom, but what is that?
But cars today are
That's
not.
on top.
Wait,
Just
just a minute.
energy consumption. I don't know. See, they're using the same
So it's an
icon for
electric car?
electric car.
So it's the sound of an electric car.
No,
So there's no engine.
But no, don't get deceived there because that's energy consumption. See, energy consumption uses the same icon for electric cars as it does for gasoline car. And then down, see it says noise, it shows highway, just car. It doesn't tell you
Which of
76
those?
dBA. Yeah,
Right.
there's no way 76 dBA is the sound because electric car is far quieter than a regular car. All you hear is the drone of the tires.
So, but what happens is above a certain speed, the aerodynamic noise is greater than. So in a landing airplane, see, here's what you do. You live in LA. Go to the In-N-Out near LAX, which is right near a landing strip. Okay.
Yeah.
And listen to the sound of the planes as they come in for a landing. Most of that sound is airfoil noise, not engine noise.
Ah.
Yeah. Which is why you can pretty much still maintain a conversation. You're old enough, we remember a plane would fly overhead in a city and you'd have to halt your conversation until it finished.
Why? What happened?
Engines got quieter and quieter, which enabled people to build real estate closer and closer to airports and not have a sound problem.
Poor fuck.
But it didn't happen overnight. It was slow and steady.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I
It's
forgot about
airfoil
that.
noise.
I forgot that you had to stop talking when.
Oh, I remember it. In fact, Shea Stadium in New York City, near LaGuardia Airport, the announcers had to stop anytime a plane flew over. They couldn't announce the game.
That's crazy.
And when the Mets were in the World Series in 1969, Mayor Lindsay redirected the airport traffic to not fly over the World Series games.
Wow.
I thought that was a badass move of his, Mayor Lindsay. 1969.
Wow.
Yeah.
I completely forgot how loud planes used to
Used to
be.
be correct, and now it's a sound that's in quote the noise of the street. You don't even stop and notice it.
You didn't even pay attention at all. You barely hear it.
You barely hear it. And so next time you're at a runway, when it's landing, it's much noisier taking off because it's got to gain altitude. But coming down, most of that sound is glider noise. And evidence of this is the noise of air going over the airfoil of the fuselage. If you know the moment they deploy the landing gear, next time you're in an airplane, when they say we are clear for landing, just listen.
Yeah.
Listen to the ambient sound of the plane. Then listen to the sound after they deploy the landing gear. It's 3 times as loud.
It ramps up hard.
Hard because of the sound of the air going around something that's not aerodynamic. The freaking wheels. Oh yes.
Yeah. I just never, for whatever reason, I never remembered that airplanes used to be loud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think about it all the time.
So why can't I have a flying car?
You want the drone flying car?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need
You wouldn't want it?
that would look ugly if 2 of those collide in the sky.
But what about my magnet theory?
What now it's got to have more power to lift the weight of the magnet.
Solar, bro.
Plus you get some testosterone infused guy who doesn't want to let you ahead of them. They're trying to bump you.
That kind of
If
shit.
you break the propeller, then you both fall out of the sky.
Sky rage.
Sky rage. Oh, it's a lot of
Sky rage.
You know what it'll do? It'll cull the herd of testosterone-driven men.
Okay, but what if they do it, but the only way they work is through like the same sort of Tesla system that allows them to have, automated cars?
No, if you have automated cars, you don't need flying cars.
Yeah, you do.
Because first
Still too many of
no,
us.
there'll be fewer cars on them.
What? How do you figure that?
Oh my gosh!
If
My
you have
gosh!
automated cars,
Yes.
there'll be fewer cars. In the road.
Yes.
How so?
How so?
How so?
Because
Because what?
your second greatest asset, your car, most people's second greatest asset, spends 90% of its time doing nothing. You drive to work and it's parked. You come home and it's parked.
Right.
90% of its time doing nothing.
Okay.
I come to work 10 minutes after you, a half hour after you, an hour after you, I'm using your car.
You ain't using my car. I'm telling you right now, you're not using my car. No one's using anybody's car.
I forgot, this is LA.
This
You go
shit's
to New
not
York?
gonna happen.
Okay, for people
Go
where
to
the
New York.
where
They'll
car
steal your car.
is a utility rather than something you're trying to get chicks with on the street corner.
Oh, stop. People try to get chicks in New York too. Don't try
Not
to
with the
pass.
cars.
There's a lot of people that do.
Nobody has cars.
But if you do, you're a baller. You got one of them spots that costs you $1,000 a month. Woo, baby. I've seen some fancy cars when I've been in New York
There's
City.
some fancy cars, but that's not it.
It's not 100%.
It's not 100%.
Yeah, but that's just that one stupid spot where
You
everyone's
could
stacked
still
on
own
top
the
of each
car,
other.
but you'll be relegated to a lane where you won't be able to drive as fast as the automated car. Consider that if you're in a self-driving car and it wants to change lanes, it communicates that to other self-driving cars near it.
And
And
the
this
self-driving cars tell you to fuck off because you have a program like that. You have a rude
This is
self-driving
Joe
car.
Rogan upload.
It's a rude Russian bot car. It's not letting anybody in.
The Joe Rogan upload.
I feel like it wouldn't change anything if there's automated cars in Los Angeles. I really do. I don't think there'd be any less traffic. I just think
They're going to make a lane that will take automated cars and it will go 120 miles an hour and watching everybody with their wasted horsepower in their stuck in traffic. I was tweeting. I was in LA and I was in like a Prius and we passed a Lamborghini doing 40 miles an hour and that was just seemed so embarrassing to the Lamborghini.
still
Lamborghini doing 30 miles an hour. We're doing 40 miles an hour and we passed the
You felt
Lamborghini.
better?
No, it was like, why do you have a Lamborghini?
Because there's sometimes when there's no one on the road.
Not from what I've ever
You
seen.
just gotta go
Los
late at night.
Angeles.
You got a Lamborghini, you drive late at night. Oh,
The Lamborghini is the peacock feathers, as best as I can judge.
It's a marvel of engineering and science. You should appreciate it.
Good.
They go 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds.
You're still burning gas.
Oh, you don't like gas.
Not if I don't have to.
Do you prefer electric? If you had a car, if you lived it, if for whatever reason the planetarium decided, look, Neil, you're the best ever, and we opened up the most amazing spot ever. It's in Los Angeles, California, and we'd love you to relocate and bring Star
Then I'd
Talk
have to have
over
a
here.
car. If I was forced to relocate and I had only one car, I'd get an electric car.
Really?
Probably a
Would
Tesla.
you get a Prius or a Tesla? Would you go?
Oh, definitely Tesla.
Oh, yeah,
I think that'd be silly to
Yeah, I mean, if I like, it's a performance car.
slice of cheese.
Slice of cheese. Nothing against Prius, I'm just saying. No, it's an important car that set a lot of other manufacturers into motion to try to, there's a dynamic.
It's a shitbox.
It's a dynamic that
Tesla's
where
a nice car.
one thing happens and
Yeah.
then drives something else and makes that happen. But when you plug your car into the wall, you're not asking yourself, I wonder where this power comes from. It could come from any one of a dozen sources.
Right.
Like hydro, it could solar panels, tidal energy. It could come from nukes. It could come from oil or coal. It could come from any of
What
those.
about clean coal? Have you heard about this clean coal? The president's been tweeting about it. Clean coal, all capital letters.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, I didn't know about that. I thought it was just fucking coal.
Yeah, I don't.
Clean coal. That's what he retweeted.
So here's my point: if you can power things with a choice of a dozen sources of energy, then those sources of energy compete with one another for your business. If the price of oil goes up, you say, I'm not going to generate power with oil. I'm going to use and I have a wind farm and I come online, I'm going to sell you my wind energy. You're the power company. You buy my wind energy, you send that power to the wall outlet, and you charging your car don't know and don't care where that energy came from. There's a book called Turning Oil into Salt. Look it up so we can mention
Turning oil into salt.
Correct.
Why would you want to do that?
There was a day when salt was a strategic commodity. There was no other known way to preserve food from the autumn harvest to the spring set of crops. So the food got salted. Okay. There's the book. What's the woman's name? Gail Lufton and Ann Corin. Okay. So I'm now describing the thesis of that book. Okay. Turning oil into salt. So here's what you do. So we had salt. If I took away your salt reserves, you would starve over the winter. So everybody knew where their salt came from. Everybody knew how much their salt cost. Do you realize that General Grant, destroyed the salt reserves of the Southern Confederacy, knowing that would force them faster to... Growing up, did not understand the phrase, you are the salt of the earth. Salt gives you high blood pressure. What do you mean the salt of the earth?
Stop saying that. It's not true.
Sodium does.
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
We have too much.
No. Nope.
Yeah, but let's get that in a minute. We can finish the thing. Okay. So,
They give them something wrong with
we
you.
can finish the thing. Okay. So,
They give them something wrong with you for that to happen.
Whether it's chronic or not, I agree with you there. If you have chronic high blood pressure, it's not just this right. But I can increase my blood pressure now by not peeing and ingesting salt.
By not peeing? Why would you not pee?
Well, because you retain the water and it can come through. This is what the salt does. You retain the water. Hey, let me get back to the thing. Sorry, we're talking about. Okay, so I said salt of the earth. Why is that a compliment? I remember thinking to myself. But there was a day when salt really mattered. Okay, all right. So what happens? The 19th century, we figured out how to can food. You can have berries and put them, we can them. You seal, you can make preserves. So the name of the food is what it is.
Right.
It's preserved. Okay, so now there's another way to protect your food, to have it last through times when you don't have crops. Wait a minute. Refrigeration again. We have electricity. I can refrigerate. Wait a minute. I can now freeze food. I got a half dozen ways I can eat over the winter, and only one of them is salt. So now, salt has lost its strategic value. Lost its mojo. It's still there. We still eat salted foods as a flavor.
But it's a different thing.
Culture's a different thing now. It's a matter of choice, not a matter of necessity. A lot of great foods came out of that. The salted pork and the bacon and the very tasty foods came out of that movement. Okay. So right now, when you buy salt, do you know where it came from? No, unless you get Hawaiian salt. Unless you get gourmet salt from Whole Foods. Just buying Morton salt, do you know where it came from? No. Do you remember how much it cost? No. It's too cheap for you if you even remember that. Okay. If you're going to turn oil into salt, what you're doing is you're turning energy into salt. That's the value of a plug in the wall. Design a car that can run on 5 different kinds of energy. Then oil has to compete with the other kinds of energy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So have an engine that works on hydrogen.
Correct. Yeah. Fuel cells, batteries.
So they have hybrids now that work on 2 different things.
It's a start, but my point is, if you do that, then we no longer fight wars for oil.
Fortunately, there's a disparity. They put over 35 years of HR service and technology.
Maybe you don't fight for freedom.
How about freedom, bro?
Freedom isn't free.
Freedom
isn't free.
We just did 3 hours.
3 hours, only.
Crazy how time flies by.
Dude.
Astrophysics for people in a hurry.
This is old. And it's
old one still on the New York Times bestseller list.
Crazy fact.
7
Crazy
weeks.
fact. 67 weeks.
67
Crazy
weeks.
fact.
The unspoken alliance between astrophysics and the military.
That's not even out yet.
Accessory to war.
Of course, you can pre-order, but it's not out yet. They like it if you pre-order, so they know how to print in the thing. You got your
greasy hands.
That's if you're not in a hurry.
I'm learning some things you're not. Look, I'm reading.
Don't buy this book if you're not in a hurry.
Yeah, this is a long form book.
Yes.
Gentlemen, you have to do some thinking. There's no pictures.
That's why you would tell me.
Never know. Neil deGrasse Tyson, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Star Talk Radio. It's a podcast. It's also
Nat Geo. Yeah,
Nat Geo
it's Sirius XM. Channel 121, the Insight Channel, I might add. And Cosmos, look for Cosmos in the spring. The date isn't announced yet, but
Thanks, sir.
we got dude.
Always
Love you, man.
Love you too.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
My nose feels so clear now, and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage, and it's amazing. For this one, I use Navage every night. Could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better.
4, 3,
Listen
2,
to over
1.
100,000 online.
Boom, and we're live. 12 rules for life. So without reading this, so what you're saying is, that's what I was like,
There's only 12 things you need to know in life, right? That's it.
this interview that you just did with this woman, Kathy Newman, was that in the UK?
It was Channel 4 UK.
I just went, I felt bad, but I was also laughing. I went to her Twitter page to read, like, and with each one of her tweets, no matter what she says, someone writes underneath it. So what you're saying is, and then some ridiculous, but by the way, your fans were mocking her, but politely, non-aggressively. I didn't read any rude things. Like there was no insults, or there was, well, maybe a few insults, but there's no swears. It was just playful mocking of the interview that she did with you, because the interview was ridiculous. It was a ridiculous interview. I mean, I listened to it or watched it several times. It's like, this is so strange. Like her determination to turn it into a conflict. It's one of the issues that I have with television shows. Yeah, because they have a very limited amount of time, and they're trying to make things as salacious as possible. They want to have these sound bites, these clickbait sound bites, and she just went into it incredibly confrontational, not trying to find your actual perspective, but trying to force you to defend a non-realistic perspective.
Yes, well, I was the hypothetical villain of her imagination, essentially. Yeah. Well, what happened was interesting too, the way it played itself out, because I met her in the green room beforehand. You know, she was being made up, and then they put a little bit of powder on me, and we had a friendly kind of interchange. And then we went and sat in front of the cameras, and for a couple of minutes, you know, before the show got rolling, and we had a pretty pleasant back and forth. And then as soon as the cameras went on, she was a completely different person. And I thought, oh, I see what's going on. Yeah. Well, so that kind of alerted me to, well, the fact that there was something rotten in the state of Denmark, let's say. Yeah, but you know, this is also why YouTube is going to kill TV, because television, by its nature, all of these narrow broadcast technologies, they rely on forcing the story, right? Because it has to happen now. It has to happen in, like, often in 5 minutes, because they only broadcast 5 minutes of that interview. They did put the whole thing up on YouTube, to their credit. Yeah. It hasn't ceased to amaze me yet. I think that they thought that the interview went fine. That's the scuttlebutt I've got from sort of behind the scenes, because I know some people who know what's going on at Channel 4, and they're shell-shocked by the response. You know, and then of course there was the counter response. The Guardian the next day published an article saying that, you know, the head of Channel 4 had to call in police security because of threats. You know, well, first of all, you can call the police in about anything, and they never did detail out exactly what the threats were. But then about 20 newspapers picked that up and went for that. Well, Kathy Newman is now being harassed by an army of online trolls for doing nothing but doing her job, which, well, and then there was a backlash against that in the press. So it's been
someone took an audit of the actual interchanges between fans and her, and there was way more negative ones coming your way.
Yes, that were seriously negative. Yeah, that's right.
Seriously negative, violent, harassing, just rude. There were way more. Yeah, and no one picked up on that at all. Because all the narrative was she's a victim, even though she was highly aggressive in this. But
she's a funny victim. It's not like she's not successful. Yeah, you know, it's like at some point you think you should have to hand in your victim card. I think, like, when you go to an Ivy League university, it's like right then and there. You got to hand in, because you don't get to be oppressor and oppressed at the same time. That's just too much.
Well, one of the things that you pointed out was when you were talking about competition for very lucrative jobs, and you were saying, look what
you've done. Like you must have had to work here. And she proudly was saying how hard she had to work to get there. I'm like, well, yes, of course. No one's going to hand this to you.
No,
This is why, and this is why you were saying you are opposed to equality of outcome.
Equality of outcome. I can't imagine anything we could possibly strive for in our society that would make it into hell faster than equality of outcome. Like the historical evidence for the pathology of that root is so strong. It's like you have to be historically ignorant beyond belief, or malevolent, or resentful beyond comprehension in order to think that that's a good idea. I argue for that.
I agree with you, but I think that even if you came into this with no knowledge of history, but a complete understanding of human beings, you would say, well, that doesn't make any sense. And one of the best quotes that I've ever read about it is that if you have real, true freedom, you're never going to have equality of outcome. Because with real, true freedom, you have the freedom to not engage. If you look at a guy like Jeff Bezos, for instance, that Amazon guy is worth more money than anybody ever, right? That guy works all day.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a maniac.
Oh, yeah.
He's acquiring all these different companies, and everything he's doing is designed to succeed. I mean, he's just...
Well, that's what Gates just said,
yes.
too, in a recent interview. And I know some guys that are, they're in approximately the same universe as those two, and they just work all the time.
That's
all
what they do.
the time.
Yeah.
And they don't just work, they work so efficiently and so effectively and make use of every second in ways you can't even imagine unless you're in that sort of position. So, doing that doesn't mean that you will succeed, but not doing it certainly means that you will fail.
Well, not doing it certainly means you will never achieve that level of success, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about equality of outcome.
Yeah.
I don't want that. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to work like that. I don't want to do what he's doing, and I should have the freedom to not do that.
Yeah.
As he should have the freedom to do that. If we're going to play this game called capitalism, which we're all agreeing is probably, at least in as far as the models that we have right now, is the best one that we have. If we're all going to play this game, if someone decides to be the Michael Jordan of capitalism, you can't stop them. You can't say, no, you're playing this game too well. You're playing this game too hard. You're too obsessed with this game. You're going to have that.
Yeah, you can stop them. You can try to stop people from winning crookedly,
Yes.
which is what you should do. And,
Yes.
there's a couple of things that are really worth delving into with regards to that, too, because there's this sort of Marxist notion that all this inequality is generated as a consequence of capitalism. And that's actually technically false. Because if you look at, there seems to be something like a law of nature that's described by this statistical model called the Pareto distribution. And it basically suggests that in any creative domain, there's going to be a small number of people will do almost all of the output. But it doesn't just apply to human beings. It applies to the heights of trees in the Amazon rainforest. It applies to the size of cities, and it applies to the mass of stars, it's something like the more you have, the more you get. It's something like, you can imagine how that would work with a star. As it gets bigger and bigger and its gravitational mass increases, it's going to attract more and more matter. And then as a city grows, more and more people are excited to move there because of all the opportunities. And so some cities start to grow tremendously and others don't. But this phenomena where a small number of people end up controlling a tremendous proportion of the resource is not only limited to money, and it doesn't only occur in capitalist societies, it occurs everywhere. It's like a natural law. So you see the same thing with number of points scored by a spectacular sports figure. There's always a tiny proportion of people who are way ahead on the curve, or people who make records, or people who sell paintings, or people who compose music, or people who sell music online. It's all the same. It's the 1% gets 80%. And so, well, first, we can't blame that on capitalism. And second, we should note that it actually does constitute a problem, which is what the left-wingers are always jumping up and down about, right? Like, too much inequality starts to destabilize your society. And it isn't obvious how to shovel money from the top end, maybe the 1/10 of 1% who have almost all the money, down to the people who have almost nothing in a way that's effective, so that they don't get thrown out of the game completely, and so that the whole society doesn't destabilize. We don't exactly know how to do that. It is a problem because inequality does exist, and it does tend to magnify across time. And then there's another problem too, which we haven't figured out, is imagine that in order to make everyone rich, you have to tolerate a certain amount of inequality. It seems obvious. We don't know how many units of inequality you need to tolerate per unit of wealth generated. But the answer is definitely not zero. It's definitely not
pretty welcome
Yeah,
idea.
yeah.
And this thing has perplexed me since I've met you and since you were involved in this original debate over gender pronouns. And there was an article that was written recently. I forget the exact title of it. I think it was something along the lines of "Why can't people hear what Jordan Peterson is saying?"
Yeah.
You are misrepresented more than anyone I know in a weird way. You are villainized in a weird way where I can't believe that these people are honestly looking at your opinions and coming up with these conclusions. I can't help but feel like what is happening is people are consciously deciding to ignore reality and paint you as this archetypal figure of oppressive white male patriarchy, ignorance, fill in the blank with all the rest of the descriptives you like to use. But they've decided to paint you in this way, like as a target, because they need a target to sort of reinforce this idea that transgender people are being victimized and women are being victimized. And
well, even deeper, that the right narrative is the way that we should view the world is victim versus oppressor, because that's the basic postmodern neo-Marxist template. It's the right way to view the world is that it's a power ground. It's a battleground of power interests competing constantly. The ones that win are oppressors, the ones that lose are oppressed. That's the way you look at the world. And I think that that's wrong. That's a bad way of looking at the world, psychologically, sociologically, politically, economically, ideologically, you name it. It ends in nothing but catastrophe. I mean, first of all, because it puts your group identity as something that's paramount. And I mean, that's just not, well, that isn't what we do in the West, let's say. We put your individual identity paramount. And then, well, that's just for starters, fundamentally. And then I guess the other reason that people are on my case to some degree is because I have made a strong case, which I think is fully documented by the scientific literature, that there are intrinsic differences, say, between men and women. And I think the evidence in that, this is the thing that staggered me, is that no serious scientists have debated that for like 4 decades. That argument was done by the time I went to graduate school. Everyone knew that human beings were not a blank slate, that biological forces parameterized the way that we thought and felt and acted and valued. Everyone knew that. The fact that this has become somehow debatable again is just, especially because it's being done by legislative fiat, they're forcing it. To me, as a scientist, it's just well, and in the States too, with Title IX, for example, because Title IX is sort of predicated on that viewpoint. What is Title IX? Oh, Title IX was originally just a piece of legislation that mandated that female sports teams were funded to the same degree that male sports teams were funded in the American universities, but it's been expanded out so that if there's any differences in any areas whatsoever between the genders, then the universities are being taken to court. And like 200 of them, last I looked, about 200 of them were up. And they can have their funding revoked if they violate Title IX provisions. So it's become like a vicious weapon for social justice warrior, equality of outcome types.
So it's not just about sports.
No, it's got way beyond that. Yeah, it's become an equality of outcome issue fundamentally.
There was an article that I sent you. One of them was from, I think I got it off of dig.com, but it was Jordan Peterson is having his moment and we should ignore him. I sent this to you, and there was one of
probably the last part of that might be true.
One of the things in the article was citing this study that showed very little difference between men and women.
Study.
Yeah.
Oh, God, it's a pathetic study.
Yeah. Well, I sent it to you because I was like, this is not right.
Well, the thing is, like most things, it's complicated.
Yes.
So are men and women more similar or more different? Well, it depends on how you define the terms first. But they're more similar. Well, why? Well, they're the same species. So we could start with that. But the question is, what are the differences and how do they manifest themselves, and are those manifestations important? So here's an example. If you took a random woman out of the population and a random man, and you had to bet on who was more temperamentally aggressive, if you bet on the man, you'd be right 60% of the time. But you'd be wrong 40% of the time. And that's not a walloping difference, right? 60-40. It's not 90-10. Like, so there's a lot of overlap between men and women in terms of their levels of aggression. And you think, well, they're more the same. Yeah, except. So then let's say, no, let's play a slightly different game. Let's pick the 1 in 100 most aggressive person from the random population. Well, they're all men. And that's why all the people in prison are men. So even though on average, men and women, well, yeah, it's 90 to 95%, right? So, and often if the women are in prison, it's because they got tangled up with a really bad guy, so one of the problems is that differences at the extreme are where the differences really start to manifest themselves. And so you can have a small difference at the level of the average, but out at the extremes, it starts to make a massive difference. So let's say to be a Google engineer, which is hard, right? Because you not only have to be an engineer, but you have to be a very good engineer. Say, well, you have to be interested in things rather than people. That's a huge difference. And it's like men are interested in things, generally speaking, and women are more interested in people, generally speaking. There's still a lot of overlap between, but that's one of the biggest differences between men and women. It's been demonstrated across culture. It's also very big difference in Scandinavian countries. Well, the average difference isn't that great, even though it's a relatively large difference. But at the extremes, it's the same thing. Almost all the people who are hyper focused on things, they're almost all men. And all the people who are hyper focused on people are almost all women. And so how does that play out in the world? Well, in the Scandinavian countries, it plays out this way. About 85% of nurses in Scandinavia are female, and about 85 to 90% of engineers are male. It doesn't mean women can't be engineers. It doesn't mean men can't be nurses. It also doesn't have anything to do with intelligence, but it does have to do with interest, and the differences in interest are big. Now, at the extremes in particular. So when you read a review like that, the one that was pointed out, the first question is, well, what do you mean by big and little? There's more overlap. There's more overlap between men and women than there is difference on virtually every parameter. Okay, fine. Are the remaining differences significant in how they play out in the world? And the answer to that is overwhelmingly significant, because you select for extremes. So here's another example. Ashkenazi Jews have an average IQ of 115. So in the typical population overall has an average IQ of 100. 15 points is about the difference between the typical college student and the typical high school student. Okay, so it's not a massive difference. But if you go to the extreme, say, well, let's go look at people who only have an IQ of 145, which is kind of where you hit the beginnings of genius level. It's like the Jews are overwhelmingly overrepresented. So relatively small differences in the average can produce walloping differences at the extremes. People don't understand that. It's not surprising, because it actually requires a fairly sophisticated grasp of statistics. But when we're talking about things like differential outcome in the workplace, then you have to take a sophisticated statistical approach to it, or you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And unfortunately, many of the people who are talking about things like gender differences, they have no idea what they're talking about. They don't know the literature. They don't know there is a literature. They don't understand biology, like the social constructionist types, the women's studies types, the neo-Marxists. They don't give a damn about biology. It's like they inhabit some disembodied universe. So the review was poorly written at best, and showed a very poor grasp of the relationship between group differences and economic and practical outcomes.
It's not just that, it's deceptive. And there's a need in some way on that side, this side of the debate, the anti-Jordan Peterson side, to label men and women as being virtually identical when there's so much evidence that that's not the case. And what you're saying, well, you've never said one is superior, one is inferior. What you are is a guy who's pointing out the reality of the difference between the various types of human beings. And you've been very open about the extremes. Look, I'm well aware of the extremes. I deal with MMA fighters. I know a lot of female MMA fighters that are as aggressive and as tough as any man you're ever going to meet in your life. And I know a lot of men from comedy that are meek little guys who who they're not nearly as aggressive as some of these female fighters. Like, I think one of the beautiful things about freedom is that people get an opportunity to express themselves in a way that's genuinely them.
Yeah.
And whether that is like our friend Alex Honnold, who's a free climber, who's like climbing up these fantastic mountains with no ropes, or whether it's a female MMA fighter like Raquel Pennington, who's just a tank and beating the shit out of people, and that's what she loves to do. All of these extremes are available to people because of freedom. This is not a suppressive thing. No one's stopping people from choosing these paths. I don't know if you saw the most recent slip up by the CEO of YouTube. I retweeted it today. They were talking about why there's not as many women in tech, and she basically said, they both, her and the CEO of Google, said exactly what James Damore was saying in his memo. They completely fucked up. They tried to, did you find this? Look at this. This is goddamn hilarious. James Damore had this on his page. They respond, women, a lack of tech was created. No, go to James Damore's tweet. Just go to the what I retweeted and what he said.
So there was a study published a while ago about.
Jamie, scroll back up. It's right there. It's right there. Just make his tweet larger. There you go. Look, see, it said, he's saying, did I read this right? I don't know how to say her name. Is Susan I'm sorry, I don't know how to say her name. Wojcicki said that women find geeky male industries as opposed to social industries not very interesting, and Sundar cites research on gender differences.
That's exactly the difference in interest that I just pointed out.
Yes, and this is what James Damore wrote in his memo that got him fired. And this, in my mind, if I was the lawyer for James Damore, I'd be like, oh, well, look what we have here. This is checkmate.
Yeah.
You
Well,
dummies.
you know, the Damore story is really interesting, because I think it's such a classic story of an engineer getting tangled up in politics. So Damore went to this diversity seminar, and he wasn't very happy about it because he knew the literature. And so at the end of the seminar, they asked for feedback. Well, James Damore is an engineer. So when you tell an engineer that you want feedback, the engineer thinks, oh, you want feedback, and you want like facts and stuff, right? Because that's what feedback would be like. So Damore went and wrote this like thorough memo and gave it to them. He said, well, this is what I think. Here's some feedback. And then it traveled around. He got no real response from the diversity people, and then he posted it on one of these internal boards at Google where people can discuss things, which people at Google do all the time. So it's perfectly reasonable for him to post it because he didn't get a response from the diversity people. He thought, well, let's see what other people think. And then it was there for a long time until it was leaked up into the outside world. It wasn't like Damore was trying to expose Google for what it is. He was just doing what an engineer type would do when someone asked him to provide feedback, because he's not thinking politically. He's not thinking, oh, they just want to hear what they already said. He thought they actually wanted some facts. Anyways, I think they picked on the wrong guy, because Damore turns out to be pretty damn tough.
Well, he's very smart and a very kind guy. When you sit down and talk to him, he's not a sexist. He's a guy that's talking about facts. In fact, he wrote more than a page and a half, I believe, on strategies for getting more women interested in tech. He's not a sexist. This is just a guy that was talking about the differences in the choices that people make that's based on just the variations that you were just discussing.
Well, there's a good study done a while ago, and unfortunately I don't remember the author, but they were looking at junior high math prodigies. And they're pretty equally distributed between boys and girls. But by the time university came along, the math prodigy boys, they tend to go into the STEM fields, but the girls wasn't because they lacked ability, because they had stellar ability. It's because they weren't interested. And it turns out, like, the interest thing turns out to be a big one. So with personality alone, if you measure men and women's personalities, and then you add up all the differences in personalities, you could tell with about 75 to 80% certainty by looking at a full personality readout whether a person's male or female. So you'd be wrong 25% of the time, something like that. But if you add interest to that, you can get it up to about 90%. And so, you say, well, are these differences large? Well, individually, they're not that big. They make more difference at the extremes. But if you add them up, then you can almost completely differentiate men from women. So by that, token, they're very large. And the interest thing actually turns out to matter a lot. Like, it's probably the most important individual difference that has been discovered between men and women at the psychological level, and has real decent explanatory power, because you might say, well, men have a slight edge in spatial intelligence, and that's why they're overrepresented in STEM fields. And women have a slight edge in verbal intelligence. This is debatable, but the literature kind of indicates that, and that's why they're overwhelmingly the majority of fiction readers, for example. Is that the reason that there's differential representation in the STEM fields? It's like, no, it doesn't seem to be. It doesn't look like it's an intellectual issue, which is also what DeMore pointed out. By the way, he never said once that this was a cognitive issue, but it's a matter of choice, a matter of interest. And women tend to be more people-oriented. Now, the thing is, this is also being discovered in chimpanzees and other primates. Like, if you offer baby or child chimpanzees, juvenile chimpanzees, the choice between thing-like toys, like cars, or people-like toys, like dolls, the males will go for the thing-like toys, and the females will go for the people-like toys. So you see that in primates. And you think, well, is that surprising? It's like, well, no, it's not. It's not that surprising, really. I mean, women have to take care of infants, tiny infants, and you have to be really people-oriented to do that, because a tiny infant is an unbelievably demanding social relationship, and it's a primary relationship for about 2 years. And so women are tilted towards the kind of temperament that makes that possible. It's like, well, is that such a shock? Really? That's such a surprise? So,
yeah, it's not a surprise. And what's confusing to me is the narrative that anybody that points out these differences is somehow a sexist or discriminatory or worse.
Yeah. Well, whatever epithet they can. Well, I think the other reason that the radical lefties have been going after me constantly is, well, there's one reason is if you stand up against the radical left, you're in a group that also has Nazis in it, because the Nazis also stand up against the radical left. So it's perfectly reasonable from a strategic perspective for the radical leftists to say, well, you're against us. How do we know you're not a Nazi? It's like, well, statistically, I'm probably not. So there's that. But you could say at least the question is open. But then the next part of it comes is that it's motivated epithet slinging, because if I'm reasonable and I'm standing up against the radical left, and they admit that I'm reasonable, then there has to be an admission that reasonable people can stand up against the radical left, which kind of implies that the radical left isn't that reasonable. And so, well, they're not going to go there. Of course, they're not that reasonable. They're unreasonable beyond belief, as we saw in this situation with Lindsay Shepherd in Canada. So at Wilfrid Laurier University.
Let's talk about that real quick, because that was a fascinating thing too, and that also had to do with you. So she was discussing you in class, and you could fill up.
Well,
everybody.
Yeah, she's in the communications department at Wilfrid Laurier, and they were talking about the role of language in communication, which is kind of what you do in a communication class. And she decided to show a 5-minute clip from a program I had done for TV Ontario, which is a public television station, mainstream, left-leaning, liberal television station, news program, and a good one. And I had been on there with a number of other people, including Professor Nicholas Matt from the University of Toronto, who claimed essentially that there were no biological differences between men and women, and that had been the scientific consensus for the last 4 decades. So anyways, she showed a clip from this, and well, she got hauled in front of 2 professors and an administrator, Adrian Joel, who was basically hired for that purpose, and raked over the coals for daring to show this video. And she had the wherewithal to tape it. And then she made the tape public, and in that tape they compared me. It was really blackly comical, They compared me to Hitler. But then said, well, it's Hitler or Milo Yiannopoulos. I thought, you guys, you're so damn clueless, you can't even get your insults right. It's like, you can't say, that's like playing a video of Hitler or Milo Yiannopoulos. It's like, first of all, Hitler and Milo Yiannopoulos, they're actually not in the same category, right? Except that they're both human. That's about the narrowness of the category. And then Milo's like a comic provocateur, and you can hate him or love him or be indifferent. But to put him in the same category as Hitler just shows how muddle-headed you are. And then to assimilate me to that category so carelessly, like, you don't mess about with epithets like that. Hitler was one of the great supervillains of the 20th century, right? I mean, he's up there with Stalin and Mao in the panoply of satanically possessed leaders. You don't just toss that around, especially not when you're torturing your teaching assistant for daring to show a video about language in a communication class. And so that was a massive scandal in Canada. It was the biggest, I think it was the biggest scandal that ever hit a university in Canada. And it got a lot of international attention, and rightly so. And she also turns out to be a tough cookie. I mean, the last I heard, she'd started a club at Wilfrid Laurier, and I think it was last night or the night before, maybe it's coming up. They're going to show the whole video from Television Ontario at a club meeting and invite people to come and discuss it. It's like they picked on the wrong girl there too.
So they certainly did. She's obviously very smart. You can hear that in her discussion with them and how flabbergasted she was by their take on things. But this was essentially proof to a lot of people that were on the outside of how preposterous some of the dialogue was inside these universities.
Yeah, well, they couldn't have done me a bigger favor than having that scandal, because when I made a videos about Bill C-16 15 months ago, I said, look, here's what's going to happen, because this legislation is written in an appalling manner and the surrounding policies are pathological. I said, here's what's going to happen. And so I laid it out, and then people came out and said, no, you're being paranoid. It's like, that's possible. No, the legislation isn't going to have that effect. No, you're not a legal expert. What the hell do you know? Et cetera, et cetera. You're crazy. You're a bigot. You're a transphobe. They threw everything but the kitchen sink at me. And like, fair enough, because there's always a possibility that I was wrong. But the problem was I read the policies, and I understood them, and I knew where they were. But I never imagined that one of the consequences of Bill C-16 and its sister legislation was that a teaching assistant at a Canadian university would be pilloried and accused of breaking the law, and then accused of all sorts of reprehensible political beliefs by two professors and an administrator hired for that purpose, merely because she showed a video about two people talking about the law. It's like that paranoid as I am, let's say, that exceeded the grasp of the university professor and administration. Well, Pimlott and Rambacana's colleagues wrote their defense, the whole department, the university mouthed away. Like, there's no evidence that it was an anomalous occurrence. And it wasn't an anomaly. That's actually the way that the universities are. And it is the way that they are. It wasn't a one-off. It was exactly diagnostic. And it's appalling. It's appalling. The universities have so much to be ashamed of. Well, there was an article in the Boston Globe this week saying the same thing, that all of this crazy postmodern identity politics, equality of outcome nonsense is not only disrupted the university in a way that might be irreparable as far as I can tell, but it's rapidly spreading outside into the normal, say, business world, which is exactly what you see, for example, at Google.
Well, the tech industry in particular seems to be like more than any industry there is. And I guess that's because there's so many intelligent people there, so many people that have spent a tremendous amount of time in universities, and they get indoctrinated into this mindset. And you're seeing that in this. The CEO of YouTube's response to the James Damore memo completely misrepresented it. They're talking about harmful gender stereotypes. All of this, it just reeks of tribalism that these people on the left have decided. I mean, and I'm mostly on the left, which is really crazy. People on the left have decided. I mean, and I'm mostly on the left, which is really crazy. I mean, when it comes to most policies, it used to stand for being open-minded. It used to stand for being a reasonable person.